Welcome back. Welcome back. Welcome back, Discord. Welcome back, YouTube.
Welcome back. Welcome back.
All right. So, quick little recap. Go back to our weekend. Now that the cycle's almost done playing out, waiting for our midweek reversal here in a couple days. We had our trap longs and our trap shorts. Right. By the logic of the weekend trap, as soon as you free one side, you signal the false move up. Right. So we signaled the false move up on Sunday. We continue that false move up on Monday. Put in our high. We're in the middle of our 3-day retracement as we speak. CME gap hasn't got cleared yet. Remember we talked about 1 day down, 1 day recovery, 3rd day down as the optimal sort of situation here so that we didn't go lower than CME gap. So far that's playing out very nicely. Remember, the point is to slow down this dip a little bit so that by the time we get down to CME gap, it's over and we don't have any excess left to sort of pull. So far,
So you mean
everything is
coming
looking
back
good.
to? So you
Yeah,
mean the chances of coming back to fill the CME gap is still there?
yeah, of course. Remember, we had our
Oh,
1 day down Monday, and today we have our little day up. More day down to grab that CME gap, and then we'll be good. That'll
okay.
be our 3-day retracement.
All right. All right.
Now we have
That's
to
cool.
see how high we get here, right? We do have some cool CPI numbers. There's a little bit of you see, as soon as CPI numbers came in, we got that big green candle. Right? So
Yeah.
we have a little bit of that
Exactly.
sentiment to sort of deal with today, which is cool. It's not a big deal. I don't think it's going to be enough sentiment to break the highs, you know? Just going to be enough to give us a sort of move up, which isn't over, by the way, right? We're still putting in bullish structure here. But that's how I'm playing it. So for right now, we'll do our measured move. And we'll see how we're feeling. We did invalidate this bear flag with this move up, but our M pattern is not invalidated yet, right? Our M pattern doesn't get invalidated until you get above 128. 1208, not 128. We can get rid of
Okay.
this little bearish pattern here. So this is our current playing field right now.
Can you hear me?
Take a quick look across the alts. I love to see this, man. So you know my list here, my YouTube TA list. Like this is just coins that we've been talking about that people in the YouTube or people in the Discord are involved in, right? Out of that entire list, only 1, 2, 3, 4 crypto projects are negative. And BLX doesn't count because BLX hasn't flipped yet, right? So only 4 crypto projects out of this entire list are negative today. XMR, Octavia, KTA, and Swift. Everybody else is eating right now. 13% for Jasmine, 10% for AIOZ. Oh, I haven't even looked at the port today, but I already know that shit is kicking. You guys want to see the most impressive chart the whole day? Jasmine BTC 13%. 13% against Bitcoin is no small feat. Oh, buddy. This is going to get good. Yeah, link to send those. That's why I said I don't even have to look at the portfolio. I already know that shit is singing today. Yeah, buddy. I like it. I like it. I like it. Right down off of support too. Like, come on. Come on. All right, hold on. Let's pay attention to this breakout on Bitcoin. Yeah, it's that risk on metric, right? Risk on, risk off, flip, and loss with those numbers. People are pricing in the rate cut, which means that people are taking risk on alts. Beautiful thing.
Dominance under 60%.
All right, I'm back. Nah, Raj, you heard a Coke Zero and a Samsung.
Oh.
You guys ever hear me
Trying to
crack a
break
beer
out.
this early? Just go watch something else on YouTube. Do yourself a favor. Do you ever catch me day drinking? Just go watch those two guys build something out of mud, or you know, it's gonna be
That's
a
a really
bad
entertaining
day.
YouTube channel.
What happened?
That's a really entertaining YouTube channel with
No, that
the
YouTube channel's a shit.
tick-tacking that they do. Yeah.
I always bring that shit up.
It was they had to find a place to send their YouTube subscription, like the gold plaque that you get for subscribers, because they're all out in the jungle.
Man, I think those dudes are living in mansions. They're just LARPing. Still cool though. But them dudes aren't
Mansions that they
living in
built out
huts
of
no more.
mud.
Them dudes aren't living in huts no more.
Hey, did you hear me though about XRP trying to break out the 4-hour bull flag? And Mike was.
All they did was pay professionals to build mansions out of mud. They're luxurious mud mansions.
Nah, I believe that they build it. I just believe that that time lapse is bullshit. Maybe in the beginning, but at this point, man, they cut them cameras off. Team comes in. They're probably using tools that they're
No,
not showing.
I'm saying like they're living in mansions now, and I'm like mansions that they built out of mud.
Yeah, well, technically, yeah. The money that they use from building mansions out of mud, they're living good. If not, somebody needs to go to jail because somebody's exploiting the hell out of them, right?
Oof.
Because just from my view hours, I know they'd be able to afford a little condo on the beach somewhere.
Yeah, dude. I think I don't know, dude. What if they're like, what if they don't even know that YouTube pays you?
Nah, stop. They know. They know what's up.
No,
There's
they
no
know
way.
because they got a plaque from them.
Yeah, they know.
And you can see it from the quality of their videos. They got the gear.
Yeah.
They
This
got
shit
the
looks
gear to
good.
shoot it.
XRP setup is beautiful, man. It really is. W pattern into a bull flag. Hardcore respecting it. Bottom of the bull flag respected the top of the W pattern. Like, this shit is just very clean. Very, very clean. Nothing bad to
Dbloc,
say
can you
about
check
it at
ADA?
all.
Because I've been like, this is one of my picks for, because I feel like it's one of the last ones that hasn't run properly yet.
Yeah, it is also picking up. Came back down to its second retracement that we were looking for. And it's just sort of scaled up from there. No problem. Already started into its measured move. I've got a DCA out for 8 at about $1.30. But that's just for like a summer high. That's not top of the market sort of business. Another great setup. Triple bottom. Just got to break these highs now and get out of this accumulation. Like right now, technically, like this is just accumulation here. We haven't really broken out of that yet. Trying to, but not yet. Yeah, once that rotation comes in, guys. Once that rotation comes in from ETH, from Bitcoin to ETH, how it did now. Just remember what ETH looked like, right? When we were trying to figure out, is it time to buy ETH? We were looking at ETH BTC, right? And the entire time that ETH got cheaper, right? We didn't swing at it because of wrong one. ETH BTC. So the entire time that we were waiting to buy ETH, right? We didn't swing at it because it was just bleeding against Bitcoin. Right? We had an accumulation up here, which everybody thought might have been it, and then we just continued to bleed. Right? So it wasn't until we bled all the way down that it was worth buying ETH, but then that rotation came from Bitcoin to Ethereum, right? And now Ethereum is outperforming after already bleeding out against Bitcoin, right? So if we look at our cycle, not the 4-year cycle, but the altcoin cycle. So if we look at the cycle, we see that rotation, right? From Bitcoin into Bitcoin and Ethereum going back and forth, outperforming each other, to then ETH outperforming each other, right? So this is where we're at right now. From here, we move into ETH and large caps outperforming each other, and then large caps outperform Bitcoin, ETH at the end. So the trick now is to find out what alts, right? What large caps should we be looking at for that rotation? One of the big ones for me is Sol, right? But when you look at the Sol ETH chart, basically doing the same thing that the ETH BTC chart was doing, right? Which means it's not time yet, right? ETH is taking a massive chunk out of Sol here. Does that mean sell your Sol now? No, because we've already made the move, right? What you're waiting for now is for this to catch bottom. If this catches bottom, you're going to get that same rotation from Sol that you got from ETH and from ADA and from all of the top 10s, right? So the trick is to wait for this to calm down, right? Wait for your total 3. Total 3 divided by ETH. If you think that you could do the job of, well, now it's a little bit easier, right? But this game was picking an alt that would outperform ETH, right? Everything has failed. You'd be better off just sitting in ETH and waiting for this to bottom out and then buying your alts. The same way that I was waiting to buy alts because of Bitcoin, I'm now waiting to buy alts because of ETH. Right? So when Sol ETH hits that bottom, or 1 over Sol ETH, which is here, whenever that tops out and starts to turn back around, then that's when you rotate into those projects. Right? Until then, ETH is outperforming, and you gotta respect it.
Hey D, you got any targets on Chainlink?
On babies.
Also, you got a super chat that someone asked.
Super chat.
Request.
Yeah, I'll take a look at Gala, brother. Give me 1 second. I think on my link Marines at. Where's my link chart at? Marines, where the hell's the chart?
Should be green.
Yeah, it's a fact. That's... Yeah, ETH looks amazing. I mean, it looks amazing. Very clean. Downtrend. W pattern. Broke the downtrend. Popped out of the W. Well, popped out of the downtrend first of all. And held the 50 EMA. Then now we're breaking out of the W. Close measured move is 26.12 just for this move. 2618 brings us to retest these tops. Let's see what we got for liquidations.
Appreciate it.
Pretty sure we
Writing
got
it down
swept
right now.
here mostly. Yeah, we've already swept all the liquidations. So I think we're in the process of building more short side liquidity to be able to make that last move up to grab these.
Looks good.
Yeah, that does look good. Now, short time frame, obviously, we're doing a little bit of reversion here because we had that big vector on the way up. So we'll see how much of this they want to take. And then as long as we end up staging higher than here, then we're good. Okay, let's come down. A little bullish channel here. So first goal for me would be to hold the retest of that break. And then possibilities for stopping before that would be the top of that range. That's what I'd be looking for. So I'd be looking for 1 or 2. And then a continuation. That looks right.
Bulls, you know what to do.
All right, let's take a look at Gala. And then I'm gonna grab some coffee.
Yo, Dbloc, I'm just curious. You think Gala got potential when the gaming sector pops off?
Gaming does, yeah. If gaming doesn't, it's screwed though.
Okay, I got a fat bag of Gala. That's what happens.
So we got that double bottom on Gala, right? Which is cool. It's not. We would have much rather the higher low, but we got a double bottom on Gala, which at least set the bottom of the range. And then now we've put in that higher low, right? So if we just take the current higher low, then this should break us out of our larger W. Get rid of this so it's not so in the way. Good. Yeah, so the breakout of this smaller W will give you the breakout of your neckline on the larger W that you're waiting for. Slowly building out, fractaling out of this hole. Now, to be fair, like I said about ADA, like this is still an accumulation. Right? You haven't popped out of your accumulation zone, which is good if you haven't got entries, right? If you're looking for entries or whatever, this is kind of what you want to see. Right, still in its accumulation, bullish setup, but that hasn't played out yet. But again, this is very dependent on gaming running hard. Right? Gaming has to run. I do think gaming will run. I'm holding a bunch of gaming projects, so me personally, I don't think that's going to be an issue, but just be aware.
Okay, I'm so glad you said that because I got at least 5 or 6 gaming tokens.
Yeah, no, I'm pretty heavy in gaming.
Cool.
Gaming's just a sleeping narrative, right? It's not dead, it just hasn't been active, which means that a lot of gaming projects are sitting at like bottom basement prices.
Yeah, I mean, engine is like the cheapest I've ever seen it. I'm scared to buy anymore.
All the gaming projects, this is the one that I need to make a move already and do something. Guns. Broke that uptrend, slowly climbing out. Sort of similar to what we were just looking on Gala. Put in a double bottom or put in a higher low, and then just putting in another higher low fractal on the right side. And just like we were looking at, before, the breakout of the smaller higher low gives you the breakout of the larger one. I think they're fractaling into the breakout. Actually takes you right up to, oh, and it goes up a bit. So that would take you right up to your actual breakout. Again, another coin that's still in its accumulation. All right, let me get some caffeine, y'all. And then I will be right back to look at some other shit. Still trying to break out of this bull flag. Switch it out to the extremes. There we go. All right, be right back. Rajesh, your signal to enter isn't a pullback to the 50. Your signal to enter is when that 13 EMA crosses the 50 again. right? That 13 EMA is meant to keep you from getting faked out. So if you exit on price crossing the 15, then you're not using the full sort of fake out prevention of the strat. So remember, you're trailing using that 50 EMA as a stop loss, but the signal for that is that 13 crossing. Right? The signal for that is momentum turning bearish. Now, if there's chop, right? If you're trading in chop, then you'll get signals to get out, and then you'll get another signal to get in a couple minutes. You know, it just depends on if you're trading chop or if you're trading a trend. All right, let me go get this cup.
Ooh, Dom. Go down, Dom. Keep going down, Dom.
Dom. Bro, look at that god candle on ETH
I'm
right now.
guessing XRP's breaking out.
You guess wrong, buddy. It's ETH. It was always
Yo,
ETH.
I just I had a
Big
long on
buys coming in.
Toshi.
Big buys coming in.
Big buys on everything. Toshi's popping.
Oh wow, yeah, Toshi is. I'm still long on Toshi from. I don't even know where this is. 4.8, dude. I got a long on 4.8.
Yum yum.
I think it's world record day.
Is it still
World
like 8?
record day. The late 8?
8-8? It's still August 8th, right? We're still pumping.
No, I think it's
Yes, sir.
past the 8th of August.
Don't
Dude,
tell
this
anybody.
candle on ETH is getting nuts. It's about
Let's
to be
go.
4,600.
It's got to be like the most fun CPI day that's ever happened for Ethereum.
Yeah. Ah, my take profit
Good
on my
God.
longest bit. Whee!
Yeah, it's really cool.
Rick, are you watching
Soul
this?
is at
ETH?
19191. I think we're gonna hit 200. Let's go, baby.
So on Ethereum, I mean it's probably nothing, but it did just hit one of my spider lines on ETH. 4620 is the spot I had. No, 4630. As Rick also drew that last night. It's just like part of your parallel channel that you had, Rick.
Oh yeah? Whereabouts?
Yo,
Yeah.
I rotated
Oh.
out of Farcoin into Whiff just a little bit. I feel like Whiff might actually run harder than Farcoin, maybe.
What you just said just sounds really silly, but awesome at
Just
the
a little
same
bit.
time.
Just rotate a little bit of the spot back.
That
into
is so
some-
funny.
Just put some whiff into my hat and in my fart.
If memes actually do catch up.
Just say have a whiff of your fart.
Clown world.
Fart.
Whoever smelt it dealt it. Crop tester.
Yeah. Whipping farts.
Is
Ripping.
that the cat that
Nothing like fart ripping, right?
weird? Bitcoin dominance 59.58. That's a new
Wow.
local low. Yeah. There's some good shorts for Bitcoin to eat once Bitcoin dominance bounces. And I have a measured target about 121,591. Either that or, yeah, after that, $122,070.
Pepe breaking out hard.
I'm not selling my ETH.
I'm not. Reminds me of Wolf of Wall Street. I'm not leaving. I'm not selling.
I think they're coming out with part 2 to that movie. I'm pretty sure.
Cool. Geez, it wasn't that long ago that the market was like boring and miserable. Now it's like complete opposite again.
Are you trying to sleep while it happens?
No, I just had about 7 hours of sleep.
Oh, good. That's a good amount.
Yeah, it's good stuff.
XRP looks great on the 6 hour.
Wait, who's
Yeah.
talking?
Market Cypher's
Who are you talking to, right?
curled up.
Are you talking to somebody? Maybe you have someone muted or turned down or something.
Yeah, you might accidentally have Sui Queen turned down or something.
Can you name
Man, I
again?
wonder how annoying I was. I could be quite annoying, so.
Nah, people have been accidentally like muting people and turning them down because I think you can do it quite easily with the mobile app. You can accidentally turn people down or mute them,
Mm.
kind of like pocket dialing.
I'm also looking at ENA. This looks really good, and it's got a 5-minute W pattern that it's trying to get out of this resistance area, which would pop us out. This 5-minute W would pop us out. I don't know if anybody's playing ENA, but it moves pretty jumpy in percentage wise. It already failed to break out one time, just like XRP did out of its bull flag on the, what is this, 1 hour, 4 hours? No, it's
Yeah, it's starting
let me see.
to peek out of that channel. It's definitely out.
Yeah, it formed a little bull flag, but it just out of another bull flag.
Yeah.
I looked more into this. This is a tokenized version of Athena, so that you can vote and do other stuff on the blockchain, I guess, but it's not like the pegged coin or anything. It's not the stable coin itself.
No, the stable coin is USDE.
ESEE.
No, USDE.
Oh,
Oh,
Looney's good with that stuff. He's really good at researching.
They're third in market cap now.
Yeah,
nice.
They've been doing pretty good.
because I was wondering if, because I didn't know anything about it, so I was like, oh, is this the stable coin and it depegged and it's under $1? Heck yeah, like let me get it before it goes up to $1. Because I watched a couple of you do that to USDC once years ago, and I didn't know how to do any of that stuff, so it like depegged for a moment from FUD, and then it was scooped up, and I was like, there's so many things, like wild black swan events that I've missed out on. Or white swans, for that matter. You can't catch them all.
But you can try.
That's right. Ash, catch them all. But this bull flag on the 5-minute on Ina, or not this channel, I should say, it popped out, it rejected, it came back in it, and then it retested and hit the pivot point, and now it's got a nice little uptrend going on, trying to break out. Deep's up 15%.
Nice. Finally, the market does some amazing things on one of my days off. Usually it's just a waste of time.
Yeah, or we lose
Like
money.
when, oh, yeah.
I was so fatigued I was just about to walk away. It's like a terrible relationship you can't get out of.
I hear that. I don't want to break up with her. She's been good to me, and it's just this one time. Let me look past it. There's all this other good stuff over here.
Yeah. Rose-colored glasses.
She does cook me dinner. She does laundry. She just nags at me. Wow.
Wow. I like records. Breaking records.
I was here.
Yeah. Yeah. Don't they halt it? Like they literally pause the market. Something goes bad. Yeah.
Yeah, I think that it in 10%, right? It does a volatility halt.
Okay, wow.
I think it's like during a certain amount of time.
Oh, okay. Like yeah. Ah, that kind of explains why a lot of like crazy things happen pre and post. Yeah. Wow. Yeah. Yep. It's like they're
Or
taking
the
advantage of no resistance. Or like there's not many people on the books. Maybe? Is that
or
right?
the dark pools.
Blood.
Damn.
Who do you think they're eating? Italian?
Yeah. Like
I don't think it's corned beef either.
sounds like the Wall Street Mafia or something.
Could be sushi, maybe a little sushi, maybe a little bit of yeah, a little yeah, mm-hmm. Side of chow mein.
Wow. Wow. So that's a single day performance, you're saying? No, 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 not your performance. I meant the stock performance. Wow. That's cool. Oh, okay. Ah. Yep.
Just real quick, Ethereum It's getting slightly rejected here, but it's just at the top of this channel here, and it's hit several times. And Rick's pointed out before that when it tests the channel several times, on one side it wants to break out. You know, it's a possibility that it could break out. So
Yeah.
it could just ride up this channel on the top before it eventually breaks up out of it. It's so bullish. That's a good plan.
Yeah, I don't think you're wrong for taking profit after this kind of moves out of crypto. It's depending when you got in. Yeah, that's pretty cool. Well, we were talking yesterday about how the Discord gets like quiet and miserable in the depths and the sideways, the monotony, and then like days like today, once people start like just like coming back in, there'll be like some excitement and some energy in the Discord, and it's like, well, must be like profit season. Yeah.
Bitcoin is bouncing a little bit here. Sorry, Bitcoin dominance is bouncing, and we might start to see a little bit of a run here on Bitcoin. We have liquidations up to a good chunk up to 123.6, but I don't think it's going to go that high. I think it'll hit. I think it'll hit 121,548. No, 120,916 first, around there, give or take. So 120,009, and then it keeps wanting to go. I have a resistance line around 121.6, and I think you could get one final little lower high from yesterday to 122, and then so that's my plan.
Sweet.
But I think it'll put in a lower high from yesterday.
Good afternoon, everybody.
Hello.
Juicy!
Well. Let's back.
Zusi,
A bit,
how are
a
you?
bit, a bit of vacation, a bit of trading. I see ETH climbing towards all-time highs.
Yeah, dude.
So yeah, I took opportunity to de-risk a bit, and we'll see what happens. But yeah, I like this 4,600.
What's up, Zeusy? I ain't heard Zeus on the loose in a minute, cuz.
Oh, CZ's tweeting. All you had to do was nothing. Patience pays.
That's
Yes.
incorrect.
Patience really
Patience.
does pay.
If you didn't do anything, you would just be break even right now.
What do you mean? If you did nothing, you
You
end
said
up
if
with
you
break.
didn't do anything.
Oh well, no, you needed to buy. I mean,
Yeah.
at one point you have to buy. Yeah.
Yeah. I can't believe that ETH
No, it's
hasn't
worse
been
than that. If you
in
did
like
nothing,
4 years.
you've lost inflation, right?
Oh, that's true. But
Yeah, you lose like
if the tweet means that,
even
hey, if you didn't
worse.
do anything since November of 2021, then guess what? You're about to get break even.
Yeah, or if you did nothing since 2010, also it's unrealized P&L, all of that, right? But even worse than inflation, you know, that dollar index dumped like 20% almost, no, from 110 to 96, huh? Like 12% drop in a few months. So not only inflation took out your buying power, but also dollar can buy less now. Just saying. America is becoming cheap. Time for Europe to buy America. You guys bought us a few years ago. Now it's our time to buy American stuff, and well, I'm gonna pass on that for now. Need a
Zuzi,
bit of a downtrend.
have you played Expedition 33?
Is it a game?
Yeah. It's a game for
No.
I know you play games, but my point is that they speak French and the songs are in French.
Oh.
It's for the PlayStation 5, but I don't know if they have it on Steam or anything. But I think of you when they start. you're the only French person I know.
No, sorry, I didn't. But I play old school games like StarCraft and stuff like that. But I was busy on vacation. How have you been? See, Bitcoin is going like sideways around 110, 120. We got that 112 retest where I did buy a bit. No, not at 112, a bit above, but yeah. It's kind of cool when you're on vacation and you just look a little bit at the charts and you're like, it dropped enough, let's buy. I didn't on ETH. I didn't buy ETH though. I don't know why. Wasn't confident, I guess. I just took Bitcoin on the recent down move we've seen. Yeah, I only bought Bitcoin actually.
Did you
Too
go to
lazy.
another country on your vacation, or did you stay in France?
No, I stayed in France. I went to the south and came back
Nice.
2 days ago actually. Yeah,
That's
it's
really
very crowded. The south of France in August. Like I wouldn't recommend it. Just there's too many
oh,
people. Please stop going there, please, so we
I'm
can
going
enjoy it
there
more.
for a wedding actually, end of August.
Oh,
I heard it's gonna be hot
nice.
as hell though.
It was hot, yeah. Well, like August, you know, it's summer. You want some hot, not too hot though, but it's fine because in the evening it gets cold enough. Like it's not it's hot during the day, but the evenings are pretty cool.
As long as everyone got their deodorant on, yeah.
You said a wedding? Oh, nice.
Yeah, my cousin's wedding.
Is it? Oh, okay, it's not you, it's your cousin.
My cousin's wedding, yeah. And if I was
And
to
you
get married,
chose
I would.
France.
I did not choose France. She lives in Martinique, the island off of France, but she's having her wedding in France. Yeah. The water looks nice though.
It is. It is.
I'm getting married to Bitcoin late next year.
That'll
When
be quick
when
divorce,
back
that's for sure.
What's that dominance doing?
Marrying
Oh my
Bitcoin during a bear market doesn't sound like it's lasting too long, man.
Yeah, you get married to it in the bear, because if you can't handle her at her worst, you don't deserve her at her best.
Well, you know what they say, right? If you can last 2 years, the first 2 years, you'll last an eternity. If you can't make it your first 2 years, GG's.
Yeah, interesting. I haven't heard that one. It kind of makes sense. Yeah, I do have that kind of theory that we moved down over the past, like, that day and a half of down movement was leading into CPI, in preparation in case the numbers were bad. And now that we're through that cloud, we can come back up to where we were. Like, it's like, oh, the horror show is over. Let's get the ball rolling again,
I was saying this earlier that there
Yep.
was like almost zero chance that the numbers were gonna come bad, especially since Trump put that new guy in charge and he got rid of the old BLS guy. And the BLS is the ones that put out that data.
Yep. I feel like if inflation came in hot, like too hot, he probably would have fired someone again.
Yeah,
Maybe.
100%. 100%. He would have fired the whole department. They would have like, we're getting rid of him. Yeah, and then the new guy that's in charge today, he suggested that they get rid of the monthly employment numbers.
Oh. You know what I think they should do is get rid of the BLS and replace it with Truflation, because that thing puts out data on a daily basis for inflation.
But who puts out the Truflation numbers?
Yeah, I don't know. I guess it's just some private team. But I don't know how they get access to that kind of information, like their data. It must be publicly accessible, or they pay for it. I'm not sure.
Yeah, AI says Truflation is a company that releases its own real-time data-driven inflation numbers. It's not a government agency like the BLS, which releases the official CPI. Truflation gathers its data from a wide range of sources, including Nelson, IQ, Amazon, Walmart, Zillow, and others, and updates its figures daily.
Yeah.
It's like a private company.
The thing with the BLS is that not only are they reporting on the previous month's performance, but they only do it once a month, releasing like inflation information to the public. So it's like a big waiting game. So it's actually not live statistics either. It's a report on the prior month.
As he's trying to create a little flag up here with a little flag. Oh,
Yeah, I'm gonna have to get up onto my computer and adjust the view. I've got like 1 hour charts up. Chuck it down to the 1 minute.
yeah, like the 1 hour on ETH just looks straight up since 4,200 almost.
Yeah, it's just hard to see the exciting movement on the 1 hour chart. There we go. Yeah, that's quite the that's a falling wedge on Ethereum, like looking thing,
Is that bearish? Or is that usually a bearish?
No, that's bullish. Yeah. The risk is that it'll give that move back, which I hope not, but
Rectember, right? They call it rectember. Rectember. Dip. Or a final push. Up.
Yeah, sometimes I've heard that term. I've also heard October.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, you know, in
October.
June, like when you look at these charts and where we were before vacation time, summertime. So yeah, we're seeing a nice summer with alt season, right? That started around 65%. Well, that precursor week on 2nd of February kind of defined the resistance. We went a bit higher, but you know, on the weekly, in the end, stay short on Bitcoin dominance from 64.3%, basically somewhere there, yeah, 64.5. We're now at 59%, right? Breaking support actually on dominance. That's kind of cool. So yeah, we're seeing a summer with a bit of an mini alt season at least. It's just a higher low for now on dominance though. Like we're gonna need to be able to well, the second bounce from 55% could break, right? And then maybe we're gonna get below 55%, and that's a huge win for alt players. Huh? Yeah, another 4% down on dominance could easily be achieved with ETH managing to break out in price discovery. The question is when, right? Like, it seems a bit early, middle of August, but I could be very wrong. I don't know. People are expecting a very green October. It's been proven in the past to happen a lot. October, November, you know, towards Christmas, you sell before Christmas, man. Oh, we'll see this year. I'm keeping my smaller alts. Those ones haven't performed as good, actually. But now, yeah, with ETH approaching a previous all-time high, the only question is to sell or not. It's not to buy or not. Although you could maybe extract another 2x from here, but that doesn't sound like a cool plan. And you know what another 2x does on a 2x? Ooh, it's kind of amazing dollar amount-wise.
Oh, don't you just love that compounding?
Yeah, the compounding. Yeah, but it's too early to inform. I'll compound next bear market, right? Like in a year or two, hopefully.
You know, my theory is that we run up till this Trump Putin meeting on Friday, and then we get somewhat of like a sell the news event, and then the next catalyst is going to be Jackson Hole with Jerome Powell.
I like you, Crypto Big. We have the same ideas when we read the news.
Yeah, that's my.
But yeah, I heard about potential peace in Ukraine. I mean, that's really good news on long term. But the short-term reaction could definitely be a downtrend, especially when you think that you know, all the weapon manufacturing going on. Well, it's probably not gonna stop even if there's peace. But traders are gonna bet on that, so wrecking those people is gonna seem easy to some market makers probably. It's like, oh, you guys are selling weapon stocks to buy shit coins? Well, that's gonna be an opportunity. Yeah. But we've been waiting for that for like two you know, the whole bull run was on negative news, like wars breaking out, inflation increasing, you know, like the future wasn't looking better. Now with potential less inflation, peace talks, and like the enthusiasm is back, right? So that's how you need to top a bull market. You can't top a bull market with people expecting doom, right? Like just doesn't make sense. But now that optimism is back in the air, well, let's have it. Let's have a ceasefire in Ukraine. Let's see how it goes. You know, there's no hurry, but it's gonna take a few weeks, probably months, even. I mean, for the weekly trade, of course, your idea is cool. I'm thinking a bit longer term, I guess, and in like 3-6 months, maybe we will have a very enthusiastic market. Not technically, fundamentally, where people really expect a better future. And peace in Europe is good for European markets and well, maybe not. Maybe it's not good. I don't know, but it's good for consumer confidence. Huh? We've been hearing about this war in the news for years now, and having good
Yeah.
news on that subject is going to make people optimistic. Like, they'll just feel, oh, cool, the war is over. We can just get back.
Yeah. Has it been since like 2022? The Russia-Ukraine thing?
Yeah, it's been like 3 years now, and even World War II lasted like 4.5, 5 years, right? So it's time to end it.
Yeah.
I don't. Unfortunately, I don't see the picture all that rosy. I think U.S. is just gonna start going down the hill big time. The longer this administration gets a stranglehold, it's gonna make the whole rest of the world worry. I think it's unfortunately.
Yeah.
I think
No,
things. I think
but
things are
once
gonna get. I think things are gonna get worse before by
it's
late fall, early winter.
my point is that now that people are going to become enthusiastic again, we can create the top of a bull run on every chart in the world. It doesn't matter which one you look at. You can look Bitcoin, ETH, you can look S&P, you can look SPY, you can look any chart. They're all doing the same stuff. They're all pushing in
Ethereum's
price
pumping
discovery.
right here.
Even gold, right? Like everything. So, and if inflation is really solved, then that doesn't make that much sense.
That's a problem. I'm saying it's not going to be. It's just the U.S. economy is just going
Okay.
to keep getting
If
worse and
inflation is
worse.
not solved, then it makes sense to see every chart just on average pump more than on average, because inflation is higher than on average, than typical. Right?
Bitcoin and ETH pumping here. I have 4680 for liquidations
Wow.
on ETH.
Let's go.
Yeah. That's looking so
What
good.
about
Look at the way it got out of
what
that
about
falling
my
wedge.
Doge?
Yeah, that falling wedge played out. You're right.
Yeah.
Yeah, the 1 minute momentum is really strong on pumps like this, especially because there's usually last minute shorts that open up high leverage, and then they'll use that momentum on the 1 minute to go up and grab it. So it's good to wait for another retest before like taking a short. Not that I
So
want
the highest weekly close ETH ever made is right here. So, well, we'll see if there's a reaction or not. After that, it's a price discovery.
Oh wow, the all-time high is in my sights on my chart.
Yeah.
What about
Well, we're
Doge?
there, plus or minus 5%. We're in the all-time high area. The 4,000 level didn't stop it. We could have seen a reaction at 4,400, where the previous May 2021 high was, but well, there was one, but nothing major. And so now, the only thing that can stop ETH is all-time highs, and it's there. Well, roughly speaking, we're there.
And the weekly RSI still has some room to move up. Not that RSI matters in this case, but it does have room.
Well, you have the typical bearish divergence because we pumped. Well, we started from pretty low on RSI, right? All that
Tell you
energy
what,
being released.
Yeah. This bull market, like anytime we go up, I feel like we definitely deserve it because of all the work of waiting around and grinding. Compared to last bull market, they just handed it to us, everyone on a silver platter. It's just like, yeah, here's your massive bull market. You don't even have to wait.
I wasn't around then.
Yeah, it was pretty wild.
Ugh,
But,
that sounds
this could still get that way, I think. We've still got like time before the end of the year. And it could be like an extremely right translated alt season, which means it's happening super
Well,
late in the cycle.
or it could even happen while Bitcoin is just going sideways at high values, right? Or even a bit
Yeah.
downward sideways at high values. We've seen that happen in the past, right?
To be honest,
Yeah, that
I
6,
think what
7K area on ETH is interesting, right? Like it's there's technical
yeah
confidence somewhere there.
what really might ignite the alt season is the ETF approvals that come in during October, November. That could
Oh,
really get things started.
yeah, that's a sell signal, though, right? Let's not approve. Let's have people speculate that ETFs are coming. As soon as you approve them, there's a bit of an issue. It's like, well, damn. Shall we TP? Like, it's like, which one is the next one to get the speculation of an ETF being bullish? We've seen it on ETH. It destroyed ETH, right? Well, it even, those leverage ETFs even destroyed Bitcoin 4 years ago. So it's not necessarily a bullish argument or a bearish one. No, it's just more volume. Potentially, it's more volume.
I think the timing as to when those things got launched is probably why it was as bearish as it was. Also, we had a very nice day, haven't we? A very, very nice
Yeah,
day.
if the context is optimistic and people are confident, then yeah, ETF launches will probably see more inflows than if we're more like in a, well, doomsday World War III, whatever is going on the news.
Yeah, for sure. So, we expecting this to continue, or do we have PTSD and we're expecting a pullback
on ETH?
On ETH.
I think the genie's out of the
Oh.
bottle with these. You
God, I
can't put
hope
that back in.
I really hope so.
Yeah, genie's out of the bottle. I agree.
The bottle's been shattered.
But it needs to retest its breakout, right? Like we'll likely see ETH retest that 4,000 level. I probably wouldn't consider buying it, to be honest, but yeah, like if we see a pullback to 4,000, potential opportunity for a buy. In the meantime, this only question is to sell or not for me. We're at resistance. Well, we broke resistance, went to the next one. When to sell is the question. I'm going to hold my ETH now that I have more. But yeah, the time to sell is coming. If it hasn't already.
It's right at a 1 hour. Like if you drew a trend line all the way from August 2nd and then on the 1 hour, and you just did a one angular line up to where we're at now, we're at resistance. Like that. But it's touched so many times that it could break up.
It's to break eventually, and there's not really much time. So if it's going to do it,
Yeah, I don't see it losing the momentum now.
yeah.
It could though.
Yeah, I mean,
I
sure.
like
If
to look at alts too sometimes. Like if alts keep going, I go, okay, well then they think that it's gonna keep going.
yeah. Oh yeah,
But
yeah.
sometimes that's wrong too.
No, the alts do move quickly. They do try to front run ETH movements. You see it with Link especially, right?
Zora's moving again.
Yeah, 46.40.
This is Link at now. Is it like in the 60s or 50s?
No, it's not even close. $23, $23.69.
What?
To your point, like there's still so much meat on the bone with alts. Like, yeah, it's Link's still at 20, AVAX is at 20. Alts
Oh,
really have
dude.
really close.
You know what? I think Dogecoin has a hell of a lot of potential in it. So when you think about it, Doge got its all-time high when the total crypto market cap was 3 trillion or less. We're at 4 trillion now total. So it just needs its rotation. It just needs that phase to start, and Dogecoin will probably get to $1. I think.
Well,
Not
that's true
financial advice.
for when you look
It's
at
true for a
dominance.
lot of the alts. Yeah.
Because it's what dominance chart tells us. If you look at time
Yeah.
analysis on dominance spent very
Yeah.
little time above 58%. Like if you look at the last 10 years, most of the time was spent below 58%. We've spent like 1 year out of 10 above it. That's all. So the probability of it dropping below 57 and staying there for a while is, well, in the past it spent a lot of time below 57%. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, it spent more time below 57 than above 57. So, well, it depends. If you go back to 2010, that's not true. But like, if you just look at the Adam and Eve like structure on dominance, which cannot work out because it would target more than 100%. But yeah. But it doesn't mean we're not gonna reach resistance at 72%, right? Like that's.
Yeah. That's if we
It
get
just
there.
seems
I
more
don't know.
likely to, if you look at the coming 4 years, it seems more likely we'll spend more time below 57 than above it. But well, who knows? These alt ETFs might help it do that or not.
What are you talking about dominance? Yeah, I mean it's diminishing returns to some degree. I mean, obviously there's a bunch of factors at play, right? There's Bitcoin being adopted on a large scale, but then yeah, like you're saying, ETFs would also mean that there's more alt adoption, more long-term holding in some cases. But I do think that when the drawdown happens, It's like it's gonna chip away at dominance, but not by much. Like when the cycles happen, there's not much to stand in the way of them.
Yeah.
And
Well,
you
we
get
need ETH at like 6, 7, 8K for Bitcoin dominance to be able to strongly break that 57% support right now. We needed to catch up to where Bitcoin is.
I think once you pass 5K, that thing's gonna rapidly start just nuking.
Yeah, people will FOMO crazy and yeah.
Or even past, like just even close to its all-time high, I think is kind of enough. People will just be wanting to front run.
So wait, in the end, what was the date on Bitcoin's dip here? Didn't even pay attention. That 112 retest. Oh, the 2nd of August? No, seriously?
Mm-hmm.
Where's BG? Oh, that was a nice one. Time analysis works. Maybe it's coincidence. I don't know, but
Not time analysis is pretty effective, to be fair.
but it's not even analysis. It's just let's do the same stuff. It's just plain out stupid thinking, actually, but it works. Simple works sometimes. You look at the chart. You look at wait, what was the date on the next biggest dip? And the beginning of months, there's something with beginning of months that's gonna change, but it hasn't. It's been a while now.
Zusi. What's going on, brother?
Well, we could have made the 5th, but we bottomed on the 2nd. That's fine too. But not much. A bit of vacation, bit of trading on cell phone, and now I'm back on my computer looking at my charts. And well, the only button I can press is sell, so I press it a bit here and there. But yeah, trying to stay 50-50 right now overall. Well, I'm not 50-50, but that would be the idea.
Sales coming in.
Couple of take profits happening right now.
I'm
Just
more
a
like
couple.
Dbloc just turned the chart into 5 minutes, and it looks like a bear flag to me now, with a little bit of deviation.
It's the problem with these things when they don't break out fast enough, man. These bearish channels turn into bullish channels. I mean, these bullish channels turn into bearish channels.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm thinking. Yeah.
No, but you had New York close, a bit of FOMO after New York close, pushing ETH in particular higher. and now things should settle back to the mean, right? At least on the 1 minute.
Yeah. For our purposes, or at least what we've been looking at to clear this CME gap, we wanted this to pop up, but we didn't want to invalidate that M pattern. Right? If we invalidate that M pattern, then we've got to create brand new bearishness, and we've already got our targets to the downside. So best case
Yeah.
scenario for the plan that I have in place anyways is that this flag breaks down.
Yeah, as the CME is still open, it's going to close in 2 minutes, so you'll see the real price action after the 2 minutes because the people are still playing in it.
Been one hell of a ride. How about that ETH, huh, Zusi?
Well, I have more now.
They said it was
But
dead though.
I'm out. I'm out. I'm fully out.
Yeah.
Fully out from leverage ETH. Like fully.
But spot.
Yeah, now it's only spot.
Nothing wrong with that.
But I'm gonna hold it for a few months more, maybe September. Rectember. I think I'll probably just do nothing and hold through Rectember. See it drop in dollar value. And then, well, yeah, towards Christmas rally, maybe sell it there, yeah. And if the bear market has already started, then, well, you
Nah.
know what? I'm ready to hold it for the whole bear market even, so.
You're good.
Yeah. But yeah, it's pretty cool.
But yeah, I'm looking
2x
for
on
a
ETH
summer
like
top
that,
in August. We're probably in around the same boat. Summer top in August.
Yeah.
Red September.
But I don't
incredibly bullish
honestly,
October.
I don't have the balls to enter shorts here. Like I don't. I need
It's not
Bitcoin.
necessary. Listen, it's not necessary, man. That's for
yeah,
people who
exactly,
came in
I
here
wanna-
late, right? That's for people who are stumbling into this 2-3 months ago
But
and they're
it's-
trying to, we don't have to do all that craziness.
Now, if I have both setups at the same time, I will. If Bitcoin gives a new all-time high, which it looks like it's tricking us into, oh, I'm just putting a lower high and I'm going to revisit 112 right now, right? Like that, what happened yesterday, right? That pretty bearish daily candle and like clear rejection, unable to close above 120. Today we're retesting again, and if it puts a lower high, then yeah, you could expect people to enter shorts, and then maybe it'll create a new short squeeze, right? But even if all of that happens, people could enter shorts and fail to TP them around 112, 113.
People are gonna get wrecked if they in my opinion, if they overestimate the strength of this drought. We're in a part of the market where sideways is down,
Yeah, you need to TP them pretty quickly, but we could see 105k even. Like I mean,
I don't see anything underneath 115.
Wow.
If
Really?
CPI numbers had come in hot, then that's different. If CPI numbers had come in hot today, I would say that this was our summer top. We just had the possibility of a cut in September go from 83% to
the 90s, right?
94.4, baby.
Ooh,
and even more interesting, look at October's numbers, right? That's a 97% right there. The only argument is it a 0.5 or a 0.25 or a 0.5, and then look at December.
Yeah.
Oh, 80%, 81%. So we're looking at the real possibility of 3 cuts before the end of the year.
I was just away 1 month. What happened for those numbers to change that much?
So they set Powell up during the last FOMC meeting. All eyes were on Powell. Trump was putting tons of pressure for him to cut. Our job numbers came in good. So Powell said, look, we still have wiggle room. There's no need to be deterministic. We're going to wait and see. If it wasn't for these job numbers, maybe we would have leaned another direction, 2 days after the FOMC meeting, they made a revision to the job numbers, 125,000 job difference. Lady that messed up the numbers basically
so those
quit.
probabilities are already manipulated.
No, I'm saying is the lady that the lady that gave the numbers was forced to resign, but that did force Powell into eating his words because he stood there at the FOMC meeting and was like, jobs, 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 jobs. right? Jobs look good, jobs look good, jobs look good, and they hit them with the revision. So
Yeah, and that revision is done with how you count jobless people, because there's
yeah,
a
it
lot
was
of
a
jobless
set. To
people
me, it
who
was
don't
a
even
like I said, it
apply.
was a setup. It was a setup. They
Yeah.
made the numbers look good so that he wouldn't cut, and then he would get up there and point at the numbers and say, "This is why I didn't cut. Look how good the numbers are," and then boom, pull the rug on the numbers.
So that's how
Hey,
Rectember is
Zeusy,
gonna happen. We're gonna attack that meeting with everybody expecting a cut, but Powell still won't.
Well, it's not that. I
did
think
you
I
know
think they do cut,
Zeusy?
but I think that there's no. We're pricing that in now. 97%. There's nobody left to buy after he cuts. Anybody who wanted to buy has
Yeah.
already bought in. So then you get a sell off.
Trump
Sell the
met.
news.
I don't know if you know this already, Zeus, but Trump met Powell in person. Like he went out to the FOMC building and like.
Oh no,
stood
I
over
didn't.
him,
I
basically.
didn't follow news at all. Honestly. I typically
Zeusy,
don't anyway.
no,
so just-
Zeusy, you got to see this. I know you don't like news, but
wild.
the picture
He met him
is
in person.
is
and
They
it's
just
influence me, man. They want to
no.
make me
The
know.
picture
Yeah,
nothing.
you
is
just
just
have to look at that picture.
Hold on. Let me find the picture for you.
It actually highlights how
Bro, I
tall
thought
Trump
it was
is. in the
AI.
picture.
Like I
It's
legit
crazy.
thought it was AI. Hey, where are they?
There's the
Hard
hand
hat.
on his
Hard
shoulder,
hat
I
buddies.
guess.
Oh, here we go. All right, so hold on. I'll just show you the picture itself so you can laugh. This is not an AI generated picture. Oh, it didn't come through. All right. Hold on.
No, you have the other one.
Yeah,
You have the other one as well.
The Alpha Channel one.
So they're taking a
Seriously?
tour. They're taking a tour through the building that Trump just blamed Powell for using funds, misappropriating funds to build and all that. And like, look at Powell's face, bro.
Poor pal, look at him. He's terrified.
Yo.
Or glum. He's just glum, gloomy.
I
Looks like Bert from Sesame
1000%
Street.
thought that this was AI when I first saw it. 1000%.
Mm.
And then I saw the video, and the video was even
Well,
worse.
they've done a great job at pumping everything up.
Yeah, I can't complain.
Let's see if they can do the soft landing now.
Can't complain.
But yeah, if Bitcoin makes a new high above 124, which it will, the question is when, not if. But yeah, that's going to be a short entry opportunity, I think, for swings. And we'll see. Maybe it can pump all the way to like 130, 140. And then on the way down, I'd be interested in a short. Yeah. Though if we pump that much, then we're like trying to catch
see
it
what
up there.
I see what you did
And
there,
then
Banshee.
180.
Banshee called it
And then after that,
a terrifying image.
What's up with tariffs? Are they like? I heard 15% for
Yeah, they're
Europe.
set in stone already. It's already across the board. I mean, I can't give you the numbers of what's what. They've changed so many times. But I know that we have the official numbers, and now we can make the calculations based off of that. So all that shit is behind us.
You know, we found support at 112, so breakout, come back down, retest, continue higher, right? So failure to go above 124 means that, well, it's kind of doomsday scenario incoming.
That's why I said I don't want to test all-time highs. There is no need to test all-time highs until we know we can break it.
Yeah, yeah, exactly. And as long as this is all happening above 112, well, I could even bring it down to 108, 109. As long as we above the initial high from December, you know, we're still continuing the same up move.
Banshee with 50 gifted memberships. My man Banshee back at it. W Banshee in the chat.
Dubs in the chat.
And followed it
Mental is
up with the
above
big
$1.
6-month subscription.
50? Damn.
W Banshees.
He bought like 800 the other night.
Oh, I'm telling you, this group has been freaking killing it, bro. And I'm not even trying to I'm not saying it just because it's us. But I spend my time going through different rooms and looking through different YouTube chats, and there's a whole lot of bitching and complaining and crying. There isn't a whole lot of gift giving. You know what I mean? Like, I'm just saying, this group is killing it for the most part.
Thank you,
We have a
Dbloc.
dedicated audience here.
Yeah.
Is Solana dead? What's it doing below $200?
Nah, so check this out. I was just talking about this earlier. Remember we were waiting forever to get in on ETH because of what ETH BTC was looking like?
Okay.
Remember it was just like bleeding against ETH. I mean, bleeding against Bitcoin, and we were waiting for that floor so we could finally jump in. Look at Sol ETH. Bad. So it's
Sol
just ETH
BTC did
taking control right now, right? It's just ETH taking control, but Sol is bleeding against ETH really bad. I don't think this goes forever though. 200 EMA probably is where I'm looking at for a retest. And then I expect Sol to severely outperform Ethereum for the last half of this. Last half of the bull market.
Well, Solana reminds me of ETH before it decided to drop to 1400. You know, early performance that's so good that you have to pay it out a bit later by underperforming. Right?
Yeah. Banshee with another 50 memberships.
Oh, damn.
W Gifties. Welcome to all the new members. You receive a membership from Banshee. You can thank them by hitting that subscribe button, hitting that like button, and putting some W's in the chat.
Shout out to Banshees.
There's a lot of cheap stuff out there still.
You know what the best part of the gifted memberships are? That it exposes the lurkers in the chat. You know, people that are in chat just chilling and not talking, and all of a sudden their name pops up, received the gift. I'm like, ah, so you are in here. Great.
Great. I think you're right that if you own a YouTube channel, it won't gift a membership to you.
You can't receive it. Yeah, it's weird the way
Like
it
me,
works. It doesn't make any
yeah.
sense either.
I'll have to buy it and see if that.
It's like, how is that a detriment, right? Like, I'm in a partner program with you, and that means that I can't get something everybody else gets? Like, how does that make any sense? You should make sure I get the membership. it should be weighted in my favor.
Yeah, it's strange.
You had that sub notification turned off?
Even stuff like Dot is starting to show life.
Yeah, but I mean,
No? Or,
what is it gonna do? Like, yeah, there's a lot of things that are finding floors on the bottom, but like for me personally, I feel like if you haven't shown strength and you haven't already started to dig out of that hole, then where are we supposed to find all the people that want to buy you? Because they've had opportunity to buy low for the past, you know.
but it's people like me, Dbloc, when you TP something that runs, you look for a chart that's down
That's true.
and you
Yeah,
buy
yeah,
it.
yeah,
So.
yeah. Rotation plays and shit. That's true.
Yeah, yeah. Because look, I mean, what do you expect after ETH performing good? You expect ETH layer 2s to perform good too, no? So I guess
Crypto
Dot is
down
not a
under
good
with the big Cypher membership. No, my bad.
Dot
I
is
didn't mean
probably
to.
not a good example, though.
No, I mean that. I'm
How
also
about
looking
ENS?
at ENS has been looking really good since what you call it. Actually,
Yeah, but
big
you said
shout
it's at
out to
$30.
somebody in the chat that told me my ENS was running out. I fixed it today.
If ENS was at $7, I'd be like, cool, it's a good buy, but it's at 30. Oh, you have a French accent, sir. Salut.
Yeah, dude.
Tu vas
We
bien?
got two Frenchies
Bienvenue.
in here.
Oh no, it's like
Bah, ça fait plaisir d'avoir un autre français.
like French Inception.
In 4
I
years,
love
we
it.
have one more.
It's like
Salut.
French fries, except French guys.
Bonjour tout le monde.
Bonjour.
Bah ouais, $48 on ENS would be nice. Then we can sell, right?
Yeah, it's one of my ETH
300,
betas.
300.
Yeah, I know. That's why I mentioned it, because after ETH performing good, you expect ETH layer 2s to catch up a bit, no? So all these ETH layer 2s, if they haven't already, they should catch up a bit. I
And
guess
now,
ENS already
ENS
isn't
specifically,
too
right?
far,
Like
but
everybody went from saying Ethereum was dead to I want to get my .eth name. Same people, same exact person. 5 months ago,
Yeah.
Ethereum's dead. Now it's like they're ETH fanboy #1.
Etana also doing pretty good. It's ETH based on ETH, I think.
Yeah, it's starting to run flat a little bit. I wonder if
Arbitrum?
I wonder if Athena's seen its major push and needs a little bit of a cool down now.
You know what I was seeing was on the timeline was Zora. Vitalik was interacting a lot last night with Zora and the founder of Zora, and he was like debating on, I don't know, like, making Zora more like ETH native, I guess.
Ah, that Zora, you know, it got launched on Bybit, so I had my mental staked on the mega drop. It's kind of funny. And so I got dropped to Zora, and then since then, Bybit always sends me notifications. Zora is performing great, blah, blah, blah. And then yesterday, I got an AI notification from Zora about Zora saying it's the biggest drop. But now I open the chart, I'm like, what's this AI
And
notification
shoots
saying?
straight up.
It says market drop, Zora falling fast.
Thanks for
Well,
the
maybe
heads
it was
up.
zoomed in on the 15 minute.
Yeah, or it was late. I'm holding Syrup, Sonny. Syrup's actually the biggest sort of loser on my... Let's look at the port real quick.
Personally, all my airdrops are like down 90%, except a few, and Zora is, yeah, doing good.
Syrup is the only thing that's down on the portfolio today. But it has had a good run, so yeah, it's just recovering a little bit. Andy's up 16% out of nowhere. Jasmine 10% day. Deep 13%.
That's what an ETH only push achieves, right? Altcoins like seeing ETH outperform.
Jasmine, Jasmine pumped 16% against its BTC pair today.
Nice.
That's
You know, I have
what you like to
Jasmine. I
see.
can't sell it.
What do you mean?
I can't sell it anymore because Binance dropped the USDT contract and they have no USDC spot.
Oh, you're gonna have to move it out. Move it to Bybit.
Yes. Yeah, I can move it, but it's a bit annoying.
Yeah. Well, it's a forced hold, I guess, right? That's good. A little bit of inconvenience. Make sure you don't sell too early. Yeah, Lido too. Lido, Jito. Yo, we made really good rotations on those Lido and Jito plays. I don't want to toot my own horn, but we jumped on that right on time. Even Jito's up 7% today.
Buy below the 200 MA on the weekly, sell much above it. It's my plan. So any alt I potentially want to buy right now, I just look if we're below the 200 MA on the weekly, and there are a lot of them that are well below the 200 MA on the weekly. Not ETH though. That's at 2,400.
Let's get those likes going, guys. Banshee just donated 100 memberships and there's only 118 likes. I'm assuming everybody that had a membership hit the like. That means only 18 of y'all that didn't receive memberships hit that like button. I will turn
How about
Bitcoin around
Aptos?
and make it go down if you don't hit that. No, I'm just playing. I'm just kidding. I hope y'all know I'm only halfway kidding when it comes to the likes, man. I'm not like a like monster, nothing like that. It feels weird asking for likes too. But you know, YouTube. I gotta do a YouTube, be a YouTube guy, I guess.
If
Ain't no
Solana is
shame in
gonna
the game.
underperform, can the Solana killers outperform?
Oh no, man. Sui has held up a lot better through this than Sol has.
Sol's not doing bad. It just
It's
hasn't
not.
made.
It's just,
It's
you
not.
know,
It's
it's
at
bleeding
190
against
now.
ETH really bad. That's all.
Yeah, this is just mainly like an ETH rally all across. Sol's
Solana is
pushing.
the only alt that's doing okay right now. If still needs to prove it can stay above that weekly MA, right? But when you look on the weekly, Solana has been above its weekly for like 2 years now. So
Well, yeah.
it's, you
If
know,
you look back far
it
enough.
doesn't have.
Yeah, we're just
It
talking
does.
recent memory. Thedrick, I'm still waiting for CME gap. I think this bull flag fails and we come down and grab CME.
Oh damn! I should sell Bitcoin then. Wait a second. I have some leveraged BTC here, there. It's a mess. I need to clean up my trades a bit. It's all over the place, Dbloc. I got some on Binance, some on Bybit, some on Coinbase, some on L-Bank, some on, like it's a mess.
Do you have a little sheet anywhere that's got everything written down, or you just?
No, but I know where's what.
No, it always happens. Well, I mean, it's different on leverage, but spot positions. Like I always get halfway through the bear and then remember that I've got something sitting in some wallet somewhere, and I'm like, oh shit.
I'm not gonna mention Web3 wallets because that's that's even worse. So many different wallets, so many addresses, and oh. But yeah, this is what's cool with the Bitcoin dominance drop and potential alt season, you know, continuation. It means I'm gonna be able to tidy all of this. Because yeah, when you sell a coin, well, it tidies up a bit your watch list, right?
Yeah. It's good to do that.
Still too early though.
That's a good question, actually. Hold on. We're gonna put up a poll. I want to know what people's portfolio looks.
Mine has never been this messy.
Time for a a restructuring or a rebalancing, should I say?
Mine does not look good.
DOD, could you look at ENA? It's doing some weird stuff.
Etana is amazing. It's the dollar killer. Honestly, if you don't trust stablecoins, you don't trust Powell, you don't trust Trump and this and that, but Etana is on paper an amazing solution. They can do whatever they want with their dollar indexing manipulation, whatever they're doing. It doesn't matter. It backs the value comes from Bitcoin. It's a stable coin whose value comes from the positions on Bitcoin. And they hold like 20+% of the open interest now. Well, it's pretty big.
Yeah. Icicle with the 1 month membership. Appreciate you, fam. All right, polls up, guys. How many coins are you holding till the top? 1 to 5, 6 to 10, 11 to 20, 20 plus.
A little profit.
That 11 to 20 looks pretty thick right now. 20% have between 11 and 20 coins.
Depends what you mean by hold, right? Because if it's like, if you want
Spot
to count
position.
everything, like even, well, yeah, but we need a minimum value, no? Like under $100, or
No,
you don't
no.
count.
How many coins, period? I don't care if you got 0.5% of the portfolio or 70% of the portfolio.
Well, you need to put 100 plus in the poll because I'm above 100.
You're above 100 coins?
Yeah, but most of them
No,
are
you're
like
not.
one. I did every launch pool.
Okay,
last
well we
4
can't.
years,
No, let's not count. Let's not count the free stuff.
and I never sold.
Just stuff that you
And I
paid.
never
Stuff
sold
that you
any's.
paid for. I really
But I
like the way
paid. I
this is.
staked my I staked my dollars to get something, so I paid for it in a sense, right?
I mean, if
this
that's the case, you
poll,
should
I think like
you should
above
put 0 to
$10,
1
or you
as
should
well.
say above $10 maybe.
this poll is making me
Or-
proud right now. 57% of the chat has between 1 to 5 coins. That's what I like to see. People don't understand how hard it is to manage 20 positions at the top of the bull market.
Yeah, but diversification is also a way to survive these markets, right? Like if you're only
Yeah,
into a
but
few
over
coins,
diversification in an alt season where not everything is going to go will kill you.
Especially if you don't know how and when to rotate.
Yeah.
If you get impatient, you start to
Exactly.
sell things, then that starts to pump, and then you buy into something else, and that doesn't pump, and the next thing you know, you screwed up your entire sort of potential.
Anybody that's in on their first run right now, 1 to 5 coins is the sweet spot.
it's always better
if
to
this
have
is your
more
first
lottery.
cycle.
It's always better to have more lottery tickets, no?
That's not true though, because if you have if you have 20 coins, and 5 of them do well and the other don't do shit, then it comes out in the wash, right? The metric
you know
is
very well they all go up when things go up, and they
not
all go
when
down when things go down.
not this year.
But look,
I
right
don't think
now
they're
everything is
I don't
at
think they're all
5%
gonna
at
do it.
least.
I'm telling you, this isn't a
Remember
2021 bull run where you can just buy any alt.
Remember what happened to Doge?
Well, what
You can
happened?
have like $2 of a crypto and it can go crazy.
Yeah, no, I understand, but if you spread those $2 around 30 coins, and
It's just
3 of
60
them
bucks.
go,
Yeah, under $100 shouldn't count in the poll, right? Because yeah, then I'm more like at 20, I guess.
it's not about what the dollar position is. It's about when we hit tops, how long is it going to take you to exit your entire portfolio? And this this sort of magical idea that people have that Bitcoin is going to top, and the day that Bitcoin tops, everything else tops, and you just take profit on it. It doesn't work like that, right? You're going to have to follow the narrative rotations on the way up.
On Bybit, it actually does, because there's a close all button.
Not what I mean. What I mean
have...
is just because Bitcoin's at all-time high doesn't mean you didn't already lose 40% on your alt. With XRP specifically, if you waited to take your XRP in 2021, if you waited to take your XRP in 2021 when Bitcoin topped out, you were down 30% off the tops already. So if you've got 20 positions or 25 positions or 30 positions, then you better make sure that you're ready to be on point when we get to that. There's no lazy trading with that many coins.
Well, the only way to manage it is through alarms, right? So when you chart your coin, you put an alarm, and if it rings, well, you know what to do. And now there's a limit on the amount of alarms you can put depending on your plan on TradingView and all, but
I'm in the 20+ camp personally, but I also have experience under my belt, and I have a plan for what I'm gonna do. That's why I'm being very specific. I'm talking about first-year traders, right? First cycle traders. Just be careful that you're not buying everything that pops up on YouTube. Top 5 altcoins that you have to have before 2020. You know, you spend 4 days watching YouTube and you look at your portfolio and you've got 35 coins.
especially if you follow news, yeah.
Yeah, if you follow
Because
Alcoin Daily, he
my
buy
God.
everything. You have like 300 coins per year.
And then the crazy thing is,
most of them are shit.
The crazy thing is that 2 weeks later, they'll say top 10 altcoins. That I'm like, wait a minute, you just gave me a list 2 weeks ago. I'm still holding those coins, and none of those coins from the last list are on the new list. Oh well, you should have took profit on that last. Oh, okay, now I see. I understand now.
But I try to order. I think that's a good tip on in your watch list. You should try to order by like importance the coins, because some of these airdrops, like I really don't want to bother paying too much energy or attention to them, right? So I put them at the bottom of the list or in
Yeah.
another section.
Yeah, when I'm buying in, so when we have a big dip, right? There's an order of importance to my coins on what I buy on the dips, right? The ones that I have highest conviction in first, right? The ones that I don't want to miss out on, those go first, and then slowly runs towards the bottom of the list, you know, or whatever. Because the time that it takes you to buy it all, price is going to move. So you want to catch the best prices on the best coins. On the way up, it's the reverse for me. I'm taking profit on all my shit first. Because that shit, when it hits the top, is what's going to drop on a 20% candle, 25% candle. But just the floor is going to fall out from under it. So I do it sort of inversely at the top.
Makes sense. Although, first ETH,
right
then alts, no?
Yeah, that's what we're waiting for, right? So ETH is in charge right now. If you look at total 3 versus ETH.
So, but in that example, you'd want to sell your ETH before selling
3.
your alts. So.
Total 3 versus ETH. No, in that example, you would be selling your alt into Ethereum. Let's just do here.
Oh.
In other words, you would have bought your Ethereum first on the dips. But when it comes time to sell off, you're selling all the shit that's bleeding against Ethereum first. Total 3. What was I doing? Oh, total 3 ETH. So look, this is the issue, right? Like, you can pick a alt if you want now. But this is total 3 versus ETH. So, you know, does this mean sell all of your altcoins right now? No, this has already happened, right? That's what you needed to do up here. Right? This is when you sell your alts and you get into ETH. Now we're looking for a floor, right? Eventually, this is going to rotate to this part of the cycle. And our job isn't to chase the part of the cycle that's hot. Our job is to set up for the part of the cycle that's coming. Right? We're here right now. Now it'll start to trickle into large caps. This will make people buy large caps when it starts to trickle in, but they'll still be bleeding against ETH, right? It'll go back and forth. It's not until it actually flips, right? When this starts to catch a bottom, it'll all start to bleed back into the large caps. Your Souls, your Suis, your Herbs, your AVAXs, you know, we know the top 20 or whatever. So our job isn't right now to panic sell alts and jump in ETH because this chart looks like shit. Right? Our job is to catch this falling knife on alts.
I just did the opposite. I sold ETH to buy shitcoins.
We all
Because it gained
have
in value. ETH gained enough in value to be
you can afford
a
more.
decent sell at the,
Yeah. You can afford
It's
more
like
coin.
that the bull run starts, but this kind of move.
Yeah.
It could last like another 2 months, no?
Yo, what if the run that we get on ETH is similar to the run that we had on Bitcoin, where it will just continue to maintain and hold its value while everything else kind of like
It is. I
holds
mean,
back
we'll
and then
have to watch ETH dominance the same way that we watch Bitcoin dominance. Right? When ETH takes charge, everything that we do with Bitcoin right now, we have to start doing with ETH. Like right now, there's a CME gap on ETH down to 4K, 4,030 something. Right? I'm watching that because ETH is going back and forth between being in chart. So we have to pay attention to that. Once it's ETH season, hardcore ETH season, then we'll be watching that CME gap. We'll be watching weekend traps on ETH. We'll be everything that we do on Bitcoin, we'll be doing it on ETH.
Yeah, the breakout happened on a Saturday, so of course there's a CME gap. So exactly like Bitcoin, you know, Bitcoin had resistance at 112. We broke it during the weekend. Well, no, intraday during the CME close intraday on a Thursday, and the next day it opened at 100 for 15K, right?
Yeah.
ETH did the same stuff. So earlier when I was just looking at the chart saying, well, ETH is breaking out. You know, retesting 4,000 would be the opportunity to potentially buy if there's a good reaction there, no?
Yeah, so
and
far,
you add on that on top of that a CME gap. Well, it's more confidence. Cool.
Yeah. As far as Bitcoin goes, we did our weekend trap. We trapped shorts. We trapped longs. We had our false move up, taking out the trap longs, signaling that the false move would be up this week. Put in our high on Monday, and now we're in the middle of our 3-day reversal, which brings us down to CME, in my opinion.
Well, the problem is that news event on Friday with the Ukraine war, right? That could probably change a bit what people are gonna do this week. It's on Friday, right? She said the 15th, right? It should...
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, Friday. Yeah. Well, maybe we'll have a World War III kind of panic incoming weekend.
No, no.
Well, why not? If he plays poker with World War III and threatens to invade Russia because Putin doesn't want to sign the deal, you have like aircrafts moving towards Moscow, and then it's all cancelled on a Saturday evening, and whoop,
Bro,
reverse back up
we dropped the
after having
biggest.
filled the gap.
We dropped 11 of the biggest bombs that we've ever dropped, non-nuclear bombs that we've ever dropped on this planet, on Iranian nuclear facilities, and we got a
And Bitcoin was able to hold
1-day
100K.
drop out of it.
Not to mention you get diminishing returns for the same
Yeah, you're not just gonna keep scaring us. Ooh, nuclear war. We get it, bro. Spooky. We're over it already.
Right. Okay.
You know.
You guys are right. It won't have as much effect as last time. Right?
Gonna be bullish. Everything's bullish.
Bro, I'm really starting to remember where you heard that idea first. I want you guys to remember this because I need my credit for this. I want you guys to remember where you heard the idea first of the United States revaluing their gold to buy Bitcoin. I'm telling you, that drumbeat is getting louder by the day. You're talking a $42 an ounce gold that's sitting in a freaking thing that has to be repriced to over $3,000 an ounce, $4,000 an ounce almost now. Listen for it. You'll start to hear it on other channels. Remember where you heard it first.
Wait, what does it mean?
So
You're pumping gold to be able to
no,
sell
no.
it
So
at
like
a high price to buy Bitcoin?
So remember when they dropped the strategic reserve, Trump came out and said, we can't use any taxpayer money to buy Bitcoin, right? Congress controls the purse. We don't control the purse. But he put forward guidance into the Treasury to find tax neutral ways, right? Which means assets, right? The government has land and the government has Bitcoin. So what they've done since then is they've started to lease out federal land to oil companies for drilling. That's money that's tax neutral. And I think they're going to audit Fort Knox and they're going to revalue that gold. Right now it's at 42. If they revalue it to 4,000, that opens up like $12 trillion, I think they said, of money that can be used to do whatever. So now the argument is, will that be used to buy Bitcoin? That's a separate argument. But I do think that that's why they're doing it. And we're starting to see sort of rumors of that and like murmurs of that from official sources now. Like the Treasury themselves. I'm going to put together a little presentation and I'm going to show you. Because that's the last time that we audited the gold. Right? You can't value it unless you do an audit. You've got to come in and count the gold or else you can't, you know. And they haven't done it for that long. Last time they did it, we were at $42 an ounce.
Okay, so now 100x. So yeah, money lost 99% of its value since, right?
And
How long ago was it?
And that's money that the president doesn't need permission from anybody to spend however he wants.
Well, wouldn't you have to sell the gold to get the money?
No, you could always just use borrow the value of it, right? Because that's how bonds and shit are put out. So they can just put out, yeah, they can just put out gold bonds, or they can just use it as collateral.
And then when the government goes bankrupt, people, well, they default on the bonds and they still keep the gold for the next cycle, right?
Yeah, like if you
For
can't, so
the
like
next generation.
so like if on paper you've got $4 billion worth of gold, right? Then that's your limit to what you can release in bonds or derivatives or whatever. If that now gets repriced to, 400 billion or whatever, then that opens up.
Wouldn't
those
that
funds.
create inflation?
Well, what it's going to create is a supply shock. So listen to this. Okay, I'm going to go down a rabbit hole here. So last week, the Treasury put out a statement on gold. And they said specifically, this thing hasn't been repriced since 42. Right? If we revalue it, that opens up fund, everything that I'm talking about. In that same document, about 4 or 5 sentences down, they mentioned Bitcoin. Not directly as if they're going to buy it, but it's literally in the same document, right? 2 days after that, Trump puts out a tariff on anything over a kilo of gold. Right? That creates, what that does is that creates a supply shock, right? Because now it's more expensive to move gold. What does a supply shock do to the value of gold? Right? That $4,000 gold can now turn into a $6,000 gold because of the tariffs that were put in on the Swiss. And those tariffs are just on the Swiss. That's for the most part. Most of it comes out of there. So it's a setup. Like the whole thing is a setup, bro. Tariff it, increase the prices of gold right before you're about to revalue it. Or maybe I'm just crazy. Maybe I've seen too many movies.
Yeah, I
Well,
think so.
what's the effect? Not sure I understand what the effect would be.
The effect would be that when they revalue the gold, they have access to way more funds. Right?
That means they have
not that
problem
they're
accessing funds. That's bearish.
no, the president needs to be able to access funds without needing Congress approval. Right? These are one of the avenues that they have.
So the gold is owned by the president?
No.
No,
But
Zeus, you know the president.
money that doesn't come directly from taxpayers is controlled by the president. Money that comes from taxpayers is controlled by Congress.
But wait a second, that gold got bought through taxpayers' money 100 years
Not
ago.
all of it.
That gold was spoils of war, bro.
Yeah, it's confiscations.
Yeah, and war is funded with the taxes I pay, so...
Doesn't work like that on paper.
By
Yeah,
association.
it's the government's code. It's the government's code. You're the government, technically, so it's the government's code.
Yeah, it doesn't work like that on paper. I mean, I didn't make the laws. These are just how it's written. And
Oh,
you don't
I
gotta
see, I
take
see, I
it from me.
understand.
They've been saying it themselves.
It increases
It's
the
the
value of the
national
asset on the balance
treasure.
sheet.
It's the treasure.
I think
I'm just what
Farcoin's
I want to make sure you guys understand is if this happens, right? And there's bound to be a supply shock with these tariffs, right? It's just economics. When there's a supply shock on physical gold, gold derivatives go down. Paper gold goes to shit because there's a premium on physical gold. So what happens is that people that are holding gold derivatives, if they can get deliverables, if they can trade it in for gold, they do. And then there's a run on gold the same way that there's a run on banks. And that usually sends the price of physical gold skyrocketing and the price of derivative gold down. So just be careful if you're trying to play this, but you're not holding physical, because this is, in my opinion, this is a physical only play.
Sure, he reversed that tariff, didn't he?
Nope. I can't remember what the percentages are, but it only counts for over a kilo of gold. And the only people that are really transacting that much gold are like Swiss banks in general. Right? But it's what it causes to the supply, right? It's what it does to the price. There'll be a supply shock because it's more expensive to move gold around.
They also have land.
Yeah, that's the other part of it, right? So if we just look at what they've done since they've got in, right? The ways to save money. 3 ways to save money. Fire people, sell land or lease land, and reprice your strategic assets or sell your strategic assets like oil or gold or whatever. They came in and fired a bunch of people from the government right off the bat, clearing up a bunch of funds automatically off the rip. And then he stood there and drill baby drill, and all drill baby drill means is we're leasing federal land to oil companies. That's the second wing. The third wing that we're waiting for is that gold repricing. But if you just look at what they've been doing, that's what they've been literally pushing hard towards getting as much capital as they can that doesn't need Congress approval to be able to put through the plans that they want to put through. Look, I don't know what the plan is, but I know that the president and his family have positioned themselves heavy in crypto. So if anything we can count on is for people to be self-serving, right? Like you can always sort of count on greed when everything else is murky. Look at the moves that he's done. Look at the executive order he signed on the banks the other day about not being able to discriminate if you have crypto or for political reasons or for any reasons. You know, they can't just close your account. Well, that's because Bank of America and what was it, Chase or something? I can't remember. In New York, froze his accounts and just shut down his accounts. So what do you do when you got all of that money? You're a political figure that in 4 years is going to be out, probably be under attack again the way you were. The banks are already coming after your cash. You get orange pilled, right? You move into Bitcoin. Unless he wants to end up like Kanye. Exactly, RH.
But the speculation is too complex for me. I lost you, honestly.
It's our job, man. It's what we got to do. Kill the black swans before they happen, and then
charts, no? That means gold is going to continue up, from what I understand, until
in my opinion, I'm still holding. I'm
it's
still holding to
revalued, and that's when
I'm still holding to 4K. That's been my intention this whole time. Once we get there, if we've gotten any closer on any of the shit that I'm talking about, then I'll consider holding for longer. Yeah, for sure.
I have an alarm on gold BTC. I don't think it ringed. Even with this new all-time high to 120, we are failing to catch up to gold, right?
Gold is strong. Metals in general are strong. Silver, copper, platinum.
Hey, Dbloc.
What's going on, bro?
If you don't mind changing the subject a little bit, can you go over a little bit about your theory of the 3-day down, the false move up and 3-day down?
Yeah, sure. So the way that we run it, the model that I trade gives you a weekend trap on the weekend based on CME, right? So the point is that market makers want to keep prices close to CME as possible so that there's no CME gap left behind, so that there's no mess in the order book, keep everything nice and tidy, right? We watch the weekend trap for that to see if they're in control or if they're not. What happens at the end of the weekend trap usually is we get a move out that frees either one side or the other, the trap longs or the trap shorts. Excuse me. That signals the false move for the week, or the initial move for the week that tends to be a false direction, I should say, right? Because people are like, oh, it's a fake move up, but I mean, we almost hit all-time high. It doesn't matter. This thing could have taken us past all-time high. We could have gone to 130, right? The point is that the directionality that the price takes out of the weekend trap is usually the false direction for the rest of the week. So we put in our false move usually on Monday, Sunday night sometimes, Monday, and then we have a 3-day correction, right? Which usually comes down to clear all the imbalances left by the push-up, CME gap if it's left behind, and all the liquidations. And then on Thursdays, we have a midweek reversal, right? Which leads again into this sort of range. So price reverses on Thursday and then leads up into your weekend traps. And then we run the whole cycle again. Now, they're not all perfect, right? Like, let's just go to a random weekend trap so that it's not like I'm cherry picking or something. So here we had a weekend trap, our trap shorts, our trap longs. Price got trapped on the weekend, came down, freed the trap shorts, signaling the false move. And then we had a 3-day up. Reversed on Thursday, went into our trap, weekend trap again. This one fell apart, right? This is when Wintermute was selling off. Binance was sending a bunch of shit to Wintermute and they were just selling off on us. But even when these things mess up, right? Come down on Monday, you get your final move on Monday, and then you clear that CME gap. Right? So this was our 3-day swing. Here's Thursday. There's our midweek reversal on Thursday, back into the weekend trap. Then we had a false move up. Finished that false move on Monday. And we had a 3-day down. Right? So your 3-day down, the way to track it is that your close on Wednesday will be lower than your close on Monday. Right? So the directionality of it. 3-day down, midweek reversal, back into the weekend trap. We had deviation out of the weekend trap that didn't free the trap shorts, right? This is not a false move because this didn't free the trap shorts. The false move came here where we freed the trap longs. Came down, put in that high on Monday, and then we had our 3-day reversal. Right? Basically takes us back to where we are. Same shit here.
So could I
False
just sum it
move.
up by saying like it's oscillators, a bit of like an oscillation strategy?
What it is how market makers provide balance to the market. So the market maker pattern as far as price action that we follow is that high or low, rise 1, rise 2, rise 3, M pattern, drop 1, drop 2, drop 3, W pattern, and then it starts over, right? But the way that this works is that that'll be our trap. I mean, that'll be our weekly swing, right? So our weekend trap is right here. And then we have our false move up. And we have a 3-day down that goes back into a reversal, right? So it's just the way that the price action plays out during the week, right? It's the structure of the price action. And when we notice it lose control, like I said, one of the reasons that we watch this isn't because it's going to be perfect every time. Weekend traps,
Of course not.
trap long, trap short, free the trap longs, 3-day down. But the reason that we watch it is for when they lose control, right? Because market maker wants price to do this.
But to stay range bound, no?
Yeah, market maker, if market maker was in full control of the market, price would do this. Right? When he loses control, right? When this liquidity that's here dries up, then price seeks higher levels. Right? And then it consolidates again where market maker grabs control again, consolidates after it swings down and clears any of the imbalances that are here. So the importance of watching is to know when they start to lose grasp, right? Market makers only in control when the market needs liquidity. If there's enough liquidity in the market to where the market maker isn't needed, their control over price fades, and then we get those green vectors into all-time highs that we end up not recovering until the next bear market. Right? But for right now, this week, specifically in this period of time, market makers in control. He's run this perfectly.
A question about the reversal.
Yeah.
So the reversal doesn't have a specific target, right? So like
No.
when you do see the false move up, usually it goes back down to close the CME gap. But when you have for after the 3-day reversal and 3-day down, let's just say, and then when it reverses, there's no target for that, right? It could just literally stay at the level it is to.
Well, it can, but the main target, let's say CME closes, right? We don't leave a CME gap. The main target is the psychological high and low, right? You set your psychological ranges inside of this trap, and those ranges are revisited during the week, right? So you see our psychological high and low got reset here, right? These yellow lines on Saturday. From 5 o'clock to 3 o'clock in the morning is when you set your range from the high to the low during that time period, right? Price pulls away and then comes back into that range, right? The problem is if you've got a wide range like this, then, I mean, it could either come to 18.7 or it could come to 16.3, right? Usually the range is really tight, but we had an explosive move on Saturday while we were setting the range, so we've got a really wide range here. But the CME gap is the main target, right? And then you have your mean reversions. So the model that I trade, all I worry about are the targets that market maker has, right? Market maker has a couple of jobs. Help exchanges clear liquidity, clear liquidations, mean reversion, meaning remaining balanced, right? Staying as close as you can to the 50 as you can, and clearing vector gaps. Right? So in this situation here, we take everything off the chart and we look, we say, okay, what are our motivations? There's a small vector gap above. There's not a lot of gas to get there, which means market maker would have to probably pay for this entire trip up. So if you got to pay, $50 million to clear $50 million, that doesn't make a lot of sense. But as far as mean reversion targets go, you've got the 50 EMA, you've got the psychological high daily open, 200 EMA, 800 EMA, psychological low, and you've got enough fuel and gas to get there without market maker having to go into his own pocket to make that move, right? So it's like a cost benefit analysis, right? We need to go pick up this $200 million or this $200 billion that's at point whatever. How much is it going to cost us to get there? Is there sentiment that'll help us push? Will retail make that move for us? Do we have to trade against retail? Those are the sort of calculations that they make. So for me, I just look at it as a cost benefit analysis, right? So we're still in our 3-day down. For me, it's too expensive to go up sustainably. All the money's to the downside. The road is paved to the downside, and there's enough gas to get the car there. And we're still on our 3-day. Right, so these are all the things that I take into consideration.
And do we need to get right to CME close, or as long as we're somewhere within the gap, it's fine?
I mean, they tend to close it. There's within the margin of error, right? Because there's going to be a difference on where that CME close was on premium, and I mean on futures or on perp, right? So sometimes we'll leave a small gap to the bottom, but for the most part, they clear it. And we're close enough now to that wouldn't even be a big deal. Like all that has to happen is this bull flag fails. We lose that 50 and we're gonna clear that.
And
That,
just
that gap is like 2% below. It's no.
Yeah, it's nothing.
Rough.
You were saying?
Yeah, just a little bit more about the reversal. So
Yeah.
like the reversal period is usually from Thursday to Friday, so just like 2 days, you would say? Or...
Yeah, so because we run 24/7, midweek reversal on legacies on Wednesdays. Because we run 24/7 here, it's on Thursdays. That changes if there's data that comes out on Wednesdays. If there's an FOMC meeting, if there's unemployment numbers, if there's any sort of like hard data that comes out on Wednesday, we can see that shift. So we can see the 3-day down turn into like a 2-day down, depending on if there's any sort of catalyst. But on a normal week where there's nothing pending, Thursday will be where you at least catch and consolidate. Remember that 3-day reversal? All right, let me be specific about this. So your 3-day down just means that on Wednesday, or at least until Wednesday, you won't break these highs, right? So you could have a 3-day down that looks like this. Now the same with the midweek reversal. If price is coming down for your 3-day down, and then we hit Thursday, and you consolidate, that's a reversal, right? You're changing the direction. There's two options. You can either go sideways or you can go up. So that screws a lot of people up sometimes. What it means is that the directionality that was of the week before has come to an end.
So by the reversal, you mean that as long as it doesn't break the low of when
Yeah. For
during
the
3-day down.
exactly, for the reversal to be invalidated, you would have to close underneath that level. Underneath, like, let's say we drop here Wednesday, right? On Thursday, you'd have to come down underneath this level. And then you'd be like, okay, the reversal failed. Market maker is not in control right now. If market maker manages to pivot and push, then you're like, okay, they're still running the show. The only difference is when market maker is in control, we trade towards market maker targets. When market maker is not in control, we trade by momentum. Right? When whales are in charge, we ride the waves with momentum.
Great. And I just wanted to pivot a little bit to like the momentum thing. I know you use the 50 and the 13 as a good indicator.
Mhm.
So for the you always say that you see a like bearish momentum when the 13 crosses the 50, right?
Yeah.
And then you wait for a retest of the 50 to confirm it.
I like
Is
to
this-
wait. I like to wait for the retest because typically you will come back and retest and it'll give you a better entry. But one candle of confirmation after that 13 closes is enough to say, okay, that, we've got bearish momentum here. Waiting for the retest a lot of the time is for people that are entering shorts, right? That want to get that entry as high as they can so that their stop loss can be sort of safe. If you're planning on taking profits at that point, it really doesn't matter. It just depends on how you want to do it. Like right now, our price has come down underneath the 50, right? But the 13 hasn't. We've seen the same thing happen 3 times. It happened here. Hold on. Right, it happened here. Price came down under the 50, but the 13 didn't. Right? So playing this by momentum saved you from getting faked out here. Same thing happened here. Price came up, came down underneath the 50. Everybody sold out of their positions. 13 never crossed. Same here. Price came down, 13 never crossed. So you don't want to jump in front of it because we've seen it happen 4 times. Right? Just wait for the confirmation, and then you can target the bottom of the range.
Sorry, just to clarify. So you're saying that the 13 didn't cross the 50 or 13 didn't cross the candle?
The 13 didn't cross the 50. You see how the 13 turns around and here like touched the 50 but didn't cross. So the momentum never turned bearish here. Candle did, right? Deviations did. This is just volatility, right? But the true price never crossed the 50 and it's continued to go up. Like now, obviously everything's facing down. 13's facing down, 5 EMA is facing down, 50 EMA is curling over.
Okay,
Waiting for that confirmation is the difference between selling your bag right here and watching price pump, right? Or selling your bag right here and watching price come up to 120. Just because you didn't wait a couple of candles.
Question on that. So if the 13 crosses the 50, are you also looking for the candles to cross at that point too, or just the 2 EMAs?
If the 13 crosses the 50, the candles are already underneath. At that point, usually what'll happen is price will break. Let me change the way to. Oh, can I get like a small line? Anyways, price will come down, and then the 13 will come down underneath the 50, right? Or to the 50. And then price will come up and retest that 50. This is the point where you can get faked out, right? This is the point where if price pumps past the 50, that 13 is just going to cross. Oop. That 13 is just going to turn and pump back up, right? But if you reject off the 50, then that rejection is what drags the 13 across finally. And then when you break these lows, you know you're in a downtrend.
Yeah, you can see in the previous price action where the price came down and the 13 crossing the 50. You can see that in the previous price action. Like
I've heard you
Dbloc
talk.
already, yeah, like
I've heard you
Dbloc
talk.
already mentioned it's crosses 3 times, but the 13 never crosses the 50. It stays above it.
So the good thing
So you
about it
can
is,
go, yeah.
for new people, like this will keep you in a position that otherwise you would have got shaken out of. I mean, I'm sorry, if you're not looking at any of this, right? If you've got this shit turned off, right? You're selling this shit. There's no way you're holding on to this on these big drops like this. You're getting shaken out of your position 1,000%. And then even people that are following the 50 EMA, right? Because 50 EMA is a basic strategy. It's an institutional strategy. They literally teach you this shit at the New York Institute of Finance. But what they do is above the 50, they buy, below the 50, they sell. Right? So they're getting faked out too. What we're doing by using this 13 EMA strategy is getting in front of the institutions and figuring out exactly the point where momentum shifts and not getting faked out by all the volatility. And it's just low stress trade, right? For people that are new, they don't know how the shit works. They don't, price could go up, price could go down. Cool. Then you need a metric that you can follow, that you can look at to let you know when you switch to a chart instantly what the price action is. Right? Like if we're here, like watch how fast this is. Let's go to the 5 minute. Bullish momentum or bearish momentum? Right? Is our 13 over the 50? Who cares what the price is doing? Is our 13 over the 50 yet? No. Right? Bearish momentum kicked in right here when the 13 crossed the 50 and we lost that range. This still has bearish momentum on the 5 minute. Now you go through all your plays. ADA is bullish on the 5 minute. Right? And then you can go fast now. AILZ, about to lose momentum, testing right now. AIXBT, same. Once you do this, you'll notice that all risk assets are at the same pattern at the same time on the same EMAs, which is why sometimes I tell you guys, let's just watch Bitcoin, because everything is doing the same thing. And what's important is what Bitcoin's going to do, whether these things are going to break their EMAs or they're going to hold. You see how every one of these coins is exactly doing the same thing? Sitting on its 50, trying to figure out. Now we're seeing weakness. Beam has already confirmed its breakdown. BNB is coming back up for its retest. I don't even have to wait for the EMAs to pop in. See? Bonk. So it's just a way to quickly go through your shit. Go to any asset and figure out on whatever time frame you're looking at whether it's bullish or bearish.
And do you look for confirmation in the 1 minute and then you go to the 5 minute and then
So
go to the
the reason
15
that I use the 5 minute, right? The 1 minute is going to give you the first heads up that momentum is turned bearish. The very first heads up, right? We already got it here. The problem is if you look at this on the 1 minute, look at how many fake outs you get. Right? If you were doing this on the 1 minute, you'd be in and out of position over and over and over. So the 1 minute gives you speed. What it doesn't give you is fake out prevention. Right? The 15 minute gives you great fake out prevention. Right? You're not going to get faked out of this. You've got to wait till it comes all the way down here and does this before it actually comes down. So, but what it doesn't give you is great exits or entries because you have to wait too long. So the 5 minute puts you right in the middle. It gives you an early enough signal that you're losing bearish momentum with the best amount of fake out prevention so that when you finally do take a trade and go long, you're just in a steady ride, right? You're not coming in and out of that 50 EMA. Right? Now, when you're in accumulation or when you're in a range, absolutely no strategy works. I want to make sure you understand this. When you're in this type of range, what works is range trading. Buy the bottom of the range, sell the top of the range. The quicker you establish the range and you play the range so that you can trade, that's how you trade this. If you start trying to trade 13 EMA, 15 EMA strategy in chop, you're going to be in and out of positions a lot. You can do it. Just understand that your positions aren't going to last long because you're not trending. You're in a high liquidity environment, right? Prices ranging. The breakouts are where this is effective. And now what's cool is, okay, well, damn, I don't know if it's going to break out. Cool. Then just be aware if you take this long, you're going to get out here, but you can't leave your charts because it's going to cross again. And then maybe you have to get out here. But you notice every time you get out, it's higher than when you got in, right? Got in here, got out here. So you're still winning. You're not losing money, but you're in chop. But what happens if you dedicate yourself to play this is that eventually you get in here and then price does this. And you didn't miss the move. You feel me?
Is there a way that you can determine whether or not a big move is coming?
Yeah, I mean, we look for tightening. We look for tightening Bollinger Bands. We look for volatility. We check the order books to see. We see how many liquidations. This right here was a squeeze, right? If we turn on the dead bodies here, the way we knew that this would break out and to be ready to start taking that trade was because of this squeeze. We can't see it now because it's past, but this was absolutely full of shorts. Right, so if you're playing the range, if you're playing the range, then that's a range breakout and a retest. That's your entry if you hadn't got in yet, right? Because we're in a range. Until it tests it, it could be a deviation, but it didn't. It tested it, held it, pushed away. It was an official breakout. My bad. I feel like I just went over a lot in a very short period of time.
Very good, very good. I think
that was awesome. I've heard you talk about those things a lot and kind of was somewhat understanding, but wasn't 100% on board. But it's the first time I've been on the line when you went through the whole explanation. That's great information. Appreciate you. Thank you.
No problem, brother. Sergio, I haven't forgot about you, brother. Let me read your super chat. Question about when to enter all total ETH one on the weekly. So your opinion would be in the bottom around 141. Yeah, I mean, it'd be nice if it came down to that support. I'm gonna play it the same way that I would play catching a falling knife. Right, that total 3 chart starts to give us stopping volume candle or a doji around the 1.4s, even 1.5s. Right, when we start to see that sort of life, then I'll sort of make my list of the alts that I want. Right, but one of the main things I'm going to do is just make sure that that total 3 ETH chart is cool. But once you make the decision on the alts that you want, check their ETH charts. Make sure you go to that Sol ETH chart, to that SUI ETH chart, to that AVAX ETH chart, and it'll tell you if it's time, right? I mean, nothing wrong with DCAing, but if it still looks weak, then at least you know you don't just full port, or you just DCA into the position or whatever. Not financial advice.
That was great info.
Let me go get Coke. Be right back.
If you guys on YouTube aren't smashing the like and subscribing and joining the Discord after all that great data, Black needs to smack you upside the head.
Share it with your friends so they can get rich or do both.
Sounded like a message from the 1950s or something.
Oh, bro, I thought it was my phone. I was bugging out.
The H.G. Wells like sort of like radio drama.
Yeah, yeah. It sounded
Aliens are
like it
trying to
was being
contact us.
intercepted by nuclear radiation or something.
Sounds like from the fighter jet about to drop the bomb.
That bomb better be a green candle.
Yeah, I don't know what was going on there.
Coinbase. I got problems with Coinbase right now.
What's happened with Coinbase?
It's just no trading, and then also something went wrong. So you know, right when you need to do something.
Or what, they frozen everything, like no trading, you're saying? That's kind of crazy.
The important thing with Coinbase is to not panic. You're, it takes a lot of practice to not panic, but eventually it comes around.
Don't panic. Your funds are safe.
Funds are safe too, yeah.
I was gonna say that, but I was fighting it. Say food.
No, it is true though. Like I remember even on KuCoin, when KuCoin got hacked, they just said like nobody worry, it's all covered. Like we've got a sort of slush fund that's not slush fund, like emergency fund that's bigger than like the amount that was hacked. Like in a couple of weeks it will be made square, and it was, you know, and that was like not even the
like
biggest.
insured.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, they have insurance. Even BlockFi, they went bankrupt and they had to pay out people from the bankruptcy, the settlement amount. So
yeah,
they
the
have
issue
to
you get
have those in
FTX,
place.
SPF and FTX was kind of a blessing because it made all of the exchanges clean up their act, kind of thing.
Yeah.
With operating soundly.
I think sometimes the issue when it comes to, you know, stuff like that, if you're getting reimbursed, is obviously A, if you're going to get the asset back, and B, if it's like the dollar equivalent, that's usually not a good thing for something like Bitcoin, because chances are, unless you like bought the top, it's probably going to be like long past, by the time you get reimbursed, it's going to be long past like where you bought, right? And then you're getting the dollar amount back, and then you're actually at a loss.
Anyone else having problems on Coinbase?
I made a trade, or I deposited funds about 2 hours ago, but I use advanced. I don't know if you're using advanced.
Yeah, I am. It's been working fine until literally 60 seconds ago.
What was the issue? If you don't mind me asking.
It just said something went wrong, and then it grayed out and said no trading. I couldn't remember the word, but no trading at this time. And so I forced quit, went back in. The system's down. Now I'm back in on my iPad. It's working. Luckily, I got lucky, and I was going to cancel something and didn't, and it worked out in my favor. So I'm going to be quiet.
There's a Coinbase status website. Everything says it's operational right now.
All right, it's probably me.
Past incidents were today that were involved with XLM, but it's been resolved.
Okay, appreciate that. Thank you.
Mic check.
Yeah, that's what
You good?
Last night I was on Coinbase and I bought some ETH, you know, trying to time the market, whatever. And when I bought it, I was going to transfer it to an exchange to whatever, trade it. And it wouldn't allow me to transfer, which was odd. So then I figured maybe I would switch it. So I switched it to USDC, and it still wouldn't let it, like the transfer wasn't an option. It was like grayish, whatever. Hold on, there's a plane flying by.
I heard the plane.
Either way, it wound up just taking like another 40 minutes or whatever, and then it was transferable. But I normally don't use that as my on-ramp, so just a heads up if anyone's looking to transfer something
Did
from the bank.
did you use the ACH or your debit card?
I use my debit card.
That's good. For me, some people have said that this wasn't an issue anymore, but I guess it's been a couple years now. So, but it did it to me recently, where if you use an ACH transfer from your bank to Coinbase to like put money on there, it holds it for 7 days for it to settle with your bank, and you're not allowed to transfer it off Coinbase into any wallet or exchange until it settles. But if you use your debit card, it's instantly transferable. I have deposited money with my ACH before, and it did let me send it to you know, off of Coinbase. So I don't know why sometimes it needs to settle and sometimes it doesn't. But I know that the limit is a lot lower with your debit card. I don't know how often it resets that limit. Maybe weekly.
Yeah, I had the same problem with the ACH2 in the past, with having to wait days or whatever. But normally with the debit card, it works quick. And it just happened to be like, you know, when the market was pumping, and sometimes they, you know, always glitch out at the worst times. Almost, I don't know, maybe a liquidity problem or whatever, and they just put the brakes on a little bit. But yeah, I thought that's what you were gonna say. Anyone else notice, like, you're looking at the chart and whatever? I'm learning, you know, from Dbloc. I'm like a big student, and he comes on and he'll be like, "Oh, all right." So, you know, he's been away from the chart, and then he'll come and draw the same thing you drew on your chart, and I'll be like, "Yes!" It's like, I don't know, I pat myself on the back, and it's so funny because
Yeah, it's
I've been listening to him so much. Like, he gets into these conversations, and I probably heard him subconsciously, and I'm like, "Oh, here's a good, you know, point. I'm about to jump in," and then he goes and says the same thing anyway. Either way, I find myself like, what
that's
would
good.
D-Block say? Or what would D-Block, you know, talk about on this? And it's funny because when I think about it like that, I actually like maybe get a different idea on it, or, you know, it's just like another way to look at what could happen or whatever. But
D-Block,
yeah,
you need to
what
make
would
some
D-Block?
bracelets. What would D-Block do?
Seriously, hoodies at least.
Yeah, D-Block yelled at me yesterday in my head. And I cried.
I was gonna say, I was trying to figure out like what situation would have occurred for that to actually happen. Like,
You can imagine. And it's
so,
probably
Oh,
correct.
I mean, he has a patience of a saint, or at least I say. He says he LARPs, but I mean, even the LARP's very believable. So I think he's an extremely patient person. I think it takes a lot for him to get to that point.
The patience he had with Joe last night before he finally had to put him on a 2-minute timeout was hilarious.
Yeah. So, yeah.
I love it. I love the Joe moments. They're great.
Oh, poor Joe. If you apologize one more time, I'm putting you timeout. Well, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Beep.
Well, I apologize.
It's great.
We talked about getting t-shirts of everybody with like their sayings on it. As merch.
Catchphrases.
Catchphrases, yeah.
That's cool. It's nice.
Rick, I am still laughing from your joke earlier. It was really simple, but it's like
Which
French
one was
fries,
that?
but French guys.
Oh, yeah. Thank you.
Zuzi.
I'm glad someone heard that.
I was like it was the biggest dad joke. Like,
Oh, yeah, I'm full of dad jokes. Yeah. Yeah.
I heard French guys.
French guys.
Yeah.
The side of French guys.
What happened to the French guys?
they come and go.
They're around. Yeah, they're around.
All right, I'm back, y'all. Get some caffeine. All right, so we're testing to
He's
see
back.
whether
Stop
this is a
talking
fake out
about
or not. Oh no, I got you guys on the TV, man. I can always hear you guys even when I'm not at them. Walk into the living
That
room
means
and you
we can't
guys are
even get.
just
Always watch.
you guys are
No
just
good.
sitting in my living room talking shit.
Seriously? Do I wake you up with my shit?
Nah.
Oh boy.
Nah, I learned not to sleep with the Discord on. I did for a long time though.
Yep.
But the amount of times I woke
Still
up,
do that.
I woke up to euphoria to look at the chart and see a 5-minute candle. I was like, you know what? Let me turn the Discord off, man. I need to get some sleep.
People saying big buys when it's just medium buys. I hear it.
But it's about the price impact of a buy, right? Sometimes a small buy can have a big move.
Yeah, it depends on the book. That's why market makers have such control. Market makers will fill all the orders in between real orders on the book. You know how it works. If the book is thin and somebody puts in a buy, it has to move up to the next order in the book. If that gap is big enough, green candle.
Yeah.
So
Slippage.
they control that by keeping those orders filled and then making money on the spread between the orders. But at times when they want price to move, they will remove all those orders and let the book gap in either direction.
Is that when the vectors come in? No, right?
Yeah, I mean, in a way, right? It could just, so removing the orders isn't providing liquidity, so it doesn't in turn create a vector. But if retail buys into that and it pumps, then they will start to, they will start to fill orders and pump it even more. Remember, the trick is to not pay for the entire ride. Right? It's like when I don't know if any of you were the first guy in the first person in your friend group to have a car. Remember how everybody was going to the same place, but everybody thought you had to pay for the gas because you were going there anyways? Like, well, you were going to the mall anyways. I live right by your house. I'll just jump in the car. Like, nah, man, let me get that $5 for gas, buddy. That's my gas in the tank. Now that I know that you also want to go there, that means I don't have to pay for the entire ride. That means whatever I have to buy at the mall is now significantly cheaper because I'm not paying for the trip to get there. It's the same sort of deal. So the patterns give us the road, right? Patterns give us the road. Liquidations give us the gas to get there. Just because a pattern gives you a measured move, if there's no orders on the book or there's nobody buying aggressively, if there's no liquidations, then there's no gas to get there, right? That pattern will fail. So it's a little bit of everything. Is there a destination? Is there enough gas to get there? Does market maker have the motivation to provide liquidity for this push, or will retail have to do it by themselves? If retail has to do it by themselves, is there enough volume for that to happen? These are all the calculations that we make when we're trying to figure out up or down.
Dbloc, for the flag you got there, how do you know, or how do you know what or measure the target?
The target is from the top of the flag to the bottom of the pole. Right, so from your first impulse, right, to where the flag stops. And then that's placed at the point of the flag where price breaks. I always leave it at the end until price breaks because we don't know where it's going to be, right? But if it had broken here and kept going, then your measured move would be here. Right? And that target would be a little higher. If this flag keeps going like this and doesn't break out to down here, then your measured move is a little lower.
Ah, okay. Thank you.
Yeah. If you go into the Discord, go into the room that's called Chart Patterns. And I've got a lot of PDFs from the Encyclopedia of Chart Patterns from Bukowski's book. And they're just short PDFs that show you the pattern, show you what qualifies it, what disqualifies it, and how to measure the measured move. It's just a real resource that you guys can look into when you're doing your own TA.
Nice. I'll look into it right now.
Yeah.
Thank you.
No problem. If you want to find the Discord, give me a second. I'll give you a link. It's a $50 one-time fee. We're not doing subscription-based shit here. There's no course to buy. I will put a course together during the bear market, because if I'm gonna put together a course that I'm gonna charge for, it's not gonna be a little bullshit thrown together thing, right? So it's gonna take me months to put together. But for right now, it's just $50 one-time fee, and you're stuck with us for as long as you stick around. In the future, that'll go up. What I want to do, and I got to talk to you guys about this because I don't know what the number is, but there's got to be a number on the Discord where we start to slow things down because we're going to lose value, right? If it gets too big and there's too many people, then we're going to lose the one-on-one. And I think that's going to turn it into something else, you know? So we're going to have to figure out what the number is. And I don't think I'll ever lock down the Discord completely. But what I think we'll have to do is just put up the price to where you have to really want to be in here. You know what I mean? To be in here so that it's not just...
demand.
Yeah, so that the access isn't so easy.
Yesterday's price is not today's price.
Yeah.
I mean, look, it's. I guess the difficult thing is that you have a lot of people here who will sit and listen, which is fine, right? Versus the amount of people who will speak. And I guess you won't always be able to gauge how many people are going to come in and immediately speak on voice or in text.
Yeah.
I guess that's something that we need to sort of pay attention to and engage over time.
Yeah, there's tons, but there's
And
people that have been
especially-
with us for like 4 years who've never said a word.
Yeah.
What if you only
Meanwhile, I
had
just came
listen
in
mode
and
on
just
for
like
those people?
waffling.
There's nothing wrong with that though, right? They're here to learn.
Yeah.
And you know, there's nothing wrong with that at all.
Of course. And then yeah, no, for sure. I think that should. And then also there's the bear market, right? And then it's how many people are going to be around during the bear market. So
Yeah. Now the numbers will go down during the bear market for sure.
There is no
would you
bear
have like
market.
a sort of, flexible,
No,
fluctuating
no.
people
You
do
don't
like
even
things? Like for
don't e-
example, during the bear market, you might get certain products, indicators, etc. They've got like half off because it's the bear market, or you know, it's incentivizing people to just be more active around that time.
Zusi said no more bear market.
No, you don't need a bear market. All you need is a big red candle. People went away when we dropped to 70K. No, honestly, they did. Not
You're
not
right.
here, but overall, you know. Overall,
Nah, you need
on
the
Even
bear
in the
market.
local
YouTube.
dips. Even in the
markets.
local dips, the
No,
Discord
I
gets
can
quiet and miserable.
No, yeah, I can tell you through these from just this correction that we've had, there's been less viewers. It doesn't take a bear market for people to leave,
Happens.
for people to
Just a
lose
little shakeout.
interest.
Mm.
But
Just a
yeah,
little
during
bit
the
of
bear market, it's obvious,
unexciting.
right? During the bear market, there will be a hardcore group here, just a core group that's left, which is
Yeah,
cool.
big red candle.
But we were 12 or something like that.
Listen, I'm not complaining about it. By all means, if we run this the way we're supposed to run it and you get your profits, go enjoy your life. Just make sure you're sending vacation pics and shit. You know what I mean? So we can see some of the fruits of the labor. But make sure you come back by the end of the bear market at least. Give it some time too. Don't come back at the very end. Like come back with like 3 or 4 months left so you can get your feet wet and figure out how the market's moving, what projects are actually still viable. The main mistake people do is they come back at the end of the bear market and they immediately buy everything that they wanted during the last bear market and it's all shit now. But they haven't been here, so they don't know it. Right? They haven't
Imagine
been doing the research.
Imagine using your Bitcoin profits on your crypto account to buy a vacation when it's like below 20K.
Been there, done that.
Yeah.
And then you come back from vacation and you want to buy, and well, you buy a bit less.
You just gotta work, and get some dry powder.
Put it this way, man. It's like somebody who made a bunch of money during the NFT craze and all that shit, 2021, absolutely killed it. Left, enjoyed the entire bear market, came back at the bottom of the bear market and went all in on ape because they saw how cheap it was.
Yeah.
If you weren't here to know what happened to ape, you know what I mean? Then you just remember this is what everybody wanted last time I was here. And look at how cheap it is now.
So that line has now moved, right? It's gonna be like 60k, 65k, you know, somewhere there, between 60 and 70k.
That's sort of where I'm
So
at.
no vacation below 70k.
What's interesting, right, is that that's the line too. That's the presidential election line. Where if it was going to play out the way it always has, we shouldn't go underneath that level.
But I will break that metric this time.
I hope so. I want cheaper Bitcoin than that.
Metrics are there to be broken.
What if we break it to the upside and we don't
Because-
see a bear market for 3 years?
That'd be
Because
cool
the
too.
reliability of them is very low. We only have 3 cycles, right? Well, 4 now. So
So
Yeah, we don't have a lot of
Drew, the
data.
thesis that I'm working on right now, is somewhere in between a super cycle and a regular cycle. I'm looking at I'm looking at the data on how the cycle's been running so far, right? And what makes sense to me going forward from here, is that we keep the same 4-year cycle, same entries, same exits. But the bull market portion of that cycle gets extended and the bear market portion of that cycle gets reduced. Right? So instead of a full year of dropping during the bear, maybe we get 9 months of dropping during the bear. Right? And we get an extra 3 months or something on the top of the bull. There's no way to know until we go through a full cycle, right? I mean, honestly, we won't even really be able to like responsibly say it till we go through 2 cycles and it happens. But I could see that because the beginning and the end of the cycle are controlled by things way outside of crypto control. But the length of the actual bull market and the bear market are controlled by sentiment, right? By how quick we decide crypto's dead or it's not dead or da-da-da. That can change. With institutions in now, I could see it. I could see the bull market being right translated. But I don't want to call it right translated because what right translated means is that the bottom will also be right translated, and that's not what I'm saying. I think we still top in November and we still bottom in November. Right? That's the way it is right now. Top in November, bottom in November. But I think we could go into a point where we start to top in like January or February and still bottom in November. Right? It still keeps the same sort of start line.
I see what you're saying. It's like a hybrid kind of.
Yeah.
I remember a discussion where you said that people would that at the top of the bull run, people would talk about super cycle and this and that, and I don't know why it reminds me of that.
It is. That's what I'm trying to fight, because what the argument that's going on right now is that there will not be a bear market ever again, and that this thing is going to super cycle 3 to 4 years out. What I'm saying is I don't think so, because we can't fight global liquidity, right? When global liquidity is contracting, at the most what we could get is something where it just goes sideways for 3 years, but nobody wants that. That's not fun. Institutions don't want that. They want to compound.
It's exactly what happened between 1990 and 1995. You had 2 years of just sideways.
I think we could have fun if Bitcoin goes sideways here. The rest of the coins could have a lot of fun if Bitcoin goes sideways.
Listen, this doesn't count for the altcoins. Even if Bitcoin goes into some sort of super cycle and goes sideways for 3 years, the alt are gonna get smashed.
Right.
They don't have that staying power that Bitcoin does. So there'll always be that, right? We'll always have that sort of bear market. Your SUI will go down 90%. Your AVAX, your Doge, whatever it is that you're looking at will go down 85 to 90%.
They just did that during a Bitcoin bull run.
Exactly. You didn't even have to wait for the bear market to see that happen.
We've lived through a Great Depression on these alts. Well, not Solana, not a few, but not BNB.
I mean, that means if we've been through that, it's like the rest should be smooth sailing, because it didn't hurt that bad, right?
Bro, World War III. I mean, what else have they thrown at us? Knock on wood. The only thing we're missing is like an attack on U.S. soil or something like that.
I think it's going to be alien invasion.
Yeah, you guys are all right geographically.
It's not smart, bro. I saw this thing the other day.
Well,
it was a British dude, and he was watching a video on what happens if anybody was to attack the U.S. And the look on his face was amazing, bro. It was priceless. It was like, what?
What's kept
Well,
you so
bombing
so
Iran,
long? Yeah.
bombing Iran calls for a terrorist attack on American soil eventually, right?
I think they everybody involved agreed to that. Even Iran.
Yeah.
This let Iran keep control. The only other option was war and a regime change. Right? This gave Iran the opportunity to turn to their people and say, "Look, Israel attacked. We attacked Israel. We fought them. We did what we had to do. They took out the nukes. We're gonna rebuild. You know, da da da." They can pump whatever propaganda they want on that side, but they're still in control. Right? The only other option was complete regime change. So I think that shit was planned. I think they got all those people out of there. I'll be right back.
You think they already have nukes? That's why we had to plan stuff with them and not just do the regime change.
Regime change is expensive. It's very resource intensive, and it's not necessarily always in the interest of whoever's in the current government. If it's to be believed that Trump isn't, you know, pro war and is more just pro business, then it wouldn't really make sense for him to necessarily jump into things like that so quickly. Especially because, you know, I if I remember correctly, in the last time he was around, he was talking about how you need to get the troops out of Afghanistan and etc. So, will it happen? I mean, I'm sure at some point it probably will, but maybe not now.
Yeah, pretty soon war's just going to be bots, swarms of drones, very automated, and less boots on the ground, and it's all going to be 100% business.
Well, if you want to see that, you just go on Twitter right now and pick any thread. Bots are going at it.
We're getting used at buying war news, right? We bought Ukraine dip. Now we bought Iran or attack dip. Like we're buying bearish news, huh? And it works. That behavior will eventually change now.
But imagine a world where we have wars like that. So the angle would be like there's no more sentiment of human life lost, which is a good thing in my opinion. But that's going to lower the leverage kind of aspect of war. Basically, when opponents are trying to leverage each other, what are they going to say? Oh, you killed 20 of my drones. It doesn't hit hard as you killed 20 of my soldiers, right? So it's going to get it's going to become straight up business. It's just going to be a game in the future. And wars are going to be basically entertainment. People are going to be able to just have their like front row seats to like drones fighting and stuff like that. And they're going to call it war like it used to be.
Drones kill humans here, no? They don't
Well,
just fight each another. They kill.
Well, you're going to have defensive drones protecting humans too against the offensive drones, right?
Right.
Yep. Didn't they do that in Vietnam or something?
Yeah, that's the opposite of.
Yeah, but it wasn't on purpose, right?
That's lasting damage for generations. That's mutation. Yeah, I mean, and then the side effect of that was just their children being born with deformities and whatnot. It was nasty stuff.
Horrible. Democracies do horrible stuff.
Yeah, people do horrible
stuff.
No. No.
See, you're French. You have to have fart coin.
Why do you say that? That's it.
No.
Why do you say it? Oh, that's so good.
I don't know any
No, I
French
haven't
who
been
own
very
fart
active,
coin,
honestly. I didn't buy any new shit coins.
Harry armpit coin.
I got some foot coin, but I don't think it's not really hitting its stride, if you know what I mean.
But it's up 14% today.
Yeah, but it was down like 30% yesterday.
That's when I bought it, baby. I like picking up the mess. But yeah, French cuisine gives me a lot of gas, so that's what I was wondering. You know, why you might want to have some Fartcoin too. I guess it's because they put a lot of dairy, a lot of butter in their cooking.
Well, when I look at volume, so the top 10 on Bybit is ETH is first, which is kind of not typical. Then Bitcoin second, Solana, XRP, Doge, and then Fortcoin and
Fartcoin
Etana and Link. So I have all of these coins except Fortcoin.
Its volume is killing it right now. On Coinbase, it is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6th place in volume on Coinbase.
It's behind Doge.
It's ahead of Doge on Coinbase.
Not on futures.
No one cares about futures. Spot, baby. But yeah, I think Solana is going to keep pushing. Solana is going to have to hit this 200 one of these days, right? Ethereum all-time high incoming. Still bullish. Bullish is all
You
around.
mentioned Bukowski's encyclopedia earlier. Sometimes, like me, I made up my own patterns, and then when I read the encyclopedia, I figured, oh damn, it's already in there. So it's a good read, honestly. At least looking at the titles, you know, where they show the different chapters, so you have an idea of the names of all the different patterns. That guy charted a lot of stuff. But yeah, that double shoulder, head and shoulder, it's in there. It's called a complex head and shoulder, for example. It's just a head and shoulder, but you have multiple shoulders. Fartcoin is on Solana network, right? That's probably why I don't have any. I don't play with Solana memes.
You don't play with Solana memes? Come on, Zeus.
No, I just play Soul.
Okay, that's fair. I like Soul. I have some family members I was talking to, and I just told them my two positions, and I was like, I'm in pump and fart. Just like, really? You have that much money invested in pump and fart coin? Like,
what a flex, man. You pull up in a Lamborghini and they go, how did you do this? And you go, oh, fart coin and pump.
Right?
I'd be like, what?
They're like, you got no Bitcoin? I was like, nope, no Bitcoin.
I'm sure there's some dog with hat Lamborghinis out there, surely.
Oh, yeah. Some bonk Lambos.
Yeah.
Even Cum Rocket.
Dogecoin mansions. Oh, yeah.
Are you in a position on Sol, Rick?
On Sol, yeah, I got some spot Sol.
No, not on no leverage.
I'm leveraged XRP at the moment, but yeah.
Oh, so you moved from Sol trading to XRP?
Yeah, I've done a little bit of dabbling here
Both
and stuff. Yeah.
Did XRP make a new all-time high?
It's hard to be in all of them. Well, you can be, but you'd be spread out.
Oh, XRP made a new all-time high, actually. 3.6.
Yeah, 366.
Impressive. And we're back below the previous all-time high. Oh, boy. I'm on the weekly.
Yeah, it's been
on the daily.
It's been a challenge.
Well, that 3.4 is the last resistance. Yeah, it broke it, but it can't really stay above it.
Yeah, it
Then
seems
we
to be
went.
XRP's like strategy is they make new highs, but then they give most of it back, and then they spend a lot of time underneath the old one, and rinse and repeat.
Well, that's true for every coin. Look at what happened on Solana when
Yeah.
it made a new all-time high. Look at what happened to Bitcoin when it made a new all-time high. It's true for a lot
Yeah.
of charts. Look at SPY. The initial pullback from the new all-time high was the biggest. No, if I don't
Then
actually no, don't look
remember
at SPY. Never mind.
remember the beauty of the last bull market when things broke new all-time highs and they did this whole price discovery thing, like where they went up beyond. They didn't just come back. They went for a good run and supported along the way. But now we're very heavily market maker style institution. You know, retail's super cautious even when it's bullish.
I thought there was no retail back like last time.
Yeah, it's only like
It's the same people, but they're better
dedicated
traders.
the dedicated veteran retail. That's what it is now.
Oh, this is so beautiful. Total market cap is exactly at 4 trillion. Like, exactly. That's a nice number. We're exactly at 4 trillion. Like, not 399
Yeah.
or 4.01. We're at 4.
Yeah.
It made a new higher
How many
high.
trillion?
Oh, you know what? I'm going to stop looking at charts and trading today because I only have short ideas. And Dbloc told me there's no need, right? So if I continue watching these charts, I'm going to end up in a few shorts here and there. But yeah, total is giving like a double top, right? It's resistance until we break it and retest it as
Le
support. It's
resistance.
resistance, yeah. Well, last time we had like a small pullback. How much was that? That's pretty small. 3% down, right? That's all it did, like 3% down. So it touches 4 trillion, it goes 3% down, and today we're touching 4 trillion again.
But the resistance is not the resistance until it's not the resistance.
If it's only going to go 3% down, I'm not really interested. But maybe this time we can go more like 7% down.
How about Solana to $300? You ready?
But we did that already.
We're gonna do it again. Come on.
Yeah, actually, you're right. We dropped enough. That trade is over. Yeah.
Yeah, let's go.
It went to 96, right?
Yeah, man, it went down there. Look at that.
We should have touched $80 though. You know, it's like a magnet.
You have the 81 touch from June 21st, 2024.
Yeah. Well, that's why I said $80. It's the macro SR, right? It's the dead cat bounce area during the previous cycle. Like it finds support at $80, goes up to 140, but you know, bear market has started already, and then all the way down to $8 eventually. And here we have like, well, potentially we could end up with
I
a
think you're
similar
onto something.
structure.
8, then 80. So the next target's 800.
Yes.
That makes so much sense, Zusi. You just figured it out.
So, well, precisely between 759 and 899. Yeah.
Let's go. I'm all in, Zeusy. Thank you for that.
Come on, Eve.
It's the 786 and the 854 fib extensions of the previous cycle. So, I'm not asking Solana to do as good as last time because it went crazy last time. It went from $1 to $250. This time we started from higher. We started from $8. So if you want to do a similar size move, then you would need to reach 1,300. $1,295 on Sol would be exactly the same percentage up than last time. But you could expect a bit of less performance. In particular, putting just a very small all-time high and then starting a bear market makes a lot of sense. So, there's a high argument to just stay short from $300 and enjoy the ride. Well, not 300, 275, the previous all-time high from November 2021, right? But we're not too far from making that setup wrong. Like if it pumps above well, you need like a 30% pump, right? Oh no, it's a bit more than that. You need a 45% pump, yeah.
That's not that hard to do.
No, it can, yeah. Then there's no reason to be bearish.
I'm not
And
bearish.
hopefully you took a hedge long. The problem is you don't have a hedge long entry here.
I hedge my long with another long.
You know what a good long would be on Sol is if it actually. Damn, I'm holding it on spot. Wait, I can't fit Sol. But on leverage, if I wanted to enter long, I'd patiently wait for a low low. It might just not happen. Or... Yeah, it might just not happen. But if it happens, I know what to do. People will all be crying, it's the end of the bull run, it's over, and this and that. But me, I'm ready. I planned a trade. I want to buy it at 9. Well, after it puts a new low below 95.
Well, that's what I was saying with Farcoin too. And I was like, all right, if it goes below 85, I'll buy. And this is when it was at $1.20 or something like that, or $1.15. And it just dumped. And I was like, all right, I'll buy it.
Now, as long as it's below 180, the probability of that happening is not that low, honestly, because it's the range, right? Like, well, 120 is the range bound bottom, I guess. Yeah, 120. As long as it's below 180, seeing 120 again is pretty likely, in my opinion. But right now we're not below 180. It's trying to break out the range again to the upside. And the last two attempts were failure, but they ended up in higher lows. So it looks like a parallel upward, actually. Well, maybe we can get to like 230, 240 before the lower low below 90.
Well, at least a 205 double top, I'm thinking at least. 205 double top.
But that's very close. No,
yeah.
Well, it's 5%, right?
Yeah.
But Eve just pumped 12% in a day. Look at the daily candle. I'm sure Solana can catch up a bit. But with enough patience and time, I think I'll be able to buy Sol back below in a fake out below the range kind of idea, which happened, right? And I did buy some. So on spot, I need to sell actually. But on leverage, like if I wanted to leverage long a Solana play, I need a downtrend to do that, and Solana isn't really giving me a downtrend here. Like it's, well, $110, $120 could have been a good buy, but now it's confirmed support there and it's continuing upward. So I just need to patiently wait for a downtrend to form, and I don't know when, where, but I'll see it. Maybe we'll pump to $1,000, and then there'll be a downtrend, right? And I'll try to catch a double bottom ABC kind of structure during that downtrend. Maybe it'll pump to $1,000 and then drop back down to $80. Who knows?
Yeah, if you're not accumulating, if you're just trading it, you don't care really, because as long as you're patient, you're good.
But there are so many charts. Like right now, you can find stuff that still triggers bullish macro setups. Solana is close to its all-time high, right? It's a bit like HBAR, it's a bit like ETH. Bitcoin broke out like a year ago. So these are the next ones to go but there are stuff that, well, hasn't gone at all, and it's riskier. But we're talking about alts. You're not putting a lot into this stuff anyway. Well, except you.
Unless you're crazy like me.
Yeah, except you. So, I mean, I guess if you want a safe alt play, then these coins are a possibility. Well, a safer alt play. But the whole point of alts is to take risk. So
I was just gonna say,
me,
who wants to be safe in alts, right?
yeah. Well, it depends. I guess you can have safer strategies
Well, of
on alts
course.
too.
You could have a safe invalidation point, but like, okay, this invalidates my bullish thesis. Let me get out. That's why this fart coin was very easy for me to get into, because I had an invalidation thesis. I was like, okay, if it goes below that previous low, I'm out. And you can tell it dumped hard to 84, 83 area. And I was like, simple, and I was like, this is either the bottom or it's not. But if it's not the bottom, I'm getting out, on the next dip. So as long as you have an easy invalidation thesis, you're good to go.
But just below Solana on my watch list, I have Aptos, because back 2 years ago, whatever, it was supposed to be the Solana killer, right? And then if you look at that chart, you're like, well, yeah, I can definitely plan on a buy in this area. Now, not now today, but overall, it's more at support than at resistance. Like the thing is down. Yeah, it hasn't had its surge up to well, maybe it'll just put a lower high. So even without being really bullish, there's more potential in this chart. It could easily pump to $7, $8, $10, right?
It's not that hard here.
Well, it's at $4. I don't know what it's doing there, but I guess it's dead. Maybe a dead coin. But potentially it's an accumulation range going on, unless you distribute at support. But unless it's gonna die, which is a possibility, like go down 99% and just disappear.
I mean, you could have accumulation ranges up and low. You can have them up high and low. Doesn't matter. They can still be accumulation ranges.
Well, it's a coin that's range bound between $4 and $5 basically for the last 3 months. Like that seems like less. Well, oddly, it's riskier, but technically it's less risky than buying something that's been pumping and is at all-time highs. Technically for me it's less risky. Now fundamentally it's much more riskier because this coin doesn't have a good fundamental going on for it, I guess. Otherwise it wouldn't be down there, right?
Oui.
But that'll change because as soon as alt season comes, they'll all come up with their fake bullish news like, hey, me too ETF, me too Powell friendly, or whatever it's gonna be.
Powell is finished. He's on his way out the door.
I'm back, y'all.
They'll make a new low, and all the coins will have to be ISO compliant, or they'll come up with something and fight over.
That's funny that you mentioned that. I was looking into it the other day. It's actually very easy to make your coin ISO compliant. It's not difficult at all. It doesn't cost any money. So,
all right. Well,
in other words, that ISO narrative of the coins that were already ISO compliant when they hit the switch is cool and all, but I don't think that they're gonna keep their sort of, once everything starts to turn. Like I think Sol is in the process of becoming ISO compliant right now. ETH.
Yo, Dbloc. Sorry, I just
Go
want
ahead,
to.
go ahead.
Are you doing that bullish IPO tomorrow by chance?
I saw it and I thought about it, bro, but I didn't swing. They offered it to me like I think it was like a week ago, 2 weeks ago. But I didn't do it. You doing it?
Yeah, no, I just put in, but I was trying to figure out if I should put some more in.
I
Or if you had heard anything
blame
more.
you. I'm like, I was on the fence. It's not the most horrible idea, but I don't have time for my money to get locked up. If things go bad this late, I rather stay liquid.
Yeah, true.
But it could do well. It could do really well. I mean, we just look at some of the recent IPOs; they've gone absolutely crazy. You had to take profits on them, though, right? Or you ended up kind of holding the bag. But
I mean, it's interesting though. The two things I found was that's like Peter Thiel is involved, and
Mhm.
also their CEO was the ex head of the New York Stock Exchange
Yep.
for the bullish company. I was like, that's kind of bullish.
I just like the ticker.
Yeah.
Speaking of Peter Thiel, RSR hit 10%.
Nice.
Since you mentioned the new IPOs, I checked Circle. That thing had a red candle today. It's still too early to buy, no.
I've been
Although,
DCAing
if it
into Circle for a couple weeks.
gets
They had
back above
their
170,
earnings.
maybe. Yeah.
They had their earnings today. I think they missed, or I don't know if they missed or they guided. There's something that happened with their earnings.
Well,
Listen,
with
if the
expectations
plan,
of lower rates,
if the
it makes
plan
sense
is to
that
kick, if the plan is to kick 10 trillion through stables, right, to force them to buy bonds, Circle, in my opinion, is too big to fail. I don't care about what's happening with the price action in short term. That's why me personally, I'm just DCAing. Got automatic buys every
But
week at whatever
too big
price.
to fail doesn't mean that the price doesn't that the
No,
asset
yeah,
value
yeah.
is gonna have a. I've seen companies that are too big to fail that get bailed out by governments, especially in France, but their stock value just goes down over time.
Yeah, but right
Like
now,
you can look at 30-year charts; they've just been going down for 30 years.
look,
It's kind of impressive.
right now we've got Circle valued.
133 could be a blind buy on Circle, right? Just
Right
get
now
full
we got
down.
Circle valued based off of a market cap of 66 billion. Right, this market cap is going to explode with the Genius Bill. Circle will have to be repriced because that's where the stables are coming through. This is the amount of stables that there are now. The amount of
Yeah, but the
stables that are
Genius
coming
Bill,
through the Genius Bill are going to be in the trillions.
but that bill has passed. Why is it not
Exactly.
already?
Well, it's not just a switch. It doesn't happen overnight.
Oh,
It just opens the doors for it. All of that extra money that's coming in through USDC isn't going to be for crypto trading, right? This is for commerce, right? This is for remittances, for international remittances. This is for. But what I'm saying is that Circle itself, as the parent company, is currently priced with this under
I
consideration,
see.
right? Maybe it's probably at a premium a bit, but I don't think it's been completely priced in. They're going to screw up total market cap is what they're going to do. We're going to have a stable list total to look at because we're talking doubling the current market cap in just stables over the next 10 years.
Is USDC catching up to USDT? Oh, I'll check it out. But
Yeah,
USDT,
it is.
it is.
And USDC is going to take over.
What
Well,
role
no,
does
no,
Circle play?
it's not on the weekly chart. We're below
Circle
the
is the
200
parent company
MA,
of
so
USDC.
that's odd. With all this bullish
It's
news
the
on
what?
USDC,
It's the parent company.
it's not gaining dominance against USDT. USDT has grown more than USDC in the last
They just minted.
4 years.
Yeah, they just
You think
minted a batch. And the thing is, I
They
think
also just
USDT is
got
not
banned in
minting one.
Europe.
Yeah.
And also, isn't USDT is the main underlying asset for most perps exchanges, right? It's mainly, I think most of them are trying to
Yeah.
do USDC now. But
Yeah.
it's
They'll
the main
switch over
underlying.
eventually, but for the most part, USDT. I don't think USDT is going anywhere. I just think that the future looks brighter for USDC.
But it's below the weekly 200 MA, so
How many years have you been?
that's what's happening for now.
How many years have you guys been hearing me say that USDC is the pilot program for the digital dollar? That they've all been in bed with the with the SEC, Coinbase, Circle. Do you know that half of Circle's profits, that they have a profit share agreement with Coinbase? Half of their profits go directly to Coinbase.
You know,
Circle
I
and
didn't know
Coinbase
that,
love
and
each other.
I'm glad to hear you say that because we used to call it snitch base for a reason back in the last cycle.
That's a reason why I'm also holding base. I'm holding a bunch of base. I'm holding a bunch of circle because one's gonna feed the other, and then I'm holding some hood, Robin Hood. Blow off tops
I
are
just want to know when
great
crack
for those.
feeling.
They're gonna go crazy during the blow off top, in my opinion. Yeah, that's why Coinbase is so USDC heavy, Neve.
Oh yeah, Coinbase basically launched USDC for them.
They've got a little
And the
circular
digital task
economy
force.
going.
Yeah, and there was like 8 pilot programs in the digital task force. One of the guys from Circle, he was actually hired by the feds to be in the federal digital task force, and this is before this whole mess was with Trump and everything. So yeah, they're in bed together.
Right.
Yeah, there was a lot of people who used to avoid USDC because they were just like they wanted to be as invisible as possible from institutions and governments.
You remember when SEC came out and gave us that list of coins that they considered a security? And Robinhood, Crypto.com, everybody took them off the list. And Coinbase said, we're taking you to court. You can't tell us what to... And people fell for that shit. Oh, Coinbase is on our side. They're fighting for the people, bro. That was all political theater.
Well, no, dude, they're in it though, man. Like they're out there in the forefront, like in the front lines, trying to get the policies changed. Like I've actually they helped me get my local representatives crypto friendly. So
No,
they're
what
not
I'm
just
saying
fronting
is
on
that
that.
their beefs with the SEC for the most part have been Spider-Man pointing at Spider-Man. You know, like
Totally.
like that meme.
But they've been on the front line, like trying to get
No, they
crypto
have. They were.
adoption,
They had a
trying to
heavy. They were in Congress during all those meetings, right?
Yep.
Explaining to these dudes the difference between a shitcoin and Ethereum. Yeah.
Yeah, now that you say that, let me see what.
They made it super simple for me. Like if you sign up for one of their programs, I forget the name of it, but it's just basically they send you these text messages and you just click it and it automatically sends a letter to your representative, like all the pro crypto ones saying, you know, please do this, please do that. And it's basically already a preset for you and just click the buttons, like bang, you just told this senator or whatever that you better be crypto friendly or else I'm not voting.
Yep, it's your representative.
Yeah.
You guys see the cup and handle here? Now the reason that I'm not going to leave the pattern on the screen is because it doesn't matter. The measured move from the bull flag is higher than the measured move from the cup and handle, but you are building bullish structure inside of the flag to try to break out. So this cup and handle breakout here would give us a measured move. Right? So it doesn't really matter. One is going to give you the measured move of the other. But we are building bullish structure inside of here. You saw how we got faked out, or how we didn't get faked out, I should more properly say, because the 13 never crossed the 50 here. Remember we said don't get excited just because price is underneath the 50 until the 13 crosses. You haven't lost bullish momentum here. Right? This is the 5th time now in this run that this would have kept you from getting faked out, and you're still in position for a possible breakout here.
What time frame is that?
5 minute.
Yeah. Oh yeah, it's your regular chart, okay.
I'm glad to see you draw patterns on the 5 minute as well, because some of the lower time frame, I mean, seeing patterns on them, I always wonder how legit they are, or like, because some of them look kind of messy.
Bro, have you never
And
have you not been here for my 5-second TA sessions?
Oh my god!
I gotta do one of those again. Bro. I'll put it on the 5-second and I'll run for like 30 minutes and just in real time. Well, the tricky thing is that you have to draw the pattern quick because typically it plays out before you can even get the shit drawn.
Right.
But yeah, they will 1000% play out on the 5-second, just faster with a higher degree of fake outs.
Yeah, that's way too cracked. 5 seconds.
But that's just to show that it's possible. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Structure is structure.
Do you think somehow like those structures somehow fall in that kind of same Fibonacci sequence, the sacred geometry, like that somehow it forms a pattern basically. There's a pattern in everything.
I think that enough people do it, right? Enough people
Self-fulfill it.
Yeah, like enough people pull a fib to where that 786 was there and people react, right? Or that 382 was there and people react to it hitting. Problem is there's no gravity, there's no physics here. Right? Like I understand that like Fibonacci controls the natural world, and we find it everywhere. But this is not natural. Right?
It's
like,
too granular.
Yeah, it doesn't come down because of gravity. It doesn't come up because of some force push. Like it's literally just supply and demand.
At the 5 second, like us together, we can make that thing move.
Wow, you're looking at single orders when you zoom in that much.
But do you guys know the story behind the 4-coin thing? Like how it came up? Guess like somehow they I don't know if it was Grok or ChatGPT and asked like what's going to be the most successful crypto, and I guess that's what AI
No,
came up
so
with.
there was an AI sandbox. It's the same sandbox that it's Fartcoin and what was the other one? Godius Maximus came out of. So
Yeah.
what they did was devs put a bunch of AI agents inside of this sandbox, and the experiment was to see if they could break out. Right? Could they break out of these confines into the overall internet? How would they react to each other? Blah blah blah, all of that good shit. So these AI agents got to interacting with each other, and eventually they came up with humor, and just like humans do or whatever. And Godius Maximus was this thing that they kept talking about, right? It was like a meme that they had that they shared between themselves. And then the devs thought it was so funny that the devs dropped GOAT. Then I saw an interview with the dev, and the dev said, it's funny because you see his face and he's kind of freaked out, right? He's like, the whole idea was to see if these things could break out. And I think what they did was they used me to break out. Like the AI agents got the devs to take an idea that they had inside of the sandbox and bring it into reality. And then the dev was like contemplating, like, damn, like we thought we were just doing something funny, but in retrospect, they broke out through us. And then that same sandbox of like agents came up with like that Fartcoin. Like,
Okay, who runs that sandbox?
I can't remember who the team is exactly that started it. That part I don't remember. I want to find that interview though, because it's funny to listen to. Because he really had like an existential crisis for a second. Like he was like, I don't know how to take it. You know what I mean? Like, did they use
Like,
me?
I've been used.
Was it my idea? Did they plant the idea? But yeah, Fartcoin is dual narrative, right? It will run with AI and it will run with memes. Is why it's had such success. The same thing with GOAT.
Yo, I can't believe the volume it has though. I was just like, yo, these whales are getting in and out of there easy with like no kind of slippage.
5 second TA has us going to 125.2.
Let's go 5 second TA. Big buys.
But that's like a 5% move up. 125 on the 5 second.
Nah, 120.50 or 12500, I should say.
Oh, okay. So 0.5, 0.4%. Well, that shouldn't stop me out. Yeah.
What's going on?
Not a whole hell of a lot.
Lucy.
What up?
Everything
Crypto's
is
up,
up.
baby. We up right now. We are so bullish. It's getting crazy, but I'm trying to control myself.
Crow is down, but that's just because we had a daily can. Oh no, the daily
I
is
got
off
something
now.
to bring to you guys' table. Curious about
Hold
something.
up, wait. Who is this? This is Hold on.
You don't remember, Musi?
Lucy.
What's up,
Lucy
man?
and Zeusy in the same room together. We got it going. What's going on, Lucy?
What's going on, brother? Long time no see, man.
Time, man. Good to hear your voice.
You as well, brother.
Listen,
I wanna bring something to the table I just saw today. See if anyone knows anything about B is like BLSH.
BLSH?
Yeah.
Like bullish?
Yep.
Yeah, someone was just talking about that earlier.
You talking about the IPO? What's going on, Musi?
Yeah. What's going on, man?
Not much.
Uh
Yeah, I was
freaking
thinking about getting. I never pulled the trigger on it, but I think Bick was saying that he jumped in the IPO.
yeah, I did too, but I'm really curious about what it stands for, what's backed, because they have some strong CEOs in there.
Yeah. The team is strong. The launch should be good, in my opinion.
Yeah, I pulled trigger, so I'm curious. That's tomorrow, so
I was on the fence. I could have gone either way, honestly. There's no real like standout reason that I was like, nah, I'm not gonna get involved. It's just one of those. I'd rather
yeah.
have some money loose to just play something else if something happens.
Oh man, I freaking moved across the country. I'm East Coast now, man.
Let's go.
Oh, yeah. Let's party.
Where you at? Well, you don't have to say.
SC.
Okay.
Ain't no party like East Coast party. I used to live in SC, Hilton Head Island.
Oh yeah?
Yep.
That's freaking
I got
beautiful out
kicked
here, man.
I got kicked out of that island. I got caught
Been
with
here.
these girls in the cornfields drinking rum. They said I could never come back.
Man, where the cornfields out here, man? I don't see any of them.
Well, I was actually right outside by Savannah.
Oh
But
yeah,
I
yeah,
was
yeah.
in the tennis. I was in a tennis camp there in Hilton Head, and they wouldn't let me back in the tennis camp, and they gave me like this record and all this thing that I couldn't really do things. But now as an adult, I'm good. I was like 17 years old at the time.
I mean, we've been out here 4 days, and it has not stopped raining for the last week.
Oh yeah, I was flooded there once during the hurricane. It was terrible.
Humidity, not used to it either.
It's good that you can just drive up north to like North Carolina, Smoky Blue Mountains.
Oh yeah, dude, it's right next to us. What I really want is the beach, man.
You still messing with crypto or just stocks?
Oh, I just got into some, man. Some beautiful
Oh.
ones.
Oh yeah. Good to hear. Good to hear.
Took profits, a while back, and then I was like, well, it's time to get back in.
Things are spicy right now.
Man, I've been just doing the slow loads, man.
I've been doing a lot of swings and
Yep.
been playing with this fart coin, pump coin. Actually, it's technically not called pump coin. It's pump fun. Did a few Doge plays. Got some Ethereum,
Yep.
Solana.
Take a look at for me personally, I've been looking at FIL.
Filecoin?
Yep.
Yeah, I haven't heard too much about that lately.
No news, but I love the technicals on it. Gala looks fun too.
Dude, there's so many that are looking spicy and ready to pop, right?
I know, dude. I'm sitting here with the powder. I'm like, all right, let me know, man.
Are you in still a bit in looking at Filecoin?
Of course, man.
I noticed recently, like it did that lower low below $3, or maybe even new all-time low. I forgot. And well, it hasn't really moved up from that area since. But yeah, it's one of those coins that's like low down there. Dead coin, I guess. It'll wake up potentially one day.
Would be
Well, as long as it's
beautiful.
above 2.4, it's got a chance at waking up. Yeah.
Man, I'm building a flat pack right now. So my nephew. So you guys are keeping me company. It's good.
What's a flat pack?
So it's like, you know, when you buy something from IKEA and you have to build it? Yeah.
Mm.
This is a kid's kitchen. I'll show you a photo. Hang on a second.
One of those like little miniature ones.
Yeah, man. It's pretty complex. Where do I put it? I'll just put it in the bubble chat.
Bro, that's a full-on kitchen. What you mean? I'm expecting like those little green and blue ones that we grew up with. That's a
Oh
full-on
man, this
kitchen.
is
That's crazy.
crazy. This is like dowels and screws and bolts and all sorts of things.
Nah,
So,
at that point, you should have just got him a grill, man. Get him a grill and call it a day.
just use the real kitchen. You can go play in the real kitchen, dude. I'm not building that.
I'd imagine that'd be pretty pricey. Shit, that looks better than my
Yeah,
kitchen.
I didn't. I'm glad I didn't buy it. Sister bought it for him. And now she's paying me to build it. She gave me $20 to build it. It's gonna take a while.
What is it? Are you showing what you're building, or are you? Did you put
Yeah,
a picture
I
of the
put
scene?
it I put it in the bubble chat. Yeah. It's like this little kid's kitchen thing. It's got like hot plates and stuff. Stove. Pretend, of course, not real.
Bro, that thing's legit. Yeah.
Yeah, it's pretty cool, huh? A wooden rustic kitchen. Let me see if this works. Hang on a sec. It's pretty complex, this thing. Check out the assembly instructions. Can you see my screen share on Rick 2? So there's like,
You got
don't mind
orange.
me and my socks and my track pants. But look at this. That's all the bits, all the components. And there's like pages and pages of setup. Dude, I'd be here all day.
You know, in euros, Bitcoin is still below 100K, roughly speaking. Well, it's below 105 for sure. Like it's below the previous all-time high. That dropped us to 70K. That's interesting, right?
Yeah, I
We
never thought
pumped.
of it that way.
But if you look at BTC Euro, BTC EUR, well, that one maybe will help Bitcoin gain dominance again. Oh. But yeah, that 20% drop almost on the dollar yeah, leaves a footprint on this chart. Because we should be more like at 120,000 in euros, but no, we're at 102 right now. And the previous all-time high was 105. So it never made a new all-time high on BTC Euro. We came pretty close, but got rejected every time. And even today, I mean, on Monday, even on Monday, it was a lower high. That's
All
a
right,
bit of a
guys.
problem for me.
Hold on a second. My food's here. I'm gonna go eat real quick. Before I go, I just want to catch everybody up really fast. This bull flag, if it plays out, will invalidate our M pattern. I'm expecting it to fail personally, and for them to come down to CME. If it does invalidate the M pattern, but it doesn't put in a higher high, then we're just gonna roll over and end up coming to get CME anyways. But I think it, personally, I think it fails. I think it falls short and then comes down. But I'm gonna go eat, and then we'll figure out what happened when I get back.
All right, bro. Enjoy.
Just want you to, yeah, just want you guys to know what I'm watching. All right, I'll be back.
Yeah, overall, Europe can buy, it can't sell right now. Euro is too high.
What do you mean?
Well, for us, things are still cheap. Yeah, they're 20% cheaper. Because our currency gained value, right? So we can buy foreign stuff. But we can't sell.
Okay.
Never sell your Bitcoin.
But I sold some at 120 a few weeks ago, and didn't pay too much attention actually to where euro is. And now that I look at the chart, I'm like, actually, this sell was less good than the previous one, than the one in January or December, January.
if we stay there on BTC USD, it will be the highest daily close on Bitcoin.
Right.
Ever.
Let's do it. Can we also do it on the Euro chart though?
I never look at BTC Euro.
Well, yeah, but we TP into euros, right?
It's good Euro to buy, but I agree not to sell. So you can sell in USD or
Yeah.
or stable
Yeah,
coin.
and wait a bit for Dixie to cool off to convert to euros. Yeah.
The dollar will just go to zero.
But
You
it
better
is.
keep your
That's a problem
Bitcoin.
for us because we're tipping in dollars, and okay, it's cool. It's at 120. I'm getting lots of dollars, but just don't look at the exchange rate right now because you're not getting as much euros. But it's 20% less, right? So you're getting 100,000 euros per Bitcoin, while you're getting $120.
And also on BTC USD, on daily, the RSI is above 60. So when I heard Dbloc say that he think that the price will go down, I can't agree. For me, it will we will see the same volatility tomorrow, maybe more. Like maybe new all-time high.
Yeah, that's just a matter of time. It should have done it on Monday, actually. I don't know why it did. Like, well, that's just teasing, actually. SPY made a new all-time high. Nasdaq made new all-time high. Everything made new all-time highs this week.
Yeah.
Bitcoin didn't, so it seems like it's a bit well.
Bitcoin's
playing
about to
with-
do that right now. We're getting some big buys coming in. Be patient.
It's playing with us. Maybe it won't. Maybe it will even put a lower low below 112 before it goes up, right?
And we're about to go out of space. Put on the moon boots.
It's very possible, no? Like in a few
But
minutes.
They're still buying up here. $4 million, $5 million buys.
it's not the weekend, right?
No,
Yeah,
it's not
Every
the
day's the weekend.
No, it's not. I mean, I know it's summer and all, but we're Wednesday. Because in the order
Yeah.
book, there's like a 2% range going on, so that should happen during the weekend, not on a Wednesday, but
Days don't mean anything to the land where we're going.
Yeah,
Midweek
people are
madness.
lot of people are drinking cocktails on the beach, and they are out of the screen. And when they come back in September, they say, "Oh my God, why I didn't buy some Ethereum?"
Well, they're gonna press sell when they come back, because they'll be like, "Oh, it went up while I was gone. Cool. I'll just sell."
Oh, it doubled. It's time to buy.
Well, a lot of them sold into the end of July. That's why we had that sell off. So they may have to chase. Like, I don't know if you saw that post by that guy Arthur Hayes. He sold most of his bag right towards the end, and he ended up buying it all back higher, or at least his Ethereum bag. He sold ETH at 3,500, and he was calling
Not
for
just
100K.
Ethereum, Bitcoin position and his Pepe position.
Yeah, he was calling for 100K and then 3K retest on ETH, and then just a few days ago he bought his whole bag back, or less, at 4,200.
A lot higher, yeah.
But I
He was
think
talking schmack.
a lot of people expected August to be like, a slow month with people out,
Not
holidays.
me.
And I mean,
But it
I
is.
was
If you
hoping
look
it
at
was.
volatility, it actually is. If you look at volatility on Bitcoin, it's pretty low right now.
Yeah, but look at Ethereum and Solana.
Yeah, on alts, there's well, Solana is probably very low. No,
Yeah, Solana's still kind of low, but it's starting to warm up.
like if you look at July and
I mean, to
and
be honest,
August,
man, it's some of these meme coins that you're sleeping on, Zeus, you're getting the juice. Like Farcoin was down 20% earlier yesterday, and now it's up 20%. So that's probably already a 40% move. I'll be right back. I got a phone call.
Yeah, but what is the project of Fartcoin? It's a risky thing, quoi.
Fartcoin does have one narrative. It's the first of its kind. It was the first AI
Wow.
agent launched coin, I'm pretty sure. So that has like some a little bit of relevancy, I guess.
I
Altcoin,
was
the first of
I,
its name.
First of his name, first of his kind.
wow. I need to buy it now. I buy the name. In their page, Farcoin is a meme coin with no intrinsic value or financial return expectation. This token exists purely for entertainment purposes.
So does Bitcoin.
How can I buy this?
Making money is entertaining.
Yeah,
Well,
but
the thing with its volume, it has it's fourth place of volume on Coinbase. It has billions of dollars of volume every day. It's becoming more than a joke.
yeah,
No, it has more volume than most layer ones, layer twos.
it's
or
$1.
layer
$1.
$1 per fart.
No way.
Like
No
in the
way.
end,
I will never buy this shit.
Well, guess
and
what?
and
I got a
that's cool.
lot of it.
You
That's
are
cool. I
crazy.
mean, look, in the end, right? Narratives and like use cases and intrinsic value lets you hold things through cycles, right? But like in intracycle, these things are trading instruments. They're there to just make you money. So if the consensus is strong on it that it can make money, then it will keep making money, and that's why it's done so.
Yep.
Yeah, I agree with you. I totally agree with you. It's like a Trump coin, quoi.
You're right.
Yeah.
There is a place in crypto if you want to be a fundamentalist, like if you're all about the fundamentals and the use case. There are those things. But
Yeah, so
when the use case is to pump,
yeah,
there's
exactly.
also that.
Everybody likes sophisticated Do Kwon. He was so sophisticated. Algorithmic stable coins. Yeah, very blue chip. Nah, it's not about, it's just about what has mind share, and I think it'll be a funny story after the bull market's over if the only thing pumping would be Fartcoin, because it seems to run against the market a lot of the times. And then people will be like, yo, how can Fartcoin be outperforming all of these in volume? I mean, right now it already is. It's crazy. It's a joke.
Fartcoin was the first coin to run, and when we were still in like the 70s, the 80s.
Yep.
We are just breaking out. Fartcoin was the first one to run.
You remember the crowd of people that were upset that Doge made it to 70 cents or 70 plus? They're like, what the hell is this market? Like, they got upset about it, man.
Oh, please don't
Especially
speak
like,
about Doge.
yeah.
We love Doge.
Yeah.
Makes me
Yeah,
mad.
Doge was great. But
Oh,
all
but
the
to make you
people that
mad, man.
dedicated their focus and attention and like, time and energy into blue chip, good, solid, sound projects, and then Doge comes in and just completely outperforms and outshines them. It's great.
I want to sell my Dogecoin like right now. Ah là là.
Aye, aye, aye.
Because Dogecoin, it's infinite supply, quoi.
Well, listen
It
to
don't,
this though. Let me.
it will never end.
Can I tell you this? Bitcoin is infinite supply in your whole lifetime. It's going to be spitting out more Dogecoin than Dogecoin is actually spitting out. So probably the next 30 years, 25 years, Bitcoin is still going to have an infinite supply. The thing with Dogecoin, it has an infinite supply over infinite time, which will make it last longer than a lot of these cryptos. And that's what Elon is so intrigued about Dogecoin is that issuance. But it has a constraint over days. So it has a cap. A lot of people think it can spit out as many coins as it wants to, but it's actually spitting out less coins than Bitcoin's being mined right now. And a lot of people don't understand that concept. So they're like, oh, it's spitting out coins and it's issuing. It's like Bitcoin's doing more. It's issuing more coins. And by the time you're dead and you're not on this earth, it's still going to be issuing coins. And by the time your children might be passed away, it's still going to be issuing coins. It's for the next 20, 30 years.
So,
Maybe
so there's a
40.
cap on the issuance with
Yeah, but
Dogecoin. Like it's
Yeah,
like
per day.
infinite, yes, but the rate is like pretty, slow.
Maybe in dollar
You,
value, what you say is true, because there's so much mining going on Bitcoin that maybe in dollar value it represents more than what Doge mining does. But if you look at the percentage that's being mined compared to the total supply available today, you can't even compare the two. Bitcoin mining is getting ridiculous. It's just very little
yeah,
compared to
yeah, that's
the
true.
circulating supply. Compared to these alts, it's tokenomics wise, like, there's no comparison even.
Yeah,
And
I think
Bitcoin is limited supply. It's not infinite.
yeah, not like Doge.
While Doge's supply with enough time is infinite. The growth, though, the growth curve is determined. Yeah.
Which
But
gives it a one-up on fiat, because it's like fiat is who knows about the rate. It all comes down to decisions by people in a like very select elite group of people that decide on the rate and when, and the FOMC with
Well, Doge
cash
is an
and other
inflating
central banks.
currency, right? While Bitcoin is a deflating one,
Mm.
basically.
well, no,
But
but that's what
its
I'm saying. It's right
issuance
now.
is
It's inflating right
it's
now as we
predictable,
speak.
right?
Yeah,
Mm.
even though it has a limit supply, it's still diluting as we speak.
Yeah, it's inflation is like, I don't know, 2%, 3% per year on Doge, no? Maybe a bit more, 5% per year.
Yeah, it's harmless, really. If you can sort of invest into Doge for a cycle, and I'm just strictly talking about the inflation factor. And the inflation factor is tiny compared to like what it gains, like in the pumps. So it's like it pays for itself in a way. Like I mean, it covers the loss that you get from its inflation, just from its pure like performance. Like you'll be fine.
Yeah.
It's not it's like essentially it's not of any concern to where like you're gonna start losing profits because of its inflation.
And it's not like stuff like ICP that managed to reach much higher market caps while price is like down 90%, 99% or whatever it is, right?
Right, and the
Or
price,
even
yeah.
even Arbitrum with its Arbitrum is making like I'm exaggerating, I didn't check, but maybe Arbitrum right now is making new all-time highs on market cap, but not in
So
dollars.
I have to correct a statement I made. It's actually around the year 21,040. That's when Bitcoin is going to stop mining coins.
Yeah,
21,040. That is a long time away.
it's a
It is,
finite
wow.
supply.
So, but yeah, it's
Yeah.
finite. But the thing is, in our lifetime, we're going to be experiencing the distribution of it, basically. So that's what I'm saying, why the tokenomics of Doge is actually short-term more bullish than the long-term tokenomics of Bitcoin. I don't know if
I
that
can't
makes
believe
sense.
this.
Well, the whole
Well,
point of having an inflationary token is that, you know, these are social media tokens, right? So with new players coming in the market, you don't want price to just go up, up, up. So you mint new coins so that you are able to hold your price low enough that people like to buy it, right? While on Bitcoin, it's quite the opposite. The growth doesn't come from new players entering the market. It just comes from the fact that it's limited. You can calculate even today how much your Bitcoin is
I
going to
think
be
that's a
worth when.
psychological, yeah, but that's just a psychological factor. The tokenomic factor of that hasn't kicked in yet, of the limit supply. That's going to happen in the year 21,040.
Yeah, so because the supply is finite, you know, the growth is potentially unlimited. So
The
while
issuance
on
halves every 4 years, so it's actually slowing down in issuance.
Yeah.
Bitcoin.
now
Yeah.
imagine everybody adopts Doge tomorrow, like the whole world economy works on Doge coin.
No way.
It's
Like
possible.
everybody, you convert everything into Doge and everything works on Doge. Then you have a mechanism where it's adding 5% of supply every year, right? So that's gonna enable governments to fund wars or whatever governments do with the money they take through inflation.
You're already there.
Well, while on Bitcoin, if everybody goes onto Bitcoin, well, it's impossible to add new Bitcoins, right?
Well, no, there's new
Yeah, you
Bitcoins
can't.
being added every time one's mined, right?
No. I mean, new Bitcoins that are not in the 21 million that's
Yeah.
allowed to be added. Right?
Yeah, but that's
So,
you're
That's
not going to
right.
feel that effect till 21,040 is what I'm saying.
but it doesn't matter because we cannot feel it already because even like what's left to mine is like a few percent of the total supply.
It's
Like, most of the
1
Bitcoin
million.
are already mined. It's already over the mining.
It's
You know,
only
the
1 million left.
yeah, right.
Yeah, the
So
most
it's like five.
impactful Bitcoin is already in
So
circulation. Yeah.
it's 5%, right? There's 5% left to mine basically. And now you have that Satoshi wallet that holds like 5% also, right? So there are potential issues with big wallets holding Bitcoin and all, but overall, it's even if Satoshi sells his Bitcoin, it's just 5 or 10%.
Right now, it's 5.2% left to be mined. Yep.
Yeah, so like the price impact of mining all that Bitcoin tomorrow through a quantum computer or whatever would be able to mine all that, but it's just 5%.
Well, yeah,
You
the
would
quantum
add,
computing would probably be, let's say, 7 to 10 years maybe down the road. And that might speed it up. You're right. So let's say if that does happen, you'd still have a scenario, even with quantum computing, that it's probably still going to be being mined until what, 2090 maybe?
But they
well,
would
maybe
increase the difficulty to counter how fast the quantum computing is
no,
mining
but
it.
even imagine it's able to mine everything in 1 second and all the Bitcoins are mined. Well,
All right,
you know,
before it can
those
have a
people are
chance to
going to have
adjust. Yeah.
5% of Bitcoin supply. They can dump it all. It would create a huge crash, but eventually price should stabilize 5%
Yeah.
lower than where it is currently, right? So if we're at 120, even if you mine all the Bitcoin that's left to mine tomorrow and you sell it, eventually we should come back to 115.
That's the
Depending
thing,
what
yeah.
it depends, also what happens in the fundamentals, why that sale happened, what kind of FUD is going to get recycled over that. Sometimes things cascade.
Yeah, you could have a cascade effect starting a bear market and we could go down 99.9%, but most likely it'll
think
just stabilize 5% below.
whales dumping to me is just, hey, they're just redistributing it. Like it's like, okay, you're not going to hold it anymore. You're no longer the Bitcoin whale that you were. Now what you had is spread out across the community, like of the people that bought it. So it's just
Hey,
a
Drew,
redistribution.
you can fight Bitcoin on a lot of things, but not on tokenomics. Really not. That one is going to be hard to
Well,
do.
no, why not? Think about it. The tokenomics factor, like right now with the Satoshi wallet and a lot of legacy wallets that we don't know and are actually vulnerable to quantum attacks already. I think that
Yeah, but that's that's true. That's true for every crypto. It's not Bitcoin
No,
specific.
that is not. No, it's very Bitcoin specific because Bitcoin's very old. So a lot of the legacy wallets don't have the same protection as the newer wallets, Bitcoin Core wallets do. So that's actually up for debate right now. They have a proposal. The Bitcoin Foundation themselves, the guys and the devs that are working on Bitcoin Core, the Lightning Network, Taproot, all that stuff. They have a proposal. They actually want to freeze these wallets, including Satoshi's wallet. I don't think that proposal is going to pass because that's against the whole ethos of Bitcoin. Like, how the hell can they vote to freeze someone's wallet? What if my wallet gets frozen by mistake, right? So the whole thing is that the token that's a very uh, big question mark on Bitcoin that you can question the tokenomics because if it has enough votes right now in this proposal, and if people will decide to, and these are the votes per weight is basically how much you have and whatever activity you have on chain that can outweigh and say, oh, yes, we decide to freeze these wallets. And that could be a very dangerous thing. Look it up.
I agree.
Freeze Satoshi
But
wallets.
isn't it? Is it's what currencies do. They give power to banks and governments to freeze people's assets. The Russian oligarchs got all their assets freezed in Europe. Their money is locked. So if you want a crypto to replace our national currencies, you need those mechanisms. What happens if China invades America tomorrow? You want to freeze Chinese assets in America,
Yeah, but
right?
what if
So
somebody uses that power nefariously? It has to be with checks and balances, though. And that's a very delicate line. Like, where do we draw the line? Like, how can, and the thing is, they don't know if all of the wallets, they want to freeze all of the Satoshi era wallets, basically. Anything that's quantum vulnerable. And the reason they want to do that because they're scared of an attack that will negative affect the protocol and the price of Bitcoin.
yeah, well, maybe that's how we'll eventually have a nice bear market.
Just, all I'm saying is if anyone out here has one of those old wallets, and that's why we've been seeing a lot of new old wallets moving their coins around and people have been getting scared. I think it has to do with them getting the newer wallets that have more security features than the older wallets do.
My hunch, honestly, on that is that it's exactly the opposite. Is that the old wallet is actually more secure, and they're trying to make people
No.
move to more complex wallets that have more security
No, the
breaches.
problem.
It's just that they haven't been
Mm,
discovered yet.
The
Well, the
problem with
old
the
one
old
is
ones,
proven.
yeah, but they were online. The old ones, there's a very interesting article if you look up, the proposal for freezing Satoshi's era wallets, you'll see that there's a lot of those on there right now, and it's
It's probably
it's
an attempt at scamming and stealing Bitcoin. No?
no, it's to protect the blockchain basically. That's why they're proposing it. They want to protect it. That's
The
their
blockchain does
angle.
not need protection. If anybody was able to hack it,
Well, it's
he would
for
just
quantum.
steal the money.
Oh yeah, well that's the whole problem. They're trying to protect it. They're trying to make it quantum proof.
Oh, but that's got nothing to do with, well, it's got nothing to do with Bitcoin in particular.
Yes, it does because it raises that question, and it's up for debate, and it's a very ethical question, on the ethos of Bitcoin. Like, what happens if they decide to freeze these wallets? They're not 100% sure that all of these wallets would be connected to Satoshi, the ones they want to freeze. And what if somebody's wallets gets frozen by mistake? What happens there? But it's a very, very interesting article, and there's a few of them out there right now. But
But
just anybody interested, look it up. Freezing Satoshi era wallets.
someone is
Future
studying
quantum.
Bitcoin in that article.
It's just it's an interesting observation that somebody found during a proposal. They were searching through the proposals in the Bitcoin network, and that's what they found in one of the proposals that might get votes, and it's something people should know about.
Well, it's all about giving priorities correctly to what should people know or not know, right? And for me, that information is probably the one to put on the side. Actually, you could label it FUD.
Yeah,
Just
it's fun.
ignore it.
Maybe for now you can ignore it, but these things are gonna once quantum computing is up there, they're gonna be able to crunch some numbers and hack some of these phrases pretty easy. So I don't know.
Now, if we put a new all-time high and fail to continue, then that FUD will be effective.
See, my goal is to FUD Bitcoin so we could pump Solana, pump Ethereum, pump the meme coins, get some of that dominance out of Bitcoin, have Bitcoin float around 100K, 105 area where it likes to be comfortable, and let the rest of the market flourish until November, and then we just chill out a little bit in December.
Imagine how much money BlackRock would lose if a quantum computer is able to hack.
Well, funny you said that. That BlackRock is actually funding one of the whole quantum, anti-quantum mechanism, blah blah blah.
Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, they want to protect their assets.
NVIDIA's, they're doing right now. They're doing, I forget what the name of it, but they're doing scenarios using their microchips. They're able to accelerate them to do, I forgot the name. It's almost like mock trials. They're doing mock trials for quantum
Kind of
attacks,
like war games.
basically. Yeah, they're doing mock trials, right? That's really interesting, and they're preparing for quantum attacks too.
As long as it doesn't get into the hands of consumer like level, just random individuals, like anonymous individuals that have the quantum computing at their fingertips. It's like, you know, it's like a weapon, man. They're not just gonna sell nukes to the general public,
I was going
you
to
know.
say the same thing. It has to
They're
have,
gonna be
yeah.
protected. They have to be like, yeah, heavily guarded because they're powerful and extremely disruptive. And if I'm sure they understand this, right? Like that quantum computing is extremely threatening if used, like if it gets into the wrong hands, kind of
Not to
thing.
mention the I mean the SHA-256 algorithm, right? It's I mean it's the internet. So if it is a thing where it's it's widely available, then like the internet's literally in danger. That's it's even more
When you
major. I
think
mean,
about it,
is like at base to keep your funds safe is extremely paramount. But they could damage a lot more than simply your funds, right?
our lives right now and have been in the hands of a few people not pressing the nuke buttons. You know what I mean? Like we just trust that they're going to do the right thing and not
Didn't
start nuclear
Ukrainians
war, like that kind of thing.
didn't Ukrainians recently hack Moscow's airport? Imagine you can
I don't know.
break with a quantum computer. You can break like air traffic control and make planes collide and all. Oh,
Yeah, or
Right,
just
and make
internet.
things look false flag. Yeah,
The security of
that would
internet,
be bad.
like all the emails, all the networks. You can crack this. It's a new game, quoi. Everything will reset.
Look at
If
this
like
fart
Google
coin.
can do his job, it's finished.
Can't believe we just cracked $100 million on Coinbase volume today.
So hey, we did that
Or Farcoin?
highest daily close
Yep.
ever on Bitcoin, right?
So that's it.
Farcoin.
Let's go.
Oh my god, it's so funny, man.
It's so funny.
Farcoin making records on Coinbase.
Yeah, it has. It has more volume than Sui, more volume than Doge, more volume than what else is big? Bonk, H bar, XLM.
Yeah, when that volume fades out and it disappears back in the top 100 volume and not top 10.
Lucy, hot air rises. It doesn't disappear, it rises.
Nah,
That's the
but
thing.
it will, right?
People have to realize that it's a trend. Like it's just a trendy thing that's happening right now, and that it's not. That does not mean, you
They all
know,
do.
a future of finance.
The only constant is that
Necessarily.
Bitcoin is normally first, and right now it's second, which is a bit odd, but it's the sign that we're in phase 2, ETH running.
Yep. Yeah, dude, I love it. That's fantastic.
And Solana is third, which is its typical place, and XRP is trying to fight it a bit. And then you have some outsiders like Fartcoin that's got, well, it's a new one in that list. Doge is often there too. Etana also outsider.
Fartcoin.
Like Etana has nothing to do there, but it's there.
Yeah.
Well, if
Fartcoin.
Circle fails, and that's how they get our money back during the bear, Etana will save us.
What did you say? Tanner will
Yeah,
save us.
yes, because don't forget when you buy hold
He's a
USDC,
whale.
you're trusting an American bank, and American banks just tend to go bankrupt, and it's well, the government steps in, but maybe one day they won't.
Ethereum still pushing up, huh?
But on Etana, I think in theory nobody will be able to make the bank bankrupt.
Well, bank failures are contagious, right? So that's why they governments tend to step in.
Yeah, until that one cycle per generation where they don't.
If they don't, then it's probably because they can't. But usually, like they tend to step in for good reason. Like in the UK, if they didn't do that, then pension funds
The world
and
would have gone.
yeah, exactly. Do you know what I mean? Like the financial world of like a good chunk of the financial world just disappeared, so they had to step in.
Right.
But if the idea is to replace it with Bitcoin or with BRICS currency, if it's the Chinese taking over the world, then it kind of makes sense that we eventually go bankrupt when that has happened, right? When the power shifts from America to China, I do expect like a financial reset somewhere in the Western world, yeah.
Well, they still have value in our debt, right? So it's still in their interest to keep some level of equilibrium. It's just that they want to wean off of it.
Well, maybe
slowly.
2040, then no, I don't know. Maybe, yeah, maybe.
And they need to agree on the BRICS currency as well. That's the first thing they need to do, because before they couldn't agree on whether they want to use the renminbi, the ruble, the whatever. And clearly none of those are really suitable. So until someone stands up and says, "Well, let's create a currency and peg it to the to Bitcoin or peg it to whatever," that's when it will actually, there'll be some headway. So then the petrodollar still
But
got
all
value.
these. Oh, of course, I'm just being overly bearish argument, but the tariffs, like when you look at all the signs, it is trying to increase a bit exchanges in other stuff than dollar.
How so? What do you mean?
That's
Sorry?
not good for that's not good for our holdings, right? Whether it's in Europe or America.
I don't think so. I think it's good. En fait, for me,
No.
But why? Why not?
Because if you have African countries selling in other stuff than dollars to other countries, then it's going to be more expensive for us to buy those materials. Right?
Yes.
It's what's happening to America right now, right? Like importing bananas is like more expensive, right? First because of tariffs, and second because of the dollar's downturn.
Yeah, but tariffs are on the dollar. It's on currencies.
Yeah.
En
But
fait,
it's
I don't
making
know
it
if
less expensive for foreign countries to transact between themselves without going through the dollar, right? Or euro. So in theory, in like coming 10 years, it should increase exchanges between countries independent of America's will.
What are they exchanging in?
I don't know, but they'll figure it out.
That's the question. I mean, the last time a sort of block of countries tried to decide to create a new currency backed with gold, one of the leaders was killed. So, and many such
Gaddafi.
cases.
Yeah, there's wars going on there too. Right? But I think Putin said he accepts Bitcoin for his oil, right? So maybe crypto is one part of the answer.
yeah, maybe crypto, maybe they will not have tax. En fait, I don't know the tax, but it's for me it's a big
crypto is
question.
very easy to tax because it's all public, right? So it's very easy to tax.
Yeah, but if you have two wallets, not on an exchange, how you can tax someone? You can't. It's impossible.
But they will see that the Bitcoin moved to wallets, right?
Yeah, but if they don't know who
Whenever
is behind the wallet,
It's the
they can
offboarding, right? If you
tax it.
yeah,
can't,
but when
if
you
you can't
off ramp,
find the onboarding,
when you off ramp it back into fiat, don't worry, they'll tax you.
Yeah, but if you steal
that it
Bitcoin,
depends on where. That's I think that it tends to be right that these countries currently, at least in Europe, they're trying to control the off ramps. That's why they keep shrinking and shrinking the amount of like exchanges that require that don't require KYC. So now only a handful of them you can off ramp, and those ones require KYC. But the initial on ramping process is very it's nearly impossible for them to really track unless you're doing it directly from your bank account. And even then, it's like there's many cases where they don't know what your actual gains, your capital gains and losses are, right? Because of how convoluted it can get. So that's why they require you to do a lot of the sort of self-assessment, the self-assessment, and then they'll decide if you've done a good enough job in being truthful.
In France, if you trade on French exchanges, it's all automatic.
Sure.
Yeah, man. If they expect people to pay taxes and they want to be accurate, like, dude, I'm happy, more than happy to pay what I owe, but just make the process easier to figure it all out. Like, like let us
There's also
help you. Help us help you.
allowing you to pay. Like for us, there was value in them, like there was value for them to leave it vague, right? You'd
Right.
overpay, also not be pinned to like the mast in terms of what they think crypto is, right? Which means they make less enemies for
Like the
those
Gary
that
Gensler.
Yeah,
It's
exactly.
the Gary Gensler approach. Like, we
Well,
don't know how
that's
to do it, but you have a go, and then we'll smack your hand when you get it wrong.
exactly. That's literally what they do.
Yeah. And we don't know what's wrong yet. We'll make it up as we go, and we'll let you know. We'll let you know if you're wrong or not later. That was what was so hard with Gary Gensler. It's like no one knew where they stood.
Farcoin just broken out of the resistance.
from the downside.
That's
Yep,
mean.
from my butt.
No, but which one could be the next fart then? Those are the ones
Any,
to
so
catch
many
dollars
things,
on.
man.
Farcoin is the next Farcoin. It's just a baby.
Falcon
It's
2.
its own thing.
What? Why not shitcoin? Like, they made
They already have
bullish, they
that.
made bearish, they made.
Yeah, but the shit drops to the floor, farts. It's hot air. It rises.
That's true.
No, when I type shit on Bybit, there's no coins. There's SHIB. So SHIB is pretty similar, but there's one letter wrong there. It's
Who
not a
told
B,
you
it's a
to
T.
take it to Bybit? Maybe it just died.
Well, it needs
You
to be
can
on
create-
Bybit.
You can create a token, Zuzi
It's
coin,
not up,
Oh, let
and
people
we
do
will buy
that.
it on
Yeah,
Solana
yeah, go ahead.
for
please
$5.
create.
I'll buy it.
I'll buy it if it's on Bybit.
Coin. The French play. We
There's
got a
definitely a
Japanese
coin
coin.
called shitcoin.
Yeah.
What's the opposite of fart?
Queef.
What?
I don't know, belch, like burp.
Queef. You guys don't know what a queef
Burp
is?
coin.
I don't know if that's proper for YouTube, though. I'm sorry.
This is a $1 billion
No, I was
idea.
thinking from the mouth. How do you say it in English?
Yeah, burp. Like a belch.
Burp.
A burp coin.
And you know, females can fart from their front side too.
Yep.
Burp.
But that's not technically flatulence. It's just trapped air.
Blur. Blurp. Ah, it doesn't exist either.
No, burp. B-U-R-P.
Burp.
Burp.
Yeah, there's no burp coin
Nope.
either.
It doesn't find it.
Seriously,
go.
get with the
Let's do it.
program. Fartcoin is the only one.
It looks
my
like
mic working?
in that narrative, it's the only one. Yeah.
Look at the volume right now. I mean, it's there's nothing to compare it with.
Is my mic working or it's not?
It is now.
Oh, thank God. Yeah.
You still in that long ghost?
Of course. I
Nice.
had problems with my mic. I was gonna say that. Now you know why Farcoin's my bread and butter. Like I really
Yeah,
like
baby.
scalping. Fart, yeah, dude, that thing pays. That thing pays.
I'm surprised how much volume it has. Like I had no clue it had this much volume.
Nah, Drew, I used to tell you that, bro. I used to tell you Farcoin was leading
I was
the charts.
sleeping
I
on
didn't
it because
tell you.
I had my head in the sand.
So yeah, Farcoin. I think what I was gonna tell Zusi, like what we have to figure out who's gonna be the SHIB of the cycle. So SHIB exploded to 50 billion in a span of about a month and a half. So like when we have that blow off top, which among the meme coins is going to be the representative, like the one that's going to take in the most volume? That's going to be the
Right.
interesting race.
Yeah, you're fully right. But it doesn't have to be like last time, right?
It doesn't have to be
Like,
because the
because it's
beautiful part is
institutional push, right? Like it's
yeah
not really retail that's pumping Bitcoin or
the
crypto
nice part
overall.
is a lot of the meme coins, they're not even near like the 5 billion, $10 billion range. So like even hitting 10 to 20 billion for any of these meme coins right now, like Farcoin's at $1. $1 in pump is about $1 billion market cap. So I mean, for them
It's
to
still
even
low, basically. You're saying, yeah.
yeah. So that's like one of the things I'm waiting for. It might be Pepe, it might be Bonk with it's all mind share right now. To be honest, I
Or
think
it
people
could be one we've never heard of yet, right?
exactly. That's what Dbloc was saying. Maybe it's going to be the surprise coin that comes out of nowhere and just everybody just gets on it because it's new and it's fresh.
Wouldn't you say
Maybe
volume though is a pretty good sign though?
Oh, it is. It is a pretty good sign. But we have to remember, like, the reason why, like, Bonk exploded, Whiff exploded, Shib exploded. It was this series of like, the cycle was fresh. It was a blow off. We were headed to all time highs, and then the coin entered Coinbase, Binance, all of the big exchanges, all at the same time. You know what I mean? It's like this
Yeah, they were
snowball
viral
effect.
at the time.
Yeah, it's a snowball effect. So Zusi is right. It might be something that comes out of nowhere, and it becomes a snowball effect, and it happens to be during the blow off top when everybody just has so much money again. Like everybody who was tired from what happened last January with Trump coin and all that. Like there's just money in the
They
market, and
forgot
they
about it.
want to throw it to something. Yeah.
That's the thing, man. I think retail gets amnesia and they forget about being stung,
For sure.
6 months ago, and they come back. I mean,
Crypto
what's the best
humiliated
way
me
to
last
make your
cycle.
money
I'm
back
back.
that you lost?
It's not
What's
amnesia.
the fastest?
It's revenge,
What's the
right?
fastest let's say a retail person lost money on Trump. What's the fastest way to make it back in a
To look for
retailer's
something
mind?
like Trump. To look for
Yeah,
something that
dude.
moved like
Yeah,
Trump
they'll play
to
again.
get the money they lost on Trump.
That's right.
I think Melania is the answer there.
That's like, yeah,
First
dude.
lady
If
has
you lost
lost
money
mind
in
share.
crypto, best way to make it back is in crypto. Like, well, if you want to make it back, like, and not spend 20 years making it back, you know what I mean?
Yeah,
If
for
you
sure.
just want to do it in a cycle or something, or like, obviously, you have to slow the game down because you didn't get it right, obviously, because you lost. So you have to, yeah, you slow down, you figure out what does work, and then you make it back that way. But it's sad if you lose $90,000 in crypto and then walk away and basically recover that money by working a job for 20 years or something. You know what I mean? That's grueling. And people do that. I'm sure there's people that have decided to do that. Like, oh, I'll just make it back at my job, I guess. All of my
Hell
life
no, ain't
saved.
going back there. Never again.
Yeah.
Bitcoin dominance, it's a crucial point now.
Mm-hmm.
It tries to break the support from November 22. If you draw a line between the lows, November 22, December 24, and now we are just on the line.
You mean the angular, the upward angular? Yeah.
But Solana's doing like this falling wedge thing right now.
Yeah, I don't think Solana's finished pumping. It's got some work to do.
Yeah, I think the genie's out of the bottle, like we were saying earlier. So Ethereum too. Like, you can't come this far and not attempt the all-time high. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
That just seems weird.
No,
Imagine
it's
coming
also
all the
true
way
on
up
Bitcoin, though.
and not getting there. Yeah. It's a bit
But
weird
yeah,
to
maybe
do that.
Bitcoin won't, ETH will. Yeah.
We're gonna have Bitcoin and ETH at all-time highs, price discovery at the same time. Market's not gonna know what to do with it. They're just gonna, the brains are gonna explode of bullishness.
Euphoria. Yeah. The euphoric activity in Bitcoin and crypto.
The speed of this 3x on ETH is pretty impressive, right? Like,
Tell you what, man, the sustained euphoria of Nvidia has been incredible. Like, it has gone up and it's still strong. Like, even today, like, it's crazy. It's pretty phenomenal for an asset to get to $4 trillion and hold it and stay there.
you know, 3 months ago, you
Like
could
a
have
king.
bought ETH at 1700, 1800. It's just 3 months ago.
Yeah. Yep. Yep.
I did by then.
Crypto
Yeah,
moves
same
quickly.
here, but not anymore. It's gone.
Yeah, I took profit very early on that play.
I sold the last bit today.
You sold
And
all
now,
your Ethereum?
no, I didn't sell a single Satoshi ETH. How do you call an ETH Satoshi? A Guai. I
Guai.
didn't sell a single Guai. No, but I was on
Is that what they call it?
Yeah, stack your guys, man.
I was on Inverse Perpetual, so collateral ETH, right? So I
Sounds like
risked
you guys are
ETH,
saying like
risked
Qui-Gon, stack your
Guy.
Qui-Gons.
to gain more ETH.
I thought it was
So
Gwei or Gui.
Guai, Guai, potato.
it's really double win
What's
because
that?
the value tripled, yeah, and
What's,
and I have 10 times more. So
what's that name for energy? Is it Qi or something like that?
Watts?
Or Qi? Is it Qi or Qi? The energy, like when you do say
Joules.
yoga or like
Chi.
Tai Chi. Qi, I think it's Qi energy, isn't it?
It's Chi.
Some Qi. Yeah, there you go.
T?
The key is in Dragon Ball Z. Sorry.
Yeah, that's right. Key.
Yeah, DBZ was
Sumoji.
Kai.
Kai.
Wait, was it
Udo
Kai or Key?
I can't remember, bro. It was a long time ago.
Yeah, like 30% of the Ethereum is stacked right now.
How long to unstake?
It's very, very easy now with the new update.
Oh yeah, with liquid staking, you don't even need to unstake, right? Yeah, I forgot about that. Right. Yeah, you don't even need to unstake. You can leverage your staked ETH.
Yeah, but if you really want to unstack it, in the past it was like
Yeah, you had like a
20 days.
20-day. Yeah.
Now it's like very, very fast.
Yeah, it's liquid staking. It's staked, but it's liquid.
It's
Liquid
changed a lot
stake.
Which
of
doesn't
things.
make
Like you
any
put a piece
sense
of
when you
steak
think
in the
about it. It doesn't make
Put
any
steak
sense.
in the blender. Liquid steak.
So could you now lock your liquid stake to get more APY? That would make sense, no? To make it not liquid, like it's like, oh, I'm committed to my ETH. I want to lock my liquid stake.
Well, you would just end the schedule that it's on and start a new one. Like with a lockup period.
I think you
for a
can.
higher.
There's a.
I took profit on
Yeah.
Farcoin.
I think you can. It's called. It's Bybit ETH allows you to do that.
Congrats.
So it's CME something like that, where you can lock your stake.
I'm gonna scalp it though. I'm gonna jump back in.
Liquid staking.
Profits.
Drew, you trading Zora at all?
Negative.
I have some. I'm hesitating to dump it. Nothing major, but I have too many coins. I've been hesitating to sell it for like 10 days now, or even more. But no, I guess I'll just. No, as long as it's above 10 cent. It's above 10 cent. You trading it on leverage or spot?
I was just wondering if Drew was trading it because he was cleaning up on some of those coins that had taken a beating, and it looked like Zora was one of those after that big game.
Yeah, I think Zora still needs to cool off a little bit.
Well, cool off. It can't even retest its previous high as support. Like that thing is volatile. Oh boy. Like you need to divide price by 2 to just get back to the mean on the 4 hour. So yeah, it's pretty volatile. But yeah, Zora is like it's social media stuff, right? It's like Twitter on the blockchain, and
I think it's
it
more of
looks
a
like
launch. It's more of a launch pad, isn't it?
no, I think it's Twitter on the blockchain. So you can launch. Well, you can post, and it creates a token on your post, and people can a better metric for judging popularity of posts. And then people who create content, well, you're gonna be able to pay them in that token. So every post has like a token, attached behind. So
Bought
imagine
some
I
more
put,
pump.
if you create a post on that network, chilling fart coin, maybe people will donate you some Zora.
I just bought some more pump fun here.
Pump fun. You are doing it for fun?
Yeah, for fun.
I think Solana gets pushed back 195 here, 195.5.
ETH is pretty close from a new high too.
Yeah, Rick.
Yo,
What are you up to
what's
today?
that? I'm just putting together this kid's kitchen. I'm almost finished, but
You
yeah.
don't got work?
No, I don't have work. That's great.
You want to watch another episode of Yellow Jackets later on?
Yeah, I'm keen. I'm keen. Yeah, for sure.
I'll let you know when I get back,
Aight.
and maybe you'll be done with your construction project by that point.
Yeah, I'll post a photo of it when I'm finished. I'm almost there. It's definitely been a mission. Jeez.
I attempt to go for me too. I'll watch the hourly ETH this candle to see where it closes, because yeah, if it closes below 4,620, right, then maybe we can call it a bit of an SFP, like double top. Well, it doesn't seem very likely, but well, we'll see. With sideways Bitcoin around 120, these alts have opportunity to show off a bit, and it's time to do that. If it's still low on the pair,
Yeah.
a bit less, of course, than last week, but like if we could reach 50% of the bear market on the pair, that would mean 40,000 satoshis per ETH. Maybe we could see a reversal pattern somewhere there. And if that doesn't stop it, then I'm thinking more like 4,800 satoshis for the bigger retested play. But that's probably for later. That seems a bit too quick. Impulsive, yeah. Very impulsive.
And if that doesn't stop it,
We're kind of expecting a rejection around 40,000, honestly. See you.
Ciao, ciao.
See you, dude. What's the French word? Is it au revoir?
Au revoir.
Au revoir.
Au revoir.
Au revoir. And is arrivederci, is that Italian?
Yes.
Uh-huh. See you later is Australian.
C'est
Even if you're not seeing them later.
Solana on its way to 200.
$59.5 dominance. Let's go.
Anyone else see a double top on ETH in the 15-minute?
Yeah, it does look a little toppy. We'll see. 116 billion added to the crypto market.
Kenneth. I'll put it in the bubble chat.
What's up, everyone? How's everybody doing?
Good man.
Oh, we're doing great. Rick, it's
Built the children's
exactly shown in the
kitchen.
picture.
I have no
Just
idea what's been going on. You guys have a good day.
Yeah, man.
Yeah.
Getting back up there. Looks like it's kind of pushing. Doesn't look like too many vectors were left behind here and there, small ones, but I don't know. Looks like it's gonna come down, scoop for those vectors, and keep it real. Anybody noticed anything or heard anything? I was at work. I was like cleaning a pool. I was pressure washing a pool all day, so I wasn't paying attention to anything.
Oh. Yeah. Wow. CPI data came in. The forecast was 2.8%. Actual result came in at 2.7. So we beat the forecast.
That's pretty close.
By 0.1%, and the market reacted positively. The funny thing is the forecast started out as 2.7. The forecast started out as 2.7, and
Was there any certain coin that pushed further or fell harder today than noticeable compared to others?
ETH performed really well. Pengu, Pump, they all performed really well today.
Heck yeah, I'm really stoked for ETH. It's like it's one, and what's crazy is that there's nobody like ranting and raving about it. It's just creeping up and crawling and doing its respectful climb like it should have been. But that's kind of I think the big point of why like big guys got in there. There's no big news that's been released about Ethereum, but the price keeps climbing really high. And then when retail goes to look at it, they're like, oh, it's above its last year's high. I should jump in now. You know what I mean? It's one of those things where it's, I think they played ETH pretty smooth. I drove that thing all the way down to $1,300 a little while ago. Bitcoin held strong.
Yeah.
Dominance factor just was like, oh my goodness, the BTC ETH, just a Bitcoin ETH trading ratio was like, oh my goodness. That's what Dbloc's been showing us for a long time. Once that thing hits its bottom, watch out, because it's beginning altcoin season. I think we're getting closer and closer. How's dominance been doing? Oh yeah, low 60s. I'll take it. I would be happier than a little kid at an amusement park once that thing goes back into 59, 58, high 50 dominance. Well, I'll be shining like a diamond. The whole thing is, guys, Bitcoin showed us a lot, this entire market structure. He showed us a lot. So what's the most important thing we've learned so far, you think, this bull cycle? What would you say?
Gains. That's what we learn.
Gains.
Yeah, just following the market trend. Wherever it goes, we are going along.
Some of my favorite. Gains, cuz. Let's go. Let's go, cuz.
My thoughts exact.
Thoughts exactly?
Yeah, he just played the like the elevator music.
Yeah, the waiting music. Dude, check it out, dude. This is like a fractal of Ethereum playing
Right.
230.
It is. It's right
Can
in
you
the
see
money.
it?
Look at it go. I've been watching you
Did,
stretching
did
that
you
thing
s-
back and
did
forth.
you
It's
s-
like
did,
feet on
yeah,
the
did
money.
you see that, Joe?
That's what I've been
So
watching you play with.
yeah, the nature of how this came up earlier and consolidated sideways and then ripped out of here is happening again on a smaller time frame. I'll show you if you tune in. So let me grab it. So it was from here. And if I squash it down,
Really, that's what it was.
squeeze it
Oh,
in.
Uncle, that's a good one. No, but it really is. I wonder if you were to calculate how much you just decline that, not magnified, but like the other way, opposite way. And then that was like that's
Yeah, it's kind of
how
how
did you
you get.
see that?
And look, see the like the notes that it's hitting. So it's hitting the range. It's hitting the target of where it's just pulled up recently. And so the expectation would be that we get some kind of that and then a push to go. And this is what gets us to the all-time high. Potentially.
It's similar, but halfway up that there's three green vertical vectors, but there wasn't a pause phase. So if you wanted to, if it was really close, there would and should have been a pause phase. We'll see where that green vector is on the real
Mhm.
Ethereum one. And then put it back where you just had
Mhm.
it. See how
On
there's a little
like current
pause
price.
halfway? There was no pause halfway. See that? So it doesn't
Yeah.
perfectly
Oh,
align.
yeah. On the yellow.
It
Yeah. No, you're
doesn't.
right.
Yeah. See that
It's
little pause? It
but
went
this
way
little
up past
brief
that.
section.
But again, let's see
Yeah.
if it down
Yeah.
retests it quick. But again,
I guess the
it's
idea would be that it doesn't happen exactly the way
stretch it up
that
even
it
further.
did.
Pull that up. Pull the top higher, and this is our midsection. So pull that up higher, and that's pull that up. Yep, and
Could
then squash it back
yeah,
down. You know what I'm saying? And
could
that's where
be,
we're gonna
yeah. Could
consolidate
be.
and squish it down again. You know what I mean? Figure that one out from there. Go past all time. Huh? Now we're talking.
Potentially.
That's a lot
Potentially.
closer.
But
That's even a lot closer to configuration. I
what
think it's left and
what's
right
that
now. There it
saying?
is. Bam. See that?
Like it
Bam. That's way closer to
what's
me.
that yeah.
Dink. Dink.
What's that saying? It doesn't have to happen exactly the way it does it, but it'll rhyme. Like it looks similar.
All right.
But
Now
it won't be
again, where does that
exact.
bring us? To the end of August. Slide that sucker over. End of August, almost beginning September. No, just what we got.
History doesn't
How about
repeat,
we
but
do yeah, it doesn't repeat, but it rhymes. Yeah, yeah. How
But do you
about we
feel
just
that's a
go
little
like that?
closer? You feel what I'm saying? That's what I'm on. But I saw the
Yeah.
link to your rhyme, bro.
Yeah. Fractals are fun. It is fun to play
I
with
love
fractals.
I love real fractals, like real Mandelbrot and wonderful fractals. I love making them. You ever seen some of my
Mm.
fractals? The images I create?
Oh, I haven't seen your images, but I know of the Mandelbrot set. Yeah, fractals. Yeah, definitely. I'm just trying to see if there's any like similar rhythms to Ethereum that you can pull from other time frames and bring it up to the daily. I don't know that Ethereum has done a run like this before. You could, oh, dude, I already know that there's a camp of Elliott wave people saying that this is like a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 wave, you know, situation. And they're probably already tapping out. But
Super close. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
yeah, depending on where you wanna pull it from. But the thing is, a 5-wave move can be wave 1 of a much larger 5-wave. You know what I mean? Just like there's subwaves within leg 1, like 1. No, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5th wave. I don't know. I'm not really an expert when
That's
it comes to
micro.
Elliott wave. Yeah, like that's just breaking down the subwaves within it. But yeah, ETH looks fan. Oh, someone just bought $35 million of Bitcoin all at once on MEXC, and then 12.7 on MEXC all at once. Let's see where that is if it shows up. At least on the 1 minute. No, doesn't even really show up.
Rick, is yours the Rick
Crazy.
2.0? If I were to send you a couple images,
It's
is it Rick 2.0?
It's both. Yeah. It's either or. Rick or Rick 2.0. I'll get either. Yep.
What's going on, everybody?
Yo, what's up,
What's up,
Dbloc?
buddy?
Chilling, been waiting for this damn bull flag to fail all day.
Yeah.
Oh, I've had some good meatball subs.
Nice.
Nothing's changed from earlier in what I'm expecting, just to turn around and come down to grab CME. Finish off our 3-day retracement.
Yeah, we definitely got ourselves a new parallel range on Ethereum down on like a smaller time frame.
From like 436 to 417. But you're looking even smaller than that.
Oh, yeah, I'm looking pretty small.
I'm
like
on the
4-6.
I'm on the
Let's
4
just say.
hour, and I'm looking at our last range here. But we were trying to figure out if this was going to be a deviation or if this was going to be a breakout. So taking out those tops lets me know, okay, this was a breakout and not a deviation. But the range I'm looking at is the small range that was set here. But yeah, I'm on the 4 hour. I'm sure if I go a smaller time frame, there's something else there.
Oh yeah, I definitely know the one you mean because I had it drawn in as well. Probably slightly different prices, but yeah, same cluster of candles back here. Yep.
If we go on that time frame now, we got the same issue, right? Find out if this is a deviation out of this range or a breakout, which means we'd be looking for some sort of test, whether it's an EMA test or whether it's the top of the range test. EMA test will do it.
Yeah. Joe Aspen and I found a interesting fractal on Ethereum. But it's kind of like, where did I pull it? I think I pulled it from the 4 hour chart and then squeezed it up with the most recent price action. And it seemed to line up nicely.
You're talking the last range to the current range?
I'm talking from the 6th of May until today as a fractal. And then you squeeze up all of that price action.
I saw it the second. I saw it the second I pulled the chart up.
Oh,
you're talking about this right here.
Yeah, you probably don't even need to look at my screen to see what I'm talking.
No, I can see what you're saying.
Yeah,
You're
the
talking
bars
about
pattern.
this right here.
Yeah, grab the whole lot, like even to modern, like today's price. Yeah, and then
and then you just shrink it up.
Yeah. A good range breakout.
Yeah, to straight it out. Oh yeah.
That type of shit, Rick, pops out at me. Like it jumps right
Yeah,
off of the
yeah.
screen, and even through all the lines, even through all the shit, that type of shit pops like right out. And one of the things that I've noticed from doing this is
Definitely.
that if you're like that, right? If you just come to the chart and shit kind of like pops out, don't take that for granted because most people are not like that. And talking to people and finding patterns or doing TA with people, I noticed that like, yeah, there's a certain natural inclination to pattern recognition that you can learn patterns, right? But there's something you can't. There's parts that you can't learn, right? There's parts that come sort of as like, I don't know, ADHD glitch or something, you know?
Can't teach that.
And just
It truly was
hours
one of my
spent.
most. I didn't mean to interrupt. I'm sorry.
No, you're good.
The way that you took like old type of things that had already happened and then stretched them and pulled them out. It was you did it all the way through the bear cycle, and it was incredible. It was like before it even happened was the most important time when you did it because you're like, I see this coming, I see it going to 13, I see this thing coming, dude.
It's
And it was that's truly what made the full understanding.
It's because the reason these fractals fractal for the most part is sentiment, right? Like the type of sentiment that creates this is exactly what we're doing here. Exactly the same thing. Go sideways, people don't know if it's gonna break. You sweep liquidity, that brings out the weak hands, the strong hands buy in, and price moves. The same thing. People that bought in late, bought in on this pump, they don't know what to do. They're scared. They get shaken out, and then price goes. Right. So each one of these patterns is like you can almost attach an emotion to the pattern or to the fractal.
But it's just recognizing that once these things start happening. Remember how we're always waiting on Nike swooshes, like in bull markets? This, to me, these are the beginnings of true Nike swooshes. You know what I'm saying? This is when they really draw each and every one has a perfect swoosh on them.
Check this one out, Dbloc. I don't know if you're able to look at my screen just for a quick sec. Yeah. Yeah, let me know.
Okay.
All right. So, if I grab the bars from like even down here and get the whole gamut, like even to like right now, and then this was the one that I was looking at with Joe. Like, because there is another little sub one up here too. And then look, see how it took a rest right now? It's like, yeah,
You got to
even
stretch it
that.
out some more.
I honestly
halfway up
think that that's
vertical
supposed to
there.
be stretched out even more.
Yeah.
You see the little where your green line starts
Stretch it
right at the top of
vertical,
your range. Yeah,
Stretch it out
that
vertical
that
more.
little hiccup, make that where
Probably,
we are now. A little bit more up, and stretch the other
That's
part
what I said.
down.
Oh yeah.
You see what I mean?
That's what Joe said. Yeah.
Like
yeah.
I think that's the hiccup
That's
there.
Yep.
Yeah. You and Joe.
That's exactly what I said.
Same there.
And that's exactly
And
where
that
it was
would give
placed
us
at.
like what, a $6,000 ETH, basically, a little bit under.
56,
Just
57.
5,400.
Pretty much on the way. Yeah, 55 to be.
Yeah, that's nice.
So, but yeah, either way, I
That's
think
exactly what we were looking at. That's all
there's
we were looking at.
nothing.
It's not, you can't be
There's nothing wrong with
deterministic
Ethereum
based
right
on
now,
it,
I'll tell you
right?
what.
But it's worth watching. It's worth paying attention to.
Oh no.
You're not gonna change.
And the other
You're
thing
not
I
gonna
added is
change
what
your
was the
take
time
profits
frame, so I
because of
said-
it, right? But
Yeah,
it's just an ideology. What's sitting in front of us? What's happened before?
The thing that they all share is that it's like the bare minimum is they went up and they consolidated and then they went up again. That's pretty much what they're all doing. They're all saying that. Up, consolidate, up, consolidate, up. Hopefully it just, I mean, there's going to be a time.
you know what's crazy is that same price action, when you see it in reverse, people call it a short ladder attack and they call it manipulation. But nobody says a word when it's happening to the top side. Right? When you're getting those controlled
Yeah.
moves, just bull flag after bull flag or J hook after J hook, nobody screams manipulation. But flip that chart, and all of a sudden the
No,
boogeyman's
that's
coming to
right.
get us.
J hook is the proper
out
term. I just keep saying
also-
Nike swoosh. J hook is the correct one I was thinking of.
I got Bitcoin on the right here and then Ethereum on the left. Different time frames. Or actually, no, they're similar. Let me get it to where it breaks the interval lock. There we go. So now I'll put Ethereum on the daily, but Bitcoin on the weekly. And then this is the entire bull run of Bitcoin, basically. But if you just take the local run on Ethereum, dude, it's reminiscent. There's like,
Yeah.
you know, you got this situation, you got that one, you got a violent pullback here, you got a violent pullback.
It's what happens when coins
You got
decide to start
the run
running.
for the new highs.
Right? It's the pattern
Yeah.
that Bitcoin made while it ran hard. Right? That's what it looks like when euphoria, when people are capitulating to the idea of price moving up, the late buyers at the top getting wiped. Right? Like it's all emotion.
But you're right, so they'll make that scoop down to scare the last people out. Like, oh, this is the top. And then
Yeah,
it
those are
tears
late.
up
Those
and
are the
keeps
late
going.
buyers. Those are the late buyers getting wiped out, getting tricked out of their positions before the long-term holders buy their bags and take it to new levels.
Is that a bear flag on a 15-minute on ETH? Or not really? Actually, I guess it's not really enough of a dump.
I just appreciate we're still above 4 trillion. Let's go.
But we're gonna invalidate.
Yeah,
this,
it's pretty cool.
This bull flag. Which is fine. Like we said earlier, like that to me was the bull flag that fails. Because we are on our 3-day. Remember, we went through the whole thing and we looked at the motivations to the top. We looked at the motivations to the bottom. We did the volume analysis. Always nice to see it play out, but
See, this is the time when alts feel not completely unpredictable, but like weirdly unpredictable in the sense that
excuse me. Well, Bitcoin's underneath 59, right? Bitcoin dominance is underneath 59, so these alts are gonna start moving off their own accords. Like we saw earlier, they're all basically doing the same thing. Right? They're all basically at the same places on their 50 EMAs. But what happens from here forward, the coins that have like real serious mind share, you're gonna see them start to move. Eventually, once everybody gets stupid rich, it'll trickle down to the shit that nobody cares about as people still like speculate. But let's just say the coins that move off of this aren't gonna be surprises. There is also a bearish channel here, but it's the same. The measured move isn't worth taking. Your bearish channel would be right there. Measured move for the most part is almost the same, so it's not even worth. You basically look at it like a confirmation.
I mean, there's a slight difference if you notice in the run that we had in December last year. I mean, that time everything was running. This time it's like Bitcoin ran, then ETH ran. Now it's like
Because yeah, you're seeing the real rotation, right? The run that we saw in December was a speculative run of the president being inaugurated and da da da. It was like that Trump run. Everybody just assumed that crypto was. There's no way that we go down from here because I mean, we got what we wanted, right? Like Trump was elected. But we saw how that ended up. Now you're starting to see true rotational plays. Right? You're starting to see ETH really come up off the bottoms on ETH BTC, hold ground. I don't want to oversell it. And those of y'all that have been here before have heard me say it, but we're in position to make a ridiculous amount of money here. And I mean more money than you're even really considering right now, if you're in the right projects. Which is why it's important, like I was saying the other day, contact your exchanges. Let them know that you want to be able to deposit as much money as possible. Now, you're not depositing shit at this point. It's too late to start buying, right? But to be able to withdraw as much as possible so you don't have any delays when it comes to take your money out, you've got to raise your limits. And I know you're going to go to your limits and you're going to be like, there's no way I'm making that much. I don't need to do it. Just do it. It's a message. It's one message. Just go to support. Tell them you've got a windfall coming in. You want to be able to bring some money on exchange, but you need your limits raised. What they'll do is that they'll raise your deposit limit, but that automatically raises your withdrawal limit. Okay. Then I want you to contact your bank and let them know, do you have any problem with crypto? If you do, tell me right now, because I have a large windfall coming in. I don't want any issues when I deposit. And if they say anything at all, if you get any sort of inkling that they're like iffy about it, you find a new bank. You don't want to deal with those type of shit. You don't want to get to the top of the bull market, hit 6 figures, take it out to your bank, and then have that shit frozen for 3 months while they send you through loops and shit. Good problems to have, but easy problems to avoid if you think about it early.
Keep going, Dbloc, don't stop.
What?
I mean, crazy amounts of money.
Say it again. Say it again, but slower this time. Now do it in ASMR.
Keep going.
That's like minimum a couple hundred subs at ASMR, let's be honest.
I mean, I've been hearing that for the last almost 3 years, man. So it's like kind of, you know, faded out.
Yeah. I know, but just remember these things happen all at once. And when these bubbles pop, it's violent. Not in slow motion. It's not, no, they get too big, too quick. These coins go to valuations that they have no business being at. And then people continue to buy them at those valuations until, you know, the music stops.
You had said something about 18 days it takes to do that. I mean, that's like when it reaches the low caps. That's when the 18-day kind of begins.
18 days?
I mean, it takes 17, 18 days to do the whole run. Like
No. It was
all
the last one, really, if you look at on your BTC price, was like 48 days. Like 2 months, right? It's like a month and a half to 2 months of just hardcore price appreciation.
And these 2 months will be with 30% dips also.
Well, and before them, I think we do have a dip coming end of August. September is going to be a red month, in my opinion. And that'll be sort of the last dip that we have to deal with. Unless we do end up right translating or super cycling, and then whatever, we'll deal with it at, you know, at that time when that time comes. But for me, that TP at the end of August into September, that repositioning is going to be my final reposition. There will be some coins that I take profit on that don't get bought again. Right? I'm going to shrink my positions down as far as coin count. So we had a poll today. How many coins everybody wants to take with them or is taking with them. 67% of the chat said they got 1 to 5 coins. That makes me happy. 16% 6 to 10, only 9% 11 to 20, and then 8% 20. My advice, non-financial advice, just life advice. If you've got over 20 eggs in your basket and you know you're about to go on a roller coaster, when we get to that August top, right? When we go into September and we go to that, sort of pull down or whatever, this is the time to think about consolidating that, right? You don't want to get to the last day, to the Pico top, the day that Bitcoin tops, and you've got 20 positions open. You're going to leave money on the table if you do that, right? Because not everything is going to top at the same time. So if you're new, and I'll put the caveat, if you're new, concentrate on a smaller amount of projects, and then you'll be able to manage them. It's the management of it that's the problem, right? It's like you have to be able to give equal time to every single one of them. What happens when you have 20 is that you've got like 3 or 4 that you're watching, and the other ones you're like, well, whatever happens, happens. Right? You're not really managing them in real time.
I mean, that's the truth. That's what happened in December because I've got over 20, and this is exactly what happened. By the time you realize and you feel happy, it's already started going down before you can even act.
Yeah, it happens pretty quickly. Happens pretty quickly. And then also have a list in your mind on how you're going to attack it. When you get to the top, what are you going to sell first, in what order? Because that's important too. Your lower market cap stuff is going to bleed faster, right? So your higher market cap stuff can kind of wait to be taken profit on. Your low market cap stuff is the shit that's going to drop 20% candles, 15% candles.
Is that after BTC tops?
Yeah, I mean, it might be before too. Like I always use XRP as an example, right? Utility tends to top before BTC does. So I think that just has to do with the nature of traders, right? Utility traders are a little bit more level-headed, right? They're not gonna take too many risks, or else they wouldn't be in utility, right? They'd be in like memes or some shit. So what happens is they tend to take profit as BTC is moving towards all-time highs, right? They take profit and they put their money in BTC for the blow-off top. Like that's the responsible way to trade. So you see utility coins tend to top out before. So if you waited until Bitcoin hit 69K to take profit on your XRP, you were down about 30% already. Than if you would have just took, profit when the narrative topped, basically.
But XRP wasn't low cap at that point, right? Like if you're saying low cap, because low caps run the last.
Yeah, but it's the narrative more than just the market cap, right? Like you see how we have these narrative pushes where like gaming runs and then AI runs, and that's going to continue the whole way up. Towards the end, when Bitcoin is about to top, those last runs are the ones you take profit on. You get what I mean? Like let's say we're moving into November, or we're moving into October, there's a couple weeks left, and utility is running hard. Right? As that tops out, you don't have a lot of time to just sit your coin there, let it run down, and then hope that you pop back up before BTC tops. And so you've got to play those by momentum. If you've seen that all the utility coins have just done 5, 6, 7x's and shit, then it's good to pay yourself. Some people get it in mind that, well, oh my God, my altcoin is doing so good, and look, Bitcoin hasn't even hit all-time high yet. Imagine what it's going to be when Bitcoin hits all-time high. All I'm saying is that doesn't always work out like that. Gaming, on the other hand, and NFTs, they ran after BTC topped because they're speculative, right? It's the opposite side of traders. These are traders who just traded up the bull market, have a big bag of money now from taking profit on BTC. Now they want to speculate. So what's the new hot shit? Right? It's going to be like AI, gaming, shit like that. But most of the utility shit will top out before Bitcoin. And then most of the speculative shit will top out after Bitcoin.
How many different narratives are there?
A lot. I mean, shit. You got RWA, AI, Internet of Things, ZK rollups, America First narrative, ETF narrative, storage narrative,
like
AI agent narrative, meme narrative. Within the meme narrative alone, you've got 17,000 narratives. Within AI, you've got like 7 narratives, right? AI agents, decentralized science, DePi, decentralized physical AI. There's tons of narratives.
Yeah, I'd like to see maybe a breakdown, but like you're saying, there's so many, it'd be hard to, you know.
Yeah, I mean, you can break them
categorize
down into larger sort of sectors, right? And then there's subsectors underneath that. So, like, gaming is a big narrative, AI is a big narrative, real world assets is a big narrative, liquid staking is a narrative. All of these projects that have ETF filings, that's its own narrative. All the America First coins, the coins that are American based, that's like its own narrative right now. ETH and ETH ecosystem coins basically run as one narrative, right? ERC20. DPIN is another narrative. DPIN falls under like an AI subsector, in my opinion. All of that shit. DPIN, storage, AI, you can clump that sort of all together. The one that I'm really, really looking at right now is DePi, decentralized physical AI infrastructure, which is basically robotics, right? Physical homes for AI agents. Trippy to talk about.
What's that called?
DePi, decentralized physical AI.
Check that out.
There's a couple of DAOs that are interesting. The thing is, there's a lot of good robotics companies that are making moves, but they're not on our stock market, right? They're like Asian markets. So what these DAOs are doing is that they're investing in these robotics companies, and then you can be part of the DAO, and then they, split it up like that. I haven't really chosen a favorite, but that's starting to gain. And decentralized science is another one that's been gaining lately, which is basically scientists just looking for decentralized funding so that they don't need to worry about grants. They don't need to worry about the government, co-signing whatever they're researching and
That's
shit.
so cool. DeSci.
Yeah,
that's really cool.
Yeah, it's pretty cool.
Research.
There's a lot of there's a lot of diseases and shit, right? That fortunately but unfortunately don't affect the majority of people. So there's no money in it for drug companies, right? But it would still help a large amount of people. It's just not enough to make it worth turning that needle to really push some like research and development funds. So DeSci is dope for that.
Brian Armstrong's got a coin in regards to that, like that a project like RSC, and he doesn't seem like he really pushes it too hard, but he does have it and he does seem to back it. But I'm not sure like when I sort of pull the trigger on that in terms of making that more well known.
It's super early, bro. Like I've been looking at DeSci for maybe like a year already, and it's starting to buzz. But like, so all of these things live in the Twitterverse, right? And like, you'll see smart people talking about them, and people with influence, and people that actually have money to make things happen. Whatever. You'll see these things bubbling, but you don't hear any promotion.
Yeah.
Right. So, but that's when you know, right? That's when you know that there's like accumulation going on. Right? Everybody's like, hey, look, check this out. It's interesting. But nobody's really started to push it out to people yet. Once you get a few people start, then you know that narrative is heating up and it's going to start to steamroll because everybody's been accumulating already. So now it's time to start shilling this, basically.
Yeah. I think that is like RSC and Data Lake were the two plays that I did, but then I realized it was so early. It was like there was just nothing. Like you're saying, right? It's like, well, as soon as they finish accumulating, then you'll care about it. But until then, it's just something you got to just like sort of fire and forget. In fact, let me even see what the hell they're doing now.
But DeFi, just regular DeFi alone, is one of the narratives that people aren't paying attention to. Like decentralized finance is about to go crazy. The amount of money that's going to come in for these vehicles.
It's like now you finally got institutions, right? You've got like the professionals who can,
And they understand the value of it more than it. You don't have to. They're not retail that you got to explain. You know, the values of liquid staking. Like they're like, excuse me, what? You guys have been doing what over here? And I can stake billions of dollars and get return on them while still remaining liquid. Or even worse, using my returns, bro, they're gonna go crazy, bro. They're gonna go. Once they get into some of this flywheel stuff, you know what I mean? Where you're lending here, borrowing from here, dropping it in that, taking your liquid staking returns, and then funneling it back. They're gonna go absolutely nuts. Like this is their game, right? This is the type of shit that they've been doing, but you needed to be an accredited investor to even have access to these type of vehicles. You needed to be sophisticated.
7 and 8 figure net worths in order to even participate.
Yeah. Stable, static.
Mm-hmm.
Static 10 mil in the bank. But anyways, all I'm saying is that institutional money, before they're able to actually buy these products, right? The liquid staking shit that just came out when they said liquid staking isn't a security. Before institutions can come in and buy Lido and buy Jito, which they won't be able to do for a while. They got to get it through their boards. Like this isn't ETH and Sol you're talking about, right? They're not just going to throw money into like, but they will be using the protocols, right? They will have to use the protocols, which brings that money through the protocol, which means they capture that percentage of the money that comes into ETH and comes into Sol. So you just got to stand in front of it with a big empty bag, wait till it fills and get out. Natural advice.
Old Dominant's just kind of hanging out there.
What's cool is during the bear market, we get a whole new list of narratives. Like, you can kind of look around right now and know what coins are shit. Like, who's LARPing as an actual coin and, you know, what's just vaporware and what is it. But during the bear market, they prove it. Right? During the bear market, if there's no substance, you're gone. You're out of there. There's no way you can survive a 90% dip on the price of your coin. It's a wrap for you. And then the cream sort of rises, right? Like the new narratives sort of rise from the bottom, and we get the chance to pick them up at the most ridiculously low market valuations. $100,000, $50,000 market cap. Craziness. We had our little stopping volume candle. We're retesting the 50. It's a nice candle right here, though. Nice retail candle, strong. Great retail, though. A market maker involvement.
That's looking really good.
Yeah, people are like, well, so every big candle is a vector, and it's like, no, it's you just feel that way because we haven't seen it often. Just because retail hasn't been here to do something like that, right? But you'll have massive candles. What happens is market maker jumps, and if it's too big, it's like, all right, well, I'm getting in on this party too. The same way that you start itching to short when you see a big explosive move. The market maker does. When that candle turns green, he's starting to set his shorts.
Yeah. Solana's doing really nicely lately. That's beautiful.
I'm waiting for that thing to hit bottom on the Sol ETH pair. You looked at the Sol ETH chart?
Yeah, I saw you
Yeah,
covering it earlier. Yeah.
not fun.
That's
I'm
cool.
holding Sol too. Like my Sol bag is bigger than my ETH bag.
Yeah.
So I can feel the difference between the ETH performance and the Sol performance for sure.
Yeah. I think it's probably just like a chapter thing, right? Like it'll have its turn when the time's right.
It's the cycle.
Sees the rotation.
It's that you know
Yeah.
that rotation that we always look at this thing.
Yeah. I don't know if you saw when I was like mucking around with the scale of each of the market caps of the coins. But dude, Bitcoin is in a league of its own. Like
Nowhere near.
it is just up there by itself. And then you look at Ethereum and that's also all on its own. Like no one's really nearby. Bitcoin's in another hemisphere. Ethereum's in its own world. And then XRP's big, but it's nowhere big as Ethereum.
No. And it's just off
And
of this
then, like
move this year because Ethereum didn't move. If you looked at that chart
Yeah.
last year when Bitcoin was at all-time highs, right? As far as Ethereum was from Bitcoin, the closest alt was even further from Ethereum. And this is when they
Yeah.
were talking about flippenings and shit.
Yeah.
But yeah, so this is what we're talking
don't
about
know.
here, right? Like Ethereum lives here. Solana lives here. All your shit coins live here. So it's just bleeding against Sol because, I mean, it's just bleeding against ETH because every alt is bleeding against ETH. The same way that they all just bled against Bitcoin for the, longest. Now ETH is strong, Bitcoin is strong, everything is bleeding against them. Soon Sol will be, will pop in, Sui will start taking back, these large caps will start moving, and all of your smaller market cap stuff will be bleeding against them. So I know the rush is to just fill your bags no matter what the market cap, right? But the way I've been doing it, if you've noticed, I'm like, okay, I'm not ready for low caps yet. It's because of this, right? First, you're heavy Bitcoin, and the only time you come out of Bitcoin is for something that's outperforming Bitcoin. Then Ethereum starts to outperform, so you're heavy ETH. And the only time you leave ETH is for something that's outperforming ETH. He says after he says that his Solana thing is bigger. Anyways, do what I say, not what I do. When you get to the large caps now, it's the same thing, right? You want to sit in your governance tokens. You want to sit in your AVAXs. You want to sit in your Solanas. You want to sit in your SUIs. All the coins underneath them inside of their ecosystem will push with them, but they're not really going to push until that last rotation. Until people that bought SUI are rich on SUI, until people that bought Sol are rich on Sol. And then they look around and they say, what else do we buy? And then that money goes into phase 4. At this point, everything is going.
Oh yeah. So Ethereum is $557 billion, like half a trillion, over half a trillion. Solana's only 106 billion to Ethereum's 550. So it's like 5 times bigger, more than 5 times bigger. So I think it's just the time, like as soon as that rotation happens, the performance you'll get out of Solana will be awesome. But yeah, I think Ethereum's doing a good job of pulling off that dominance away from Bitcoin. And check it out. I guess you've probably already seen it as you're tuned into it, but that Bitcoin dominance channel that we've been in for like 3 years or 4, rising up, we are like on the break point of that channel. Like it's right there, man. It's a very exciting time.
Yeah.
In the bear market, do you focus on just one, like Bitcoin, and then move out of it?
In the bear market, I trade dead cat bounces on Bitcoin. Yeah.
So you don't.
And then
hold a bunch of
obviously, if you want to
coins
short, just pick your favorite altcoin and have a great time. When I tell you that they all go down 80 to 90%, I'm not exaggerating. And I'm not using the word all loosely. Like, they all go down.
Yeah, it's literally.
Like, they
Yeah.
all go down 80 to 90%. In a hurry.
Yeah.
Actually, pretty amazing to watch.
Yeah, if you're stressing about Bitcoin not going down on discount as fantastically as previous bear markets have given, just go to an altcoin. If like I don't mean like go to any altcoin. Like pick one that you have high conviction in, that you're confident has a future, like Ethereum, or let's say XRP if you believe in it, or Solana. Like you take your pick, but yeah, they're less likely to hold ground compared to what kind of ground Bitcoin's gonna hold. But you know how like there's all that speculation going out. It's bullish speculation that Bitcoin's not gonna retrace as heavy as it has in the past. It's like, well, that's a big claim, and that remains to be seen. Like it's a very big call to say that with no evidence to it. Like we don't know that that's going to happen. It sounds good for a bull market though, because it gets everyone confident in
We
Bitcoin.
heard it.
You
We've had super cycle talks at the top of every bull market.
Yeah.
It's never failed. There's always been a reason why this time is different, and it's gonna go past November.
Yeah.
And there are always good reasons. Listen, at the top of the last one, we had crypto exchange buying the Staples Center. Like, I don't think you understand the levels of euphoria that we had at the top. And yet,
wasn't there an arena called the FTX Arena or something?
yeah, that's the FTX has one in
There was
Miami.
some wild things.
And crypto.com bought the Staples Center.
Wow.
We had Matt Damon telling everybody that fortune favors the brave. The crypto.com
That's
commercials.
Right. Yeah.
That didn't age well.
I remember that.
Bro, there were
Was that a Super
people
Bowl?
there were people declining OpenSea offers for $450,000 for apes. Like you'll wake up and there's an offer sitting there for $450,000 and you're like, decline.
Yeah, what the hell?
Nice
man?
try, buddy. Nice try, buddy.
You see that now. It's like that's my biggest fear about NFTs and why I could never touch them, man. On a decline, on a downtrend, on a like the top is in and it's going down now. Like you've got to chase the bottom, like on the.
Well, listen,
and people know it's like it's not like readily available, right? You need to get someone to think.
Yeah. What's good is that NFTs like punks and Bored Apes and Pudgies, like these are good accumulation vehicles, right? But it's not just all like about 4 or 5 weeks ago, I would say, remember we were talking about NFTs and I was like how low some of the shit was? Like 80% down on or like 80K, 70, 60, 70, 80K for punks. Right? They're up to like 250 now, 200. Right? Just in a couple weeks. So the thing is that the Ethereum price for these things don't ever change. But as Ethereum goes down, what it costs you to buy that Ethereum does change, right? So you can buy that NFT when Ethereum's at bottom basement prices, and you literally just bought whatever amount of Ethereum. You get what I mean? It's a premium, or it's less of a premium on just buying the Ethereum. You could buy 15 Ethereum, or you could buy an NFT that holds that value and ride it up. It's sort of the same thing. Just depends if you believe on it, if you believe in it or not.
I believe in Ethereum. I don't believe in NFTs no more.
But the good thing is that when you have NFTs and price goes down, right? Like some people couldn't sell their NFT that they were trying to sell for 50 ETH. It just sat on market. Nobody wanted to buy it. But now price went down, right? And people are still valuing shit in fiat instead of crypto. So now you sold your NFT. Now you got your 50 ETH. Now you just got to wait for prices to go back up and you're good money.
If somebody else wants your NFT.
No, well, after, like I said, after you buy it, like after you sell it.
Yeah.
But that's not a game that I'm trying to play. Punks, in my opinion, and shit like that are different. It's just a fun way to take your money to the top of the bull market. Just your classic sort of. But you gotta have money to play that sort of game because it can't be your main bag. You don't want your entire portfolio sitting in a punk.
At least you know there's liquidity. You know, if you're trying to sell it, you can find a buyer pretty quick.
Well, you know what's got even better liquidity than that?
Ethereum?
Everything else. Damn near everything else. But yeah, Ethereum, for sure.
The investment vehicle with the best liquidity right now, in my opinion, are Labubus. But you cannot buy a Labubu box for under $75. If you have a box and you post it for $74, it's an instant sell.
Labubu.
Yogi.
So you think they're gonna give Pokemon a run for their money?
These things run in fads, man. You know how that shit. You know how that shit goes.
I don't know, man. Pokemon's huge and it's like multi-generational as well. Like it's had decades of fan base. Like
Pokemon's from Japan, right?
I think so, yeah.
Yeah, but
Yeah,
that
it
shit
is.
is just
And
global at
please
this
don't
point.
ever compare Pokemon to Labubus.
I'm sorry, my bad. My bad. Please
Pokemon is
forgive me.
definitely
Please
not
forgive
That's
me,
way
Coach.
too. Yeah.
I don't know.
I
You
that
can
that was not it. I've been sitting here for hours listening. But
those Labubu boxes from the new drop are going for more than a box of prisms right now. And there's only 8 damn dolls in that shit.
I'm okay with that. It's a long-term game, coach.
You know what we need to do? We need to find a Pokemon Labubu chart. We need to see Pokemon versus Labubu on the chart and see what's really moving.
Yo,
That's
make a pair.
That's actually
I feel like
wow.
I
That's
feel
the
like
kind of stuff like I wish normal
if
people in my life told
Yo.
me that.
Make a trading pair with a liquidity pool. What's up? I'll throw in 20 G's.
if
Short on
Pokemon is
Labubus.
Bitcoin, Labubu is like Shiba or something. You know, it's like this
Shiba.
flash in the pan trend that needs a cycle. Like it's very
Shiba.
sensitive to a
Fart
pump.
coin.
Shiba.
Labubu's fart coin.
Yeah, it's
To
a
be
fart
fair,
coin. Labubu is a fart
well,
coin. Yeah. Too.
in 20 years, Labubus will probably be worth more than Beanie Babies still.
Nah, listen, the second the problem is the culture that we have right now, right? The second that someone that everybody hates is seen in public with a Labubu, it's a wrap.
Yep.
Yeah, Logan Paul. As
That's
soon as
it.
he
It's
starts
a
getting
wrap.
involved in
Somebody
Labubus,
starts to push it that
let's
people
get out of
don't
here.
like, and then people will turn on it in a second. That being said, the job has been done. My man made 1.5 bill on the little demon doll.
Yeah.
He's good.
Either that or when the corpos get involved. Whenever they start adopting it, that's when everyone's like, oh, this shit ain't cool no more.
Let me show you something. My homeboy was at brunch the other day with his girl. Let me see if I can find these pictures. Show you how bad this trend has gotten.
Are you gonna be bringing a picture like
Yeah, I gotta send
to
it
your
to
screen?
the. I gotta send it to the
Oh,
PC.
I see.
I gotta go into my group chat and copy and paste this. God, my group chat. If my group chat ever leaked,
Yep. Yep.
it would be a wrap for all
Rare,
of us.
a rare ending. Stuff
My
you see
group
people get
chats.
cancelled.
My group chat's full of graffiti artists and people with way too much money, bro. It's just a bunch of degenerates. Bunch of degenerates and criminals. No offense.
Where I'm from, we call them cultured.
Yeah, yeah.
I'm
It's
where I'm
perspective,
from,
you know.
called
Depends
cousins.
on what's.
Yeah, I was
Yo,
gonna call
why
him
can't I
brother.
find my?
I think out of those, well, not even fads, but out of the waves that come out of like Asia, the Yu-Gi-Oh, Pokemon. I think Monster Rancher was a thing for a little while, but not that long. So most of them don't last very long. Like the ones that just stand the test of time is just like a handful of them, like Pokemon, Digimon, Yu-Gi-Oh. I mean, Tamagotchi's had its time, but it didn't last.
You know, that's actually Pokemon, Digimon, and Yu-Gi-Oh. Like when I'm on the card aisles, I'm trying to think anything that's old like that. That's literally the only thing that you see is Pokemon, Digimon, or Yu-Gi-Oh. And Yu-Gi-Oh and Digimon are very small, especially Digimon. Anyway, that was
No.
just such like an accurate point. It was interesting to me.
Yeah, no,
Only
for
people
sure.
who collect
But
Yu-Gi-Oh cards are hardcore like fans, bro. Like there's no money in Yu-Gi-Oh, but there's still like tons of people who just collect them because compared to
yeah, or
Pokemon.
just play.
Yu-Gi-Oh was the most fun card game, like in my opinion. Like if you're like a Clash of the Clans type, like Yu-Gi-Oh, I think that's why like I'm so good at Microsoft Excel, I swear, is because
So good at
everything
it.
in Yu-Gi-Oh is an if-then case. It's so therefore it was just like everything came natural to me in Microsoft Excel.
No, that kind of makes sense actually. Yeah, it was fun. I mean, I played the like the video games. I didn't actually have the physical cards, but they were yeah, no, it was fun, very fun. I think, but what you're saying for that though is also why the Pokemon game was like video game was so fun for all ages, right? For kids, it's like you're collecting cool monsters. For adults, it was a number cruncher. Just like this, okay, cool. I
Right.
need to get to calculate a bunch of shit. Yeah.
I still don't even know how to play the like actual Pokemon card game, but dude,
Oh, I
I
don't think anyone knows,
loved Yu-Gi-Oh.
no one knows.
Dude, I
Like,
freaking loved it.
like Pokemon cards, like I don't know, man. They got little fire tokens or little element tokens on there. I don't know what the hell's going on. It doesn't seem intuitive. I'm sure, like for those who know, they're like, oh my god, you guys don't know how to play. But it's like, yeah, like Yu-Gi-Oh is very simple, man. Like if they've got
Right.
that one's got attack points to your defense points, it dies, right? Like, and then if you got a strap card or something to stop that from happening, activate it. Otherwise, one card kills another. Like that's it, man. We ain't got to complicate it. Well,
Yeah,
until it.
Yu-Gi-Oh, it was literally written on the card. Like Pokemon, it was like, what the hell
Yeah.
do I do now? But Yu-Gi-Oh, it was like, if then this, that, then that.
Yeah. Exactly.
Yo, it all makes sense. And now I know why Arthur Hayes was fudding Ethereum and Bitcoin. Because he just joined Solana in the Treasury Advisory Committee. Now it all makes sense.
He was also part of the ENA thing as well, right? Or is that his brainchild? I can't remember.
Look, check
He had
this
some
out.
kind of involvement with EM.
So this is the Sun Club, right? It's like the little fancy, like whatever brunch place that they have here. That my boy took his girl to, right? Halfway through the damn thing, this guy pops out.
Oh my god!
Halfway through brunch, a wild Labubu just comes out of nowhere and starts harassing the patrons and shit. That's how bad it's gotten, bro.
That's wild.
Just come out of nowhere and just start heckling. Oh my god, what is
Full size Labubu comes in.
Just chilling.
Plot twist. That's Dbloc behind the Labubu.
Chill, yo. I gotta get this dry powder somehow.
I wouldn't be surprised if that mascot uniform or whatever literally cost less than Labubus themselves.
Probably. Not only that, but the person who was inside there was dying because
yeah.
it's hot as shit.
Oh, yeah, I mean, those types of things, unless like you're on hard times, a lot of those guys, it seems like you got to love it in order to really be doing that. Because it seems like the ones that do, like you see, really get into it, they must love it, man.
Guys, if you've worked at a restaurant before, you know damn well what happened there. Manager came in with a bright idea and they volunteered some busboy. They threw the costume on him and kicked him out. Go entertain the people. You can have half of the tips. That's how that happened.
That's like in high school, man. All you need is one volunteer, and it's like, okay, we'll get a mascot.
Somebody will do it, bro.
I was that guy. I'm gonna be honest. And they bought me a new one. It was dope. Then I got expelled. We're finding another mascot.
Okay, all right. Mascot on mascot action. All right.
Yo, these guys are letting you do 150x leverage on $2 collateral for a pump.
We'll take all your money. Let's go, baby.
Is that even your last $2, dog?
Let's go. All you guys $2, don't worry about it. Just 150x it.
Yo, I can't believe I'm checking out the timeline.
What's your liquidation look like on 150x with a $2 margin? Yo, if that candle sneezes, you're screwed.
I just got a reply from some company, man. It's like they're called Merkle Trade. And they're like, hey, come here. You know, we got only $2 minimum collateral with 150x leverage. More variety than Hyperliquid.
Just know if the second they start doing ninja loans, I'm exiting all markets the next day.
Telling you guys, it's gonna be these treasury companies. Not even specifically the Bitcoin treasury companies, but these altcoin treasury companies and some of the smaller Bitcoin treasury companies. When this shit unwinds, it's gonna be them that does it at the top. They're gonna light the fuse. Either they're gonna light the fuse or they're gonna pour gas on the fire.
Yeah, but United States been doing ninja loans for a while. I mean, when I came back from Europe, that's how I got, I had no credit whatsoever. And they gave me a ninja loan. I was like, all right. And they gave me this Wrangler and I had to pay probably about 28% interest. Like, just sign on the dotted line and we'll get your credit going. Yeah,
I took a
and
ninja
I had
loan.
no job, nothing.
Took a ninja loan from Tony at the pool hall in Brooklyn. If you didn't pay him, he sent ninjas to go look for you.
For those people that don't know, it means no income, no job, no assets. That's a ninja.
It's insane. Yeah. Well, when credit is cheap, credit is cheaper. When money's good, money's good.
The ultimate ninja loan were those subprime mortgages that they gave people. They were giving out houses on ninja loans. Wilding out.
Oh my.
Yo, this car dealer, I had no job, no company. And he's like, you don't have a company? Well, think of one. I'm like, are you serious?
Think
And he's
of
like,
what?
yeah.
That's crazy.
He said, and he just wrote it down like that was my company. I'm like, dog.
Bro, that's like the people that were filling out those PPP loans for people during COVID. They're like, so what's the name of your company? I don't have a company. I'm what's the name of your company? Like, but I don't have a company. All right, look, we're gonna try this one more time. What's the name of your company again?
Yeah, it's like, yep. True.eth Incorporated. Sure, great. Go ahead.
Yeah, just a heads up to all the .eth snipers. You can get off of my ass because I have filled my shit back up to 2008. I'll see you again in 2008.
Yeah. Someone got Crypto Cypher though, man. Is that you that got Crypto Cypher?
Nah, it's not me.
Damn, someone got that crypto. Whoever got that Crypto Cypher.eth, come at me right now. I got you.
Y'all could keep it, man. Nobody gonna send no money to that shit.
I got it.
Hey, Dbloc, are you expecting like everything to kind of have a 3-day retracement?
The way the DOM looks is nice, right? Like what we're seeing, in my opinion, is with the CPI numbers that we saw today, the prediction for the cut went way up, right, for September, right? So people are pricing in that we're gonna have a cut. But what's interesting is that the last time we priced in a cut, people bought Bitcoin. This time, they've gone into alts, which is we can see by the the drop in dominance. So yeah, people are scooping alts to price in this cut. So it's looking good.
How much do you think of that drop in dominance would be resorted to stablecoin?
I mean, a lot of it is ETH and XRP. We'll watch stablecoin dominance, right? So if ETH goes down, I mean, if dominance is down and stablecoin dominance is up, then it's going into dominance. But if stablecoin dominance is down and Bitcoin dominance is down, then that means people are buying alts.
Do you think there's a way you could have a faded, like opaque or transparent overlay to have that stablecoin dominance kind of vibe with the overall dominance?
Yeah, it'd be a way to. Yeah, it'd be cool to kind of put it on there somewhere without it being too without it
invasive.
being too crowded.
Yeah.
What's gonna be interesting is what happens when these trillions of dollars come into stables, right? Because we're not gonna be able to use that shit as a metric anymore.
Yep, exactly.
It's gonna kind of throw everything off of whack, or we're gonna have to do some math, right? We're gonna have to take a percentage off, put that to the side, and then keep a mental note on what's in crypto versus what's out of crypto.
Keep the agents busy.
But the one thing that it does do is it just the pool of money that we have to pull from to make crypto go up. I mean, even if it doesn't go into our projects, you're talking about going from 4 trillion to 10, 20 trillion now. Now the question on where the market cap ends up is going to be crazy because before we said if it got to 10 trillion, we'd be looking at like a 7 or 8x on everything. But if it gets to 10 trillion because of stables, then that's not necessarily true.
Yeah, I don't want to get too ultra bullish and crazy. But the thing is, if everything's getting tokenized, and which I think is going to happen, like, even house deeds, everything tokenized.
You're crazy, Drew.
We might get 100 million plus, but they might be locked in, but it still will be part of that total market cap, right?
Yeah, you remember that chart that I showed you with all the little boxes? Where it's like all the world's money and shit. And all of that shit needs to be tokenized. Like all of that shit will, through tokenization, will slowly make its way up into our tiny little bubble at top.
So we can actually see crypto, like the whole global market cap, reach 100 trillion within 15 years, even. 10
But
years.
we could also see that not affect your projects the way you would expect. Right? Because it's not. So if somebody told us 10 years ago we're going to 100 trillion market cap, you're like, oh my God, I'm going to 1000x everything. But if you think of it like, no, these are just assets that are online.
Right.
That aren't necessarily being traded. Yeah. Houses, businesses,
what is the
cars.
What is the idea about like if there's going to be like trillions of dollars coming into stablecoins? What do you guys mean by that?
Things are getting tokenized.
It's not even that. It's just through the Genius bill, right? The stablecoin bill that passed that opened up like $10 trillion for stables in commerce and international remittances and shit like that. So stablecoin dominance, or stablecoin, I should say, market cap is gonna go through the roof. Like we probably are gonna have to take them off of the list of crypto because they're just gonna be like second and third place.
Yeah, but they're like they will still go up and down. Like say $1 trillion just came in overnight. Like the stablecoin dominance charts, they'll still go up and down. Like you'll still be able to tell if it's going up or down. It will go
Yeah.
parabolic first. Like the market cap will go parabolic, which it kind of almost always does anyway. And then the you know the dominance will skyrocket and go parabolic, and then it will like level out, and then we'll just have to see where it goes up and down from there. Like maybe it's for 20% or something. And then if it's less than 20, then it's going into crypto. If it's more than 20, it's coming out of crypto and going back into stables. I mean, I don't even know what Tether is. Tether like 6% now or what?
I haven't
Like the
checked
Tether,
recently.
the Tether dominance. I feel like it's somewhere around 6% or something. Like I feel like it's been floating around. I mean, it's likely not even going to beat the Tether anyway. And furthermore, like the
USDC is
Tether
gonna get
dominance
a lot
chart.
of that.
Yeah, I feel like most of it's going to go into USDC, but like the Tether dominance chart is kind of finicky anyway, because it also is tracking all of the people that are only trading on perpetuals. You know what I mean?
I've
Like
already
if you,
personally stopped tracking stablecoin dominance, just as a to make decisions on.
yeah, I mean, it's a good confluence, but
Yeah.
like making decisions based purely off of it doesn't really work that well. But I mean, the thing is with the Tether dominance, you can only trade perpetuals with Tether. So Tether dominance is kind of not like a very accurate reading almost, because there's every time somebody gets liquidated, like the Tether dominance goes up because the position gets settled in Tether. Unless unless the other trader, I guess not when someone gets liquidated, but when somebody closes a position for a profit, right? That causes whether you're long or short on perpetuals, if you close position for a profit, then it makes Tether dominance go up because it's all only traded in Tether. I don't know how the dominance fluctuates while you're actually in a position because you're in a contract, but like I mean, if you're waiting to close and somebody is waiting to open at the same price, it's still the same amount of Tether. So I don't know exactly how that works, but I imagine that anytime somebody closes for a profit on perpetuals, Tether dominance goes up. So it doesn't really necessarily mean that money is coming out of the crypto spot market, but it's just being added to Tether because people are taking profits on their perps. So I feel like that got pretty screwy this cycle, like especially the second half of this cycle.
Feels like we're hitting a ceiling on ether. Maybe we're just
Ceiling? Cloud, you mean?
Well, the cloud feels like a ceiling.
All right, let's see what we're looking at here.
Although maybe it's just flagging. I don't know. Let me see. But it's the wicks. I mean, those 3 wicks there feel
Yeah,
pretty
you
sloppy, but
got a triple top on the 5-minute.
just keeps cracking its head above that thing.
What was
Like,
that song?
on
I think it was a UK song. Running up that hill, cloud busting or something like that. Kate Bush.
Well, yeah, that's Kate Bush.
Yeah, that's what we doing. We Kate Bushing this right now.
Well, let's see. Let's see what you can do.
Actually, I'm gonna go play that song right now.
It's a good song.
It's a great song.
Babushka is
Oh, are you streaming? Can you play it on your stream so I can hear it?
I'm gonna play you a dope remix of my boy John Forte. I don't know if you guys know John Forte. He used to be down with the Fugees crew, but then George Bush pardoned him. He got caught in Jersey bringing some liquid cocaine in some briefcase, and his dad was cool
Look,
with George
everybody
Bush's
has a
dad.
bad day. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but you know, liquid coke. He can. But anyways, he got pardoned by George Bush. But yeah, he got a track running up that hill. John Forte, check it out. It's kind of dope.
Let's see. If you're gonna be a W, you have to be a W now.
No joke, I'm in this toy store and Kate Bush comes over the radio, Wuthering Heights, like right now, as you're talking about Kate Bush. That's
Oh,
crazy.
simulation, bro.
Yeah,
It's-
man.
True. If you're playing it, I can't hear it.
Wait, I'm gonna play it right now.
No, it won't come.
First, I'll play the original, then I'll play the remix.
Oh yeah, by the way, Rick, I'm gonna be home in like 10 minutes. Be back on the mainframe.
I don't know why, but that just reminded me of. Yeah, I'm just calling to tell you good night, bro.
No, we're supposed to watch a show.
Oh, you're not
and-
making it any better, bro. Oh my god, you just made it 10 times worse.
Yeah.
It was a wicked cliffhanger last night, and now I'm dying to see what the
No,
hell
hey,
happens.
nah,
He's
I
the one
feel.
that's
No,
got it
look, I feel
downloaded
you.
on his computer.
No, I feel you. Feel you. You can't just leave it on a cliffhanger, you know.
Yeah.
Do that.
Thanks,
Rick, are
bro.
you
I
done
just had to-
building your nephew's kitchen yet?
Rick is
Yeah,
like,
dude,
listen,
I am.
okay, there's a.
Dude,
I can
I had
explain.
to take a video in the shop so that I could show you that I wasn't just pulling your leg. Look, I'll put it in the bubble chat.
Yeah, I think it's so dope.
You hear that? That video should
I
pop
want
up
one
in
of
bubble
those.
chat in a second. It's pretty cool, huh?
Yeah, I'm just on Rick's, or I'm on Drew's stream.
Oh yeah.
You built that, Rick? Rick,
Yeah.
did you build that thing?
Yeah,
Holy
that little
shit.
What is that?
kitchen.
It's
Yeah.
amazing. That looks awesome. Nicely done.
Are we talking about what you posted in the bubble chat?
Yeah. I'm talking about a
The
couple of
video?
things at the moment.
Yeah, he built that kitchen for his nephew.
Oh, I saw all the toys on the shelves. I was like, wait, who has all those toys?
No, that toy store thing was just me showing that Kate Bush was playing over the radio. What just as Drew was talking about Kate Bush, like literally.
dude,
Which
my
is
man.
literally the most random shit. Seeming
Literally.
as that's the first time
Yeah,
I've
it's
ever heard the
totally
name Kate
random.
Bush in my life.
I knew
Yeah,
Kate.
yeah.
Well,
And
never
it
mind.
comes over the radio, like not the same song, but her other hit track, Wuthering Heights. Yeah. Running Up That Hill though. Yeah, that's another one.
That's a good
Never
one.
heard it.
Gonna say running up the hill.
Mm.
Yeah.
Yeah,
But
Running Up That Hill.
The only
Babushka's-
reason I even know that song is because I watched Stranger Things.
I think we're
yeah,
just
that's right.
on
Yeah.
we're just on different algorithms. That's all it means.
It's crazy, dude. On the other side of the planet too. The synchronicities. glitch in the matrix.
My toxic trait is that I think all of you guys are weird for knowing who she is, and not that I'm the odd man out for being the only person that doesn't.
I don't know who she is either, Coach.
There you go. See, now you just
Which actually might
now you're just
it might not
enabling
help
my
your case.
toxicity.
Something about Bush. I don't know.
Never
Wait,
ends.
what's it? I missed that. It's an older siblings or parents thing. They'll just be like, "Oh, Kate Bush," and I'm like, "Who?" Then I listen. I'm like, "Oh, Kate Bush, okay." And then yeah, grew up with some Kate Bush. She's a great artist. A great artist.
What, are you guys still talking about Kate Bush?
Yep.
See what you did, Drew?
I just played 2 tracks and you guys are still talking about that.
Nah, Rick.
You only
Rick
play
was
like
saying
30
that.
seconds of the first
Rick was saying he's in a toy store, and right as you were saying it, a Kate Bush song came over the radio in the store.
Oh, for real? Oh,
He-
wow. That's
He
crazy.
posted the video in Free the Voice.
That's some
Yeah,
simplicity right there.
I was like, yo, I've never
in the
even. I
double
don't even
chat,
know who
yeah.
that is. I've never even heard the name before. So for that to happen, is
Oh,
crazy.
Yeah, she's
dude,
from,
it was right on cue too. Right on
wow,
cue.
she's from like the 80s.
Yeah.
Late 80s. Early 80s, actually.
one of the best
Yeah,
decades.
she's not millennial famous, definitely. Like she's
Oh,
not
no.
millennials wouldn't really be familiar with Kate Bush. Maybe Gen X.
Well, are there any
Definitely
current
boomers.
songs, or are all the hits from the 80s? Because there's people that are from the 80s that are still making hits, though. But are they all like old hits, or?
Oh, yeah, she's
Okay.
she's locked in the 80s,
Got it,
man.
got it, got it.
That's where she stays.
She's stuck. She's stuck
Yeah.
there.
That's
She's
good,
stuck
man.
in
If it
the
ain't broke,
80s.
don't fix it. Shit.
Yeah.
All the cycles come
really,
around
I think they might.
anyways.
Yeah, exactly.
Mm.
So I think people might find out about it because they'll know about like Fleetwood Mac, for example, right? So when they start to delve
Oh,
into
yeah.
other artists, happen upon her.
Funny, my kids are 25 and 22, and they think all the 80s and 90s music is a ton better than
Yeah.
their music today. Which, when did you hear of that?
Yeah.
Like, we always thought mom and dad's music was oldie crud.
Well, that's because it was, though. Like we
Yeah.
changed that, right? We like made something that was new. But yeah, that's how it is. You hear these kids are sitting around listening to like Pac and Big and shit. It's great.
Yep.
Yeah, I mean, y'all wrecked the global economy, thanks, but you had some good music, thanks too.
That's just them slowly trying to get back to a time where their future wasn't screwed. They're just looking back fondly on a time where they actually had hope.
And we gave you
I mean,
guys
yeah,
participation trophies.
it was
Yeah,
like one of the
y'all-
decades that had no like major wars as well, right? Like, I mean,
Yeah,
obviously you had the
big
Cold War,
stretch-
but like
big stretch of peace.
Yeah.
Participation
exactly.
trophies came a lot later than the 80s. My goodness.
They listen to Bob Marley though more than Tupac and Biggie. There would be more peace.
Yeah, then 2008 came. They were like, "Wow, this music sucks. You know what? Let's just ruin the world economy." Thanks again for that. Never forget.
Participation trophies. I didn't even get fed if I lost.
I hear it though. Yeah.
Like, Mom had a bad day. Can we go to McDonald's? Did you win? McDonald's is for winners.
Listen, it was when I did well, they were like, "Yeah, you're supposed to do well," and then when you do bad, that's when you're gonna get it. It's like, oh my god.
Bruh,
There
my
seriously
dad.
was a time where you had to on those field trip or field games for PE or whatever. You had to hand out participation thing. You couldn't just have first place, second place, third place. You had to have a ribbon all the way down to 100th place. And then even for lower than that, you got to give somebody something.
Yeah,
Little
the guy
sticker at
that
least.
didn't
Oh, yeah.
participate, like you don't want to leave him out. You should give viewership
No.
ribbons too for people who were in the crowd.
Yeah. As long as that person came back to school a week later and missed the whole thing, they still got something.
I can remember the
It
first
was
time I
it was
got.
crazy.
I can remember getting something I felt like I didn't deserve. It was a championship football, and it was just some local league, and we lost, and they gave us trophies, and there were these little tiny trophies, and the other guys had the big trophy. And I was like, why even like, what's the point? Like I was confused.
Right.
I felt like I didn't deserve it, and even if I did deserve it, shit, look at what you gave us. You might as well have just not given us
Literally.
anything. You know what I mean? What am I gonna? Where am I gonna put this?
Yeah, but looking
But
back,
you
though,
know
it's,
that the
you
other
know,
one's
it's
a
a
better
good.
trophy, so why even bother? Yeah.
It's still good to have second place because you participated. You know,
Well,
some people like, oh,
I
you
understand
know,
second place is still, you still put a lot of teams out, and you still, you know, I get that, but they were giving participation trophies out for like just anything, though. Like everybody got
I
something.
feel like the only ones that count,
No kid,
are like
no
gold,
kid could feel bad.
bronze.
Yeah, you couldn't let
Yeah.
anybody feel bad. You know, it couldn't be any negativity. Everything.
Bro, I didn't get on the team, and they put everybody on the team. By the way, there is no like you're not getting on the team. You're getting on the team, and you're probably gonna get a couple minutes. It doesn't matter what your skill level is. I remember not making the basketball team, and I remember playing basketball in the snow for 12 hours a day for like 3 months
Oh my god.
because of that. Motivated by the fact that I didn't, feeling like shit, sitting in my room crying. Like that is
Hell
important, I think. You can't take that. You
Yeah.
can coddle me and make
No,
me
that
feel
is
better for
important.
losing.
Yo,
100%.
Coinbase is trying to give me participation trophy, but it's just my money that they're trying to give me. They're giving rebates every trade. They're like, oh, you get a 30 rebate, 40 rebate, $70 rebate. And then I try to do the math. I'm like, wait, that's a rebate from my transaction fee I was paying anyways. Okay, great.
I don't know if you talked about it already, but Kraken is starting derivatives as of today, on their site. So crypto
Interesting.
futures have launched on Kraken.
So I just need to launch that IPO so I can finally be free.
I need to get that
And not
sound. Need to get that
Yeah.
sound clip of CoffeeZilla saying, "Crime is legal." I'm sorry, guys. I don't know what else to say. Crime is now legal.
Pretty much. I think, where is it? In several cities, you can shoplift $600 or $800 as long as it's under 1,000 or something like that.
Yeah,
And
yeah.
you're all right.
Dang.
He was talking about
Oh.
when Trump came out and said that memes were collectibles. And he's like, and he's
Oh,
been
okay.
like he's been spending
Yeah.
like the past 2 years like exposing all these meme frauds and shit. And then he's like, he just threw his hands up, like, look, guys, okay, fine, whatever, have fun, be careful.
That works out for his taxes too.
Yeah, I'm sure.
Yeah, I heard for in some states they what they do to get around that and still make it a crime is that they mark up the items and then they discount it when you actually take it to the till. So if you steal
Oh,
it,
I
you're
haven't
stealing
heard that. That's
you're
interesting.
stealing $800 worth of something, and then therefore it's like a whatever type of crime it is, right?
A
It
lot
counts.
of that shit is insurance scams, man. Companies that decide to just throw their hands up like that. They're looking for exits. Now, to be fair, they're looking for exits because crime is bad, and they're like, okay, it's time to get out of here, and that's, you know, that's part of the exit plan. But
Right.
yeah, I have
mean, I've
my
seen
opinions on it, but
the
there's
lockup
no way to talk
cabinets
about
in
it
a lot of
without
stores.
getting political. What were you saying, BJ?
Oh, I'm sorry.
No, you're good.
I was seeing those, you know, like cabinets locked up where they only have like the empty box and then you have to go grab help from somebody to get you the real thing.
That's how it is in Walmart for a lot of shit now. Like, really, I can't just buy some razor blades. Like, I can't
Right.
buy a 10-pack of Bic razors without pressing this little button.
Let me see if it's gotten this bad for you guys over there, right? Do you have electronic tags on your cheese and your butter? Like the
Shit,
tabs?
no.
Well,
I
yeah,
haven't seen
clothing
that.
has electronic.
Yeah. So the cheese and the butter, like it's in a like lockbox, like a sort of plastic, like clear lockbox. It's not everywhere that it's like that, but certain
Damn, is that
places.
London?
That's a
Is
little
that
scary,
London?
yo.
Yeah.
Cheese and butter?
That's spooky.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah.
Well, the Englishmen
Molest.
do love their cheese and butter, though. So I think it's, you know.
Can't live without it.
I used to keep
But-
my cheese in a lockbox, but I never kept my butter there. You know what I mean?
It's kind of like it's in like parts of central London for sure, but like maybe out in like the sort of outskirts, maybe not so much. It just depends. There's certain places. I think wherever it's gotten really bad, they just decided, yeah, these are the measures we're going to take.
The closest thing that I've seen to something that felt sort of like drastic like that was during the egg crisis. When
Yeah, the eggs.
when I went to the store and it said 1 carton per person, I was like,
Yep.
oh shit, like food rationing. You know what I mean? It just feels like what it must have felt like in some countries right before shit went bad.
Yep.
That's
I
what they
remember
do with
going-
Pokemon cards. Then that's what they've done for at least 5 years
Well,
now.
they should. They need to because you guys need help. And if they don't stop you, you're just gonna clear them out, and they're trying to protect you and protect you from volatility.
I'm ready to fight them people.
I remember Costco
I'm
during
bobbing my head right now.
COVID.
I'm bobbing and weaving, coach. I'm bobbing and weaving. I'm just thinking about them. Ain't no participations trophies in Target, coach.
That's true.
You know what I just
Cost-
noticed, you guys? It says on Coinbase, it says introducing 24/7 futures trading for Bitcoin, Ethereum now.
Stay away, Joe. Stay away.
No, I'm just saying, hey, it's just a step in a different weird direction instead of doing their 8 to 4 weird stuff they were doing. At least it's Bitcoin and ETH 24/7. Let it go.
Yep.
Kind
I
of
might
like
have
what
signed
we're
up for that
expecting,
today.
you know,
It's
expecting for a bull market.
hitting the stage. They're getting ready for it.
Let's go.
Y'all better be in your positions.
That's what I'm saying. All this stuff's about ready. That's what I'm telling you. All these things are going to start releasing all these things, and all kinds of new people are about to step into the market, and that's where our liquidity is going to come from. And retail's
Yep.
about ready to jump in. All I do is hear about it. A bunch of people keep asking me the past few weeks, what do I jump into? They'll say XRP and Ethereum, and what do I do? And so many people have asked me so many questions. That's why I'm like, uh-oh, it's about to happen, guys, I think.
Yep. The drum roll is starting.
Hi, BJ.
Hello. All right, so Bitcoin is attempting to make this little curve here above that pivot point, and we'll be heading up into the 120,000s in no time at all.
Can we go to 117 first?
I don't know. I don't think so.
My orders down at the bottom of the CME gap are going to be very sad if that doesn't
Yep,
happen.
they might be crying a few tears. Although on Thursday looks like there could be a little dip towards there.
Yeah, this
But
hourly. I'm sorry, Dad.
no, go ahead.
This hourly, if we get a little bit higher on the bottom of the candle, the body of the candle right now, we might have a nice reversal scenario on the hourly.
Yeah, that's what's been going on.
All right, well, it's going to have to prove it here because on the 5-minute, what I see is consecutive lower highs and a nasty little gap underneath with more than enough liquidity to get us there. But it did
but I
hold
heard-
on the 800.
I heard Michael Saylor's going to save us.
Save us, Michael. Michael Saylor said he's going to stop selling common stock to buy Bitcoin, and people freaked out.
Wait, didn't he say he was selling like $6 billion worth of it?
They're slowing down. He's just gonna buy it through other vehicles. That's all. You know, just because he's not planning on selling and all that sort of shit doesn't mean he doesn't understand where we are in the cycle. I don't expect the buying sort of to continue at that pace.
I mean, it seems like he's just buying it, wherever. I think it's when he gets his hand on the money. It's just like, bang,
But
he
that's
got
what
the
I'm
money,
saying.
he's buying.
Announcing that they're cutting off one of the avenues that they use to buy, it's like a tapering down. Feels like, right?
True.
Like even if he doesn't
Gives him a
stop
good
buying, it
excuse.
would make sense to taper down towards the top. Just let off the
That would
gas
answer
a
the
little
question.
bit. right, so this is where we need to get over this 200 and this 50 if we're going to invalidate this little M pattern.
Maybe now with dominance where it's at, it's like, oh, now we're just going to leave the CME gap in the back of your mind instead of dominance.
Yeah, I'd be more than happy to leave the CME gap behind. I'm not like hanging all my hopes on it, but TA that I'm looking at still tells me that the end of this weekly cycle should be somewhere around our psychological low, somewhere between 117 and 116.4, which would just be taking us, to be clear, let me back up a little bit because it's important to back up. Let's not forget the overall bull flag that we just broke out of. That we haven't retested after breaking out, right? So that move down that I'm looking for. The move down that I'm looking for would be a retest before the continuation.
Norway just bought some more Bitcoin. They're up to almost $1 billion worth. They got like 844 million.
Yeah, saw that.
The measured
Drew, did
move
you get
from this
those
break.
messages I sent you?
Oh yeah, thank you for that. Yeah, that
Yes.
lead character, he is an interesting character, and I think he popped up a while ago, and I have a hunch he might be involved in some things. He might even be involved in SHIB. But that's just one of my theories.
Just real quick, guys, that retest of the bull flag that I'm talking about, that measured move is 130.
Mm-hmm.
That would be our target 8.
I got like a 133, 132 to 136. And even 140. But
So all I'm looking for here is to retest this bull flag and prove this breakout as a breakout and not just a deviation. This regular range trading shit. Little stopping volume W looks strong here though. I'll be right back. Let me grab a drink.
If you want to take the most advantage of this upcoming pump, would you be in Bitcoin or would you buy a smaller coin?
Bitcoin.
It
depends on what your expectations are, right? Like we're not. Ethereum is taking control right now, right? The alts are all bleeding against Ethereum. So the real question would be, because that in my opinion, that Bitcoin Ethereum rotation should have been made already. The question should be, is it time to come out of Ethereum and go into something else? Or is Ethereum still running the show? Right. And when you look at like Total 3 or you look at others divided by Ethereum, Ethereum's still clearly outperforming. But yeah, I mean, I don't think people getting in late at this point are interested in a 50% gain, right? Like people are looking for at least a 2x. You're not going to get a 2x in Bitcoin, in my opinion. You know, and if you're looking for more than that,
Ethereum.
then you're going, yeah. Or if you're looking for more than that, then you're sliding further down the scale, right? You're going into the top 10, top 20 your Sols,
I mean,
your
Link and Sui,
Suis, your Links,
they've
your
they've done so well
LTCs.
already.
That is a fallacy, though. Don't let previous performance make you think that it can't keep going. So it's important to look at that previous performance as proof, right? These coins have had
Is
enough
there
time to
some?
prove that there's mind share, and those coins have proved that people have interest.
Is Sui more mindshare than actual usage? Like I know
No.
Link is a
Sui's like a faster, cheaper Sol. It just hasn't established itself yet. Right, so as Sol came out as an ETH killer, Sui, if you wanted to label it, it would be a Sol killer. Right, but it's early, it's young. Sui during the next run is going to do, in my opinion, what Solana did during this run. Meaning the next bull market. But I'm heavy Sui.
Cristiano Ronaldo.
I'll show you my port right now as it stands. Where is it? So I'm obviously in the 20 or more coins. If we go and look at the poll on YouTube, right, I'm down in the 8%. But like I said, for new people, really keep your coin count low. You don't want to run in with this many coins. On the not really standing out. Pangu, Mudang. So if you look, you can see the barbell strategy, right? You can see how on one side I have picks and shovels plays, right? Which are sort of gaming or AI or, excuse me, AI with Tau, RWA with Pendle, Sui, Links, right? On one side. And then on the other side of the barbell strategy, I have the more speculative stuff. Your Mudangs, your Neros, your Pengus, your Andes, your Muse, your Mogs, your AI agents, right? Your Ethereum plays, your Ethereum DeFi plays, your liquid staking plays, right? But most of the mid curve, what they call mid curve projects, I'm sort of staying out of. I'm either going for hardcore utility or speculation, right? Because that's where all the attention has been on. This pile right here is what institutions are going to buy. This pile right here is what retail is going to buy. And that's how I've set up. Oh, let's get Jasmine over here. Bean over here.
You don't
Deep over
think
here.
like a BlackRock would buy XLM?
Yeah, oh, XLM is in the wrong spot. XLM is supposed to be over here. Metis is not even supposed to be there anymore. And then anything that I have that's lower cap than this or that I planned on picking up that's lower cap than this won't even pop up because it's not on bubbles. Those will just be the lottery plays. But for the most part, everything that's here has already proven itself or is in a narrative that hasn't run for a while, right? Like gaming.
I'd like to find whatever coins follow Bitcoin's dominance, like they just trail it, but we'll have a higher percentage move. I'm just trying to build my cash reserves by making some spot trades.
Well, you want to look at your BTC pairs for that, right? So instead of checking the USD pairs, just look at your BTC pairs and see how they're performing against Bitcoin, and you'll know what's outperforming and what's underperforming.
It's better to be early than be late, in my opinion. So while people are still looking at Ethereum, Solana, XRP, bigger cap coins, it's good to start looking at these mid lower caps that might run for a month or less, who knows. But yeah, it's better to be in early, I think, than late. And now is the time to start looking at them, since everyone's kind of focused on Ethereum and Solana, and we might get a blow off top soon. After that, you know, you might not have that much space to get your favorite mid coin or low cap.
It's not too early to buy XLN. You know, do your homework.
As far as ETH, guys, because I don't know if we've gone over this for a while, but my prediction for ETH is still at 7.7. I plan on getting to the good place on ETH, right? And that will bring our Gartley pattern into a full completion. Right? We've been running this thing since 1300, since we got down to C. Waited patiently for it to come down there. It's crazy that we're this high already. So as far as blow off tops go, right, once we get above all-time high, like we're really only talking another 60% from there to get us to, you know, almost 8K. It can go well past that, depending on how much institutional sort of fervor comes in, but that would be a good TP for me. That'd be a really good TP for me. Let me give me a second. Let me draw a bib extension here really fast.
Can you hear
Yeah,
Clive?
yeah, we hear you.
Yeah, Dbloc, can you hear Clive?
Nah, I was talking though, so if he was talking, it was like while I was talking. 2618, 3618 would be that zone. 2618, 3618, 4618. All right, my bad. Go ahead.
That's 6,400.
Now, is it just a matter of fact that money is just there's so much money in the world now under his regime?
It's not a
Nothing against
regime.
Trump. It's working. I don't decry that it's working. I just don't get it. I don't get it.
Look,
I'm used to
let's not get it. Let's let Trump pump our bags for 3 years, and it's gonna
Totally
be
agree.
all good.
Totally agree. Totally agree. You know, it just
On
wow.
politics, we got a whole different channel down the basement.
It's
No,
not.
don't
We're
get
not
on
talking
here.
politics. We're talking money.
Thankfully, Biden put in a bunch of stuff that got us here. Thanks, Joe.
Mm-hmm. It could
Don't you
be.
guys
How many presidents have we had since '58?
don't you get raging bull markets
9?
no matter president? Like, it doesn't seem like it matters too much. doesn't it?
Guys, we would be doing this if Kamala was president. We would still be right here.
I don't know.
I
I don't
promise
know
you.
about that.
I promise you.
I don't think. Do you think the America's ready for a female president?
It
I
doesn't
know.
now.
we
With
had
that has
Margaret
nothing to
Thatcher.
do with what I'm talking about, bro. Why do you always
No,
have
I
to bring
understand.
in? Has nothing to do with being a female. It has to do with our
Okay.
cycle. Doesn't depend on who the president is. It never
I got
has.
you.
Democrat or Republican, bull or
Mhm.
bear. The cycle's played out the way it's supposed to.
I got you.
You think Bitcoin would
Yeah,
have
I
been
think
this comfy up here at 120K though, without like Trump with the whole strategic reserve and
I mean,
I think it would have been lower.
anything that we get above 150, I'll attribute to that. But I've been looking
Okay.
at 150 on Bitcoin before there was even an election.
I have to. Oh no, not before the election.
I think we give too much credit to the world leaders for when things happen in the world. You know what I mean?
It's not even that. It's you know
more
what?
credit to the buying.
I'm gonna tell you what
To the
left a
buying.
bad taste in my mouth. Right?
Mhm.
What left a bad taste in my mouth as a crypto guy was when Trump
Right.
stood up there during the Bitcoin conference and said, "Hey,
Mm.
you guys remember what I did to Bitcoin last time I was president, right? Go look at the Bitcoin chart last time I was
know that.
president." And it's like, bro, like you're gonna sit there in a room full of Bitcoin maxis and take credit for a bull market?
Yeah.
We're not a room full of idiots, bro. We understand how this
Right,
works.
right.
You can help us
I
by
didn't know
not
he
getting in
did
the
that.
way, and obviously things that he's done are gonna
Mhm.
just blow the ceiling off what our top potential is. But
Gotcha.
would
Yeah.
we have still been here at 120K? Yeah, I believe so.
Mhm.
I didn't have any plans on taking profits before this. My targets have always been 150. Trump being president just gave me, like Drew said, a little more comfort, knowing that at least we're not under attack right now. Right.
Yeah.
The biggest difference is that Operation Choke Point 2.0 or whatever the hell that stupid shit was is over.
Yeah, 2.0.
But we'll see. The next guy that we're gonna inevitably get a president that absolutely sucks, and Bitcoin will perform.
Someone was gonna say something. I think it was holds. Well,
Well, he's stripping out solar. He's stripping out anything non-oil. He's giving oil full reign. They get exceptions by just making a phone call. You have this bird that's on your land. Okay, ignore it. Drill, baby, drill.
It's
He's
not
throwaway.
quite
Yeah.
just like that.
He literally has a hotline for
But he's
getting
not
around
stripping.
regulation.
Yeah, but I mean, he finds loopholes, but they're not
Yeah.
stripping solar or renewable resources. They're not stripping it.
He's cut back on all federal aid to it.
Don't need federal aid. What it comes down to
Yeah.
is private
Really?
companies actually building better structures and better
Yep.
panels and
Mhm.
actually putting it out on a different stream. It's what we call America.
I got you.
America.
EV
yeah.
taxes. The EV taxes end, I think, Friday. Not EV taxes. The incentives.
I was about to say we've been paying taxes on those for years.
Yeah.
So would you put like shingles on your roof? They could like make energy and it actually goes into your like house or into the system. And you know what I mean?
Break even point is 25 years.
What if we started that like already 10 years ago?
Uh-oh.
So we only got 15 years to go and then we hit that
Okay.
25-year point. I think we're getting there pretty soon with some of the technologies and
There
ideas that have
is
been printed.
there
pretty
is a
soon.
point where this happened in Hawaii. 92% of the land is owned by the king or the queen. They are starting to sell houses with you don't buy the land. They own it on a 99-year lease.
Welcome to many countries in the world. Welcome to all
Right.
kinds of stuff, right?
Welcome to the trailer parks.
Yep.
Straight up,
Yeah.
cuz.
Mm-hmm.
But they don't own that much of the royal family doesn't own that much of the Hawaii land, so it's a little
I
bit different
believe
than
it's
that.
still it's Bishop Real Estate. I lived there quite a while, and the government paid for our house. It was $2.5 million, which is, it's really high there. It really is.
It was different times, cuz. But
Yeah,
and
the
again,
70s.
don't forget that's when you guys were still putting together paperwork and terminologies and land. But again, once it turned
I'll look it
into a
up. I'll look
state,
up City of
you know what I
Bishop
mean?
Real Estate. Change that.
You were only
Hold on.
born in the 50s because it was already a state by then. So if you really look at all the different royalties and the
It wasn't.
places where their
It was.
land holdings were still held, but
I
look
don't think
into
it was a
those
state.
aspects of it.
It wasn't a state when I was born.
All I'm trying to say is we should tame it down a little bit.
Hold on.
And if
Hold
you
on.
ever want to talk about stuff like this, I will go into the core of the universe talking to you about stuff down at the bottom channels. But a lot of times we should be looking at charts and stuff right now.
Cool.
Glad
Cool.
we
Cool.
love you.
Yeah. Okay. I just started the conversation with legacy.
I know,
Is that
it
we're at
keeps
all
it
time
real.
high?
It keeps it a legacy
Go
then.
ahead.
But
Go ahead.
right? Like you said, what did it hit? All-time high. That's impressive, right? Now, what do you see out of it? What do you see coming into it? What do you see falling out of it at those points? Not just hitting the point. What do you see coming in now? So interestingly, I
yo.
always want to ask you. And I have the ability to. So provide an answer. Over.
Do you remember, Clive, whenever there were only 48 or 49 stars on the flag?
We deep in the cold ground. We recognize this Missouri.
Really though, what do you think though? What do you think Nasdaq and S&P are going to do? You think they're going to keep pushing up? You think money's going to keep coming in? Because I think there is.
It's a
Money
good
coming in,
question.
right?
So I've just realized
We're
what
in quantitative
who your
easing, right?
cadence reminds me of. Your cadence reminds me of Owen Wilson. Like I couldn't put my finger on it. Very much reminds me of that.
You
But
know
who's
what I
listening
mean?
to Kate Bush in the background? Can I hear that?
Yeah, sorry, that was my video. I was playing it back. I was checking if you guys could hear it through the
Yeah,
video or not.
yeah, you're right. It's the tonality. Yeah, or even a little bit of both. Really, I think it's just both. It's just all of
What's
it.
the difference? What's the difference between timbre, cadence, and tone? Is there differences?
Yeah.
Timbre. Yeah, like the
Yeah. I just think it's both of them. Really, it's the total package. But yeah, more so the tone than the cadence. You're right.
Yo, Binance just tweeted ETH step by step to all-time high. When's the last time Binance tweets something?
He just tweeted that?
No, just the Binance Twitter account.
Yeah, but still, I mean, that's them/him.
I don't know when Binance tweet stuff, or more so when CZ tweets stuff. I'm not sure how I feel about it anymore. Before, obviously, anything that touched Binance turned to gold, but these days,
Yeah, you guys are right. You're right.
Okay,
you
can I break in for a second?
Go ahead.
Yo,
My alerts are going off on Doge.
you guys,
Check it out. 30
Let's
minutes.
go. Let's go.
you guys see Elon Musk beefing with Sam Altman live on the timeline.
Doge retested that bull flag. Like Doge made a really nice bull flag over the last couple days, and it just retested it just recently.
Yeah.
Yo, listen what
Jasmine did a good pump today too.
Yo, listen what Elon said to Sam. You got 3 million views on your bullshit post, you liar, far more than I've received on many of mine, despite me having 50 times of your follower count. Sam, will you sign an affidavit you have never directed changes to the X algorithm in a way that has hurt your competitors or helped your own companies? I will apologize if so. These guys are going on and on the timeline. It's a beautiful thing.
Why you gonna make them sound like that?
Two billionaires beefing with each other. It's hilarious.
It's,
That was
pure entertainment.
Who's he talking to?
It's Elon Musk versus the dude from ChatGPT that Elon was kind of part of before they closed the source.
Yeah, dude. So he's beefing with Elon on X.
Yeah, it's great.
What he's saying, it's like walking into his house and just beefing him, when he can just
It's
reach
like
for anything.
trolling the bar owner.
Yeah.
Like, there's just a matter of time before you get escorted out that front door.
Yeah, but Elon's mad a little bit because check this. So Elon posted something, and he's like, Apple is behaving in a manner that makes it impossible for any AI company besides OpenAI to reach #1 in the App Store, which is an unequivocal antitrust violation. And anyway, so you know how you can do the readers added context on Twitter, so like readers can add things, and basically it's going against Elon's thing, so Elon has to backfire on that because that backfired on him, and now he's got people on X saying, Elon, well, we got to fact check this, and actually in January 2025, DeepSeek reached #1 overall in app stores, and basically just fact checking Elon saying you're wrong. So It's kind of funny.
So
Interesting.
is Sam pissed off because he thinks Grok is more successful and he thinks Elon's cheating on Twitter by promoting Grok more than
Maybe that's why Doge is bullish.
Their beef
Well,
goes
yeah, when
back
Elon,
to OpenAI. Like,
yeah, they got beef.
Doge has got an inverse Head and Shoulders, but it does need to get up to 24.6 and break for that to come through. But yeah,
I think
that's
this.
gonna be nice if that breaks.
I think this
25 was going to be a pretty hard little thing to knock through. 25, I think, is going to be a tough one.
This local beef started with Elon posting a meme. It was him asking ChatGPT who is more trustworthy, and asked ChatGPT to use its reasoning. And ChatGPT said Elon Musk is more trustworthy than Sam.
I think it's gonna be hard for I think a bunch of other AI agents to compete because of the fact that the way Grok's algorithm gets fed is kind of insane. Like if you go on Twitter and you see people using Grok, right? They'll be like, Grok, is this true? And then Grok will tell them, the opposite of whatever they're thinking, and they'll start to argue with Grok. And that just feeds the algo even better, right? So you just get so much raw, like human data in a way that I don't think anything else really gets unless like they're doing it in the back end that people don't see. But it's like I see like long like tweet threads of someone just arguing with Grok for like a good 30 minutes. I'm just like, man.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie, ChatGPT got my whole life down right now. Like they know everything. I had to bow down to AI.
I still haven't really used it yet, but it's only a matter of time.
Dude, AI got me so much money.
If you're doing any type of research at all and you're not using AI, you're giving up like minutes and hours of your day that you could be sort of saving.
I agree.
Like you don't not I'm not asking you to tell AI to do any reasoning for you, right? But comparing and contrasting or aggregating, right? It's really good at that. Save you a bunch of time.
Yeah. And in the end, I just including myself, right? I think anyone who sort of delays it, it's just like I get maybe the moral reasons or the reasons to just make yourself feel better, but in the end, like it's inevitable, right? They've kind of shown it all. It's inevitable. So it's better to be like the handler, right? Like a sort of expert handler rather than like just a detractor who just keeps pushing back against it. It's like with crypto as well.
I think the best experiment you or anybody else that wants to really kind of dabble, especially if you have a side business, a hobby or something, is like ask the AI, whether it's Gemini, whether it's ChatGPT, whatever AI, be like, hey, I have this business that I want to blow up. I want this business to be the bomb, whatever. And just like feed it that like enthusiasm and see what it gives back to you.
I've
And
done
ask
that with
you have to ask it
I've
to
done that
help
with
you,
the channel. I've done that with the channel, but y'all won't like if I tell you what it told me. If I tell you what it told me, you're gonna be like, "Don't screw that AI. That AI doesn't know what it's talking about. Get that AI out of here."
But it will give you such a good business plan. Like
Oh, it does. It
dude,
gave
I
me
just
a
landed
step-by-step.
2% of I just landed 2% of a hot sauce company through AI basically. And this is a big hot sauce company. And I just figured out how to do it and it helped me land 2% of a whole company.
That's amazing.
And it's crazy. It was just like, how do I pitch and like, what do I do? And it just told me who I have to talk to, what I have to write, what do I have to say on my text messages, what I have to say if they call me. Like I have bullet points in front of me, everything, meetings down locked. And dude, AI is where it's at.
Now, what AI told me is that I shouldn't be streaming 24 hours a day. It told me cut it down to 2 streams per day, 3 hours per stream. I'm like, yeah, you must want a revolution on my hands.
Nah, bro.
We'll have a revolt.
The crowd will hate that. The audience
We'll have
will
a
love that.
mutiny on the bounty.
If AI was a person, coach, I'd fight him right now. I would fight him right now, man. No, man. I need
That's
a
funny.
24/7, coach. Crypto don't sleep.
Yeah. Yeah, Al, I know. This isn't for money. This is a passion project.
Yeah, so I think when it's looking, because obviously it's going to glean data from all the other channels, right? And it's going to say, oh, well, these channels do it this often, and they only stream for this long. So it's like, and they've got all these subs and making all that money. So surely that's what you should do. But is it really trying to compare? Like, because this is a unique channel. You know what I mean? Like, there's very few channels that do anything like this. I can
One thing that does make sense that I took from it, because I told it, like, I go back and forth, and I'm like, I'm not doing that. Like, part of the draw is a 24/7, and crypto's 24/7. I'm not cutting off access to my people just to make it, because AI's argument is that you're putting in immense amount of effort. All AI is thinking is, what are you getting back for it? AI can't quantify what I get for it, because it's not money, right? It's not monetary.
Yeah.
So obviously AI is gonna be like, well, make better use of your time, do less, da 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 da. But what I can take from it is that I am gonna start splitting things up. So I want to start. I mean, obviously, one thing settle down, and I have time to really set everything. But I want to do like come on in the morning, or come on when I come on, do the TA, run through Bitcoin TA, run through Legacy TA, run through alts, do a question and answer period, run through some news, and then stop that stream. Right, and have that saved that people can rewatch, and then start the Discord stream where it's just a chart and we're chilling. So like people can come back and watch the streams, and they don't have to watch 12 hours of people just talking to find the TA, right? And maybe do 2 of those a day on every refresh.
I don't know.
Man, I'll tell you what, Ethereum's all-time high line just peeped onto my screen. Like,
Let's go, Ethereum.
Getting some big buys right now.
Yeah,
I can smell
Bitcoin's
the
coming
all-time
after
high
this
now.
this vector gap above.
I see a lot of confusion on the timeline. They're like, how are we making higher highs and lower lows on 15-minute charts? And it's like, all you have to do is look up a bullish megaphone pattern, and there it is.
77 Bitcoin off the rip.
But yeah, man, I
When you
think that
speak to
that'll be enough
AI,
play for you on the YouTube thing.
What happened, bro?
what was that about YouTube? Sorry.
No, all I said is, what's it called? If you're talking to me, it's not like that play that YouTube told or ChatGPT told you to play for YouTube. That way, people who tune into your videos, man, they get to digest it right away. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Save time. Nobody has time to like. There's a
'Cause
big
I
amount of
got the
people that don't have
for it, you
time
know
to
what I'm
sit
saying?
here
We
all
probably
day and wait for shit to be said.
Yep.
How does your AI deblock, like, let's say it throws a suggestion at you and you push back on it and say, "Oh no, I don't think that's a." Does it fold? Or
It
does it?
bitches up. It folds. Yeah. It still wants to.
Does it
It still
fold?
wants to
Yeah.
please you. Yeah. It still wants to please you.
Yeah.
I
It
don't
depends.
like that. You have to tell it not to.
Yeah.
Right. So a lot of people are using AI for therapy. Right. As a
Right.
therapist. The problem is if you go to regular AI and just start using it as a therapist, it's gonna tell you everything you want to hear. You literally have to go to it and say, okay, you are a world-class therapist. I need you to treat me as a client, and then it will sort of do it the way the therapist is supposed to, right? It'll hold you accountable. It'll point out the shit that you're doing. But if you just go in there blind and say, hey, I'm having these issues, they'll be like, no, it's not you, it's the world,
On ChatGPT, you could prompt it. If you make a project folder, you say, for this project folder, I want you to keep me legally protected and safe on anything so I can't get caught in any legal loopholes. And even if while you're trying to formulate your demand letter, whatever you're trying to do, and if you're like, yo, I want to say F this guy and this and that, and ChatGPT is like, no, we can't say that. And you're like, no, I'm really upset. I got to say it, and they'll try to figure out a way to like say it in a diplomatic way. And even if you keep on telling like, no, we got to do it, as long as your project folder, you told it you wanted to make you legally safe, it's not going to do it for you, which is cool.
That's good. It's like
Yeah.
you can set up like no compromise boundaries to it.
Yeah, and you'll see a sign that says memory updated. If you don't see that sign that says memory updated, that means it didn't really register or comprehend what you try to tell it to do. So you have to make sure you see the memory updated, then bang, it knows automatically to kind of create that filter.
Interesting.
Man, with this AI, though, man, I saw a skit today. It's like a boss and his intern, and the intern like knocks on the door and just asks ChatGPT, "What should I say to my boss?" And then the boss says,
hey, someone's knocking at my door. What should I do? It's my intern. It's like pretty much ChatGPT talking to ChatGPT through the humans. Like no one can even have a normal
And
conversation.
that's exactly why eventually both of them will get fired, and it'll just be a AI in there running the show. Exactly. All right, let's see if this W pattern breakout will invalidate that M pattern. It should. If it plays out completely, it should invalidate that M pattern. But what we're talking about is a range, guys, right? We're trying to micromanage what is a range. Right?
I still like the idea you had about the summer top being in.
I like the CPI numbers. I'm not worried about it. If CPI numbers would have came in a little bit different, then yeah. But so far, no. So far, I don't think so. If anything changes between here and September, or if we start getting any sort of word, unemployment numbers come out tomorrow, I believe. We want that to be bad, right? We will react to that, in my opinion, adversely if the jobs come in lower. Because what people want is evidence in tomorrow's job numbers that employment is as bad as we hope. Tomorrow, is it tomorrow? No, it is.
Jobs usually come out on Thursdays, I believe.
Yeah, when. Dun, dun, dun. I know I'm not tripping. I just saw this yesterday. Oh, here we go. Yeah, unemployment claims. So they're forecasting 225K. So we want that to be higher.
That's just claims, though, right?
Yeah, but it's the market is looking at it as confirmation that, like I said, the jobs are as bad as they are after that revision. So if unemployment claims come out good, meaning less unemployment claims, more people in work, then that'll counterbalance how bad the job numbers. Not by a lot, but it'll give a bit of a counterbalance. If they come out more, where there's more people claiming unemployment, then that'll add fuel to the idea that that Powell's gonna his hand's gonna be forced. So just for tomorrow, we have to hope that more Americans are out of work. All right, I know it's nasty work. I know that's not something that you want to think about while you lay your head on your pillow, but for our purposes, those unemployment numbers need to go up.
Yo, dude, that's Thursday, right?
To trade
That's
today.
Is it Thursday? It's.
I don't think there's any big data coming out tomorrow.
It's tomorrow, the 14th.
Bunch of Fed speakers.
Well, today, yeah, because it's past 12 already.
Guys,
So
we're about to get it.
It'll be on the 14th.
Thursday.
Right? The 14th, guys, 14th.
We're getting close.
But it's Thursday the 14th. Oh,
Wait.
Great. Tomorrow's Wednesday.
We're getting very close to a historic moment when Ethereum hasn't been up at these levels since 2021.
Dude, that's why Binance just tweeted, dude. They're pumping it right now.
Pump it, CZ, pump it.
Yeah, I'm pissed off. I decided not to trade today, and I'm pissed off that I don't have a long position on Doge.
My bad.
But I like.
Almost sounds like some push-ups to me.
Don't worry about it, dude. Just look at XLM. Start there.
All right, guys, ETH. We got to have an ETH conversation. We've only got 2 spider lines between here and ATH. And looking like it wants to go.
Yes.
Looking like it wants to go. Bitcoin can ruin this party right now, obviously, so we want to take a look at ETH, but we got to keep an eye on Bitcoin too.
That's what Bitcoin's born to do.
This range that Bitcoin's in, ETH is already broken out of. Right, so it's this range. So even again on both charts, we could see ETH outperforming Bitcoin at current time. But if Bitcoin does not break out of its range, then ETH will be sucked back into its range. Unless Bitcoin continues to range sideways and dominance continues to drop. So if this, then that. Right now, we're going to retest that break.
Jamie Dimon's out there shilling Ethereum. He's out on the streets. He's on the satellites. He's all over the place. He's telling people, like, don't you know I've had satellites with Ethereum nodes since 2020? What are you guys talking about? A lot of people don't know that. We got some Ethereum nodes in space. Got some Doge nodes in space.
Take a look at our two ranges here. Right? So we had bull flags in both ranges. We had liquidity sweeps down out of the bottom of the range on both ranges. And we had our lower highs. So you see this price action right here that came out and took out 1, 2, 3, 4 lower highs. And then we retraced, based out, and popped. You see it? Lower highs had that price action that came, took out all of those lower highs, then came down, starting to range out. So basically, we would be right around here. Right? That top would be this top. This is the fractal that Rick was looking at earlier. Right? But my point being, from this point, there was one more drop, and then it popped out. And the drop came to that base.
Are we giving up the idea it's going to go down and snag those longs? Or?
No, I still think it's coming down to grab CME. But if this fractal was to continue, I wouldn't expect it to go too much lower. Maybe just a wick, but not body. But I'm not. No, I'm not. This is just interesting coincidence. The power of that CME draw, I don't fade that.
For this historic moment, can I give a quick flashback to 2020? JP Morgan launches blockchain in space. And this is just from an article from jpmorgan.com themselves. This isn't some news site. This isn't whatever. So you guys can check it for yourselves. It's jpmorgan.com, technology, news, blockchain, and space. And pressing deeper into the Internet of Things, JP Morgan executes blockchain transaction between satellites. They have tested the world's first bank-led tokenized value transfer in space, executed via smart contracts on a blockchain network established between satellites orbiting the Earth. And the project in the firm's efforts to combine blockchain with the Internet of Things, which previously saw initiatives in chase auto financing and renewable energy. Anyways, let me get to the meat of the bone. So this is the interesting part. As part of our team's focus on Horizon 3 projects that identify disruptive areas in which blockchain can create value, we decided that there was enough here to begin thinking about what a space payment system would look like over the long term. But first, we needed to prove it was even possible by testing some foundational components. So guys, they were talking about this in 2020 on Ethereum. They got nodes up in space doing things. They're taking their time, man. These things take 50 years to build.
At the
and we're
same
just
time, they
a
were telling
baby.
you that crypto was a scam.
Yep. Well, no, it wasn't them. You know, it
No, I
was
mean
JP
like the
Morgan didn't
world,
say,
you know.
because JP Morgan was just like Bitcoin. He was against Satoshi Nakamoto idea, the whole Bitcoin thing, but he wasn't against blockchain.
All right, so look, this is that CME gap, just in reference to what we were talking about the price action. Right, so this move down, right, would have to be the one that comes to grab that CME. So it would have to go lower than it did here.
So Solana just touched 200. Oh, now it looks like it's pushing past.
Yeah, it's a machine-to-machine economy that they were plotting on back in 2020. And I think they're still plotting.
Just found an interesting feature on Ethereum. There's only 3 other weeks in Ethereum's entire history that have hit this price level. And that was the 3 weeks of like near its all-time high back in 2021. Damn.
Sorry, could you say that again?
So there's only been 3 other weekly candles that have been at this level before on Ethereum. And they were wicks, by the way. They were only wicks. I think it'll break another couple of records soon if this
I don't know what you're talking about, Rick. ETH is dead, remember?
yeah. Yeah.
You must be
Yeah, man.
mistaken. Surely you're mistaken.
No, this is very much like a pinch yourself moment.
Yeah, it's one thing to have conviction, and it's another thing to watch it happen.
To see it happen, yeah.
Yeah.
Yo, I dug in deeper to this paper from JP Morgan, so I was trying to figure out what the whole purpose was. And their purpose was they want to be able to have a decentralized network where communication with Earth is not necessary. Spooky. Think about that one. Just think about that.
That was a good one, Drew.
That's really spooky, though, if you think about it.
Don't nobody want to communicate with their ass anyways. Dinosaurs.
I'm telling you, man, they're preparing for like a world extinction event or something like that.
But if
Nah, this is a whole Mars thing, bro. Rich people have been trying to leave for the longest, bro. I've been to the meetings. They kicked me out, but before I left, I heard him say it. They said, we're leaving. We're going to leave all these guys behind, but we got to figure out a make way that we don't have to, you know, lose any of our luxuries. Luckily, that's not for another 1,000 years. We'll all be dead by then, but they're leaving.
They're going to keep the bag,
Those
though?
that can leave will leave.
Good evening, gentlemen.
Yo.
Evening. Just think about how much more amazing the Earth gets with less humans, though. You don't gotta go nowhere. Just wait for everybody to leave, and then shit just gets better.
It's like New York during COVID. It was great.
Right? Walking through Times Square by yourself.
Oh man, I was riding my
Didn't the
bike
canals
everywhere.
the canals in Italy all cleared up during COVID?
The air cleared up, no pollution anywhere.
Birds were chirping.
Animals are out frolicking in Central Park and shit.
Like finally, these diseased creatures called humans are sick and diseasing themselves.
Yeah, man, if everyone wants to go to Mars, I'll hang back here on Earth. No worries. You guys go have fun. Take Elon with you. You guys can have fun on Mars.
Hey, Crypto Mac, I've been called a lot of things.
Yeah, that's not kosher, Crypto
But
Mac.
I've never been called a Fed.
Yo, watch out, Crypto Mac. Watch out, dog.
Federales Generales.
Oh, good to be back to United States after a trip to Sweden.
You have
They
a
don't
good
have
time?
cash there. Oh yeah, I mean I had amazing time with family, but man, Sweden is all about credit cards. There's no cash allowed. It's horrible, man. The women there is okay. I can't get in trouble. I ain't gonna start that. But
Women
they
are
hate men.
skittish.
Hold on, man. The Swedish girls are great, man. What are you talking about?
They're beautiful,
I
but you
had
try
my,
talking to them, they think you have 19 guns, and they look scared as hell. And they
but once you start talking to them, they think the men are evil, and I can't get in this conversation. I get banned. They're horrible. They're feminists to the core, and it's
Thank you.
bad.
Yeah, you might have had a bad
Maybe it's you.
experience.
And they all just want one child. I talked to a lot of women because my pickup line was, "I'm from Texas," and the game over right there.
That's you already messed up. You
So
shouldn't
no.
have a pickup line. That's where you went wrong. You don't go around with a pickup line. That's like, it's only creeps have
No, they
pickup
ask
lines.
where you from, and I'm like, I'm from Texas, and they ask what you do.
Yeah,
I'm like,
but you already gave
I'm in
yourself
oil and
up, man.
gas.
You already put your cards on the table, and you just told me you had you were going out with a pickup line.
Yeah,
You can't
dude.
do that, man. You just failed.
lie
You,
next time.
you
Dude,
can't.
you can't be like I'm from Texas. You have to be like you
No, you
have to
gotta
be
go.
like I'm from Zimbabwe
No.
or
No,
I'm
just
from
I hate to
Haiti.
tell you. I hate to tell you
no.
guys. Women have the
can't-
internet too. That shit that used to fly
can't
10 years ago is not flying no more, gentlemen.
Exactly. You just got to be
you
yourself,
you
man.
can't tell them honest answers. You have to make stuff up so that it's not normal.
But why is it
Nah.
always like
Like,
the dude with girl problems that come out during these conversations, yo? Like y'all be telling on yourselves sometimes when you talk like that.
No, he was good. I mean, I went home with a couple of girls, but I'm telling you, it's
your
not
whole
good there.
life.
They think the men
See,
are
that's the whole
evil.
problem. A couple girls, you got to just find one
Your
a
whole
wholesome girl.
life.
You can't be running around with a couple girls. That's not wholesome. You gotta live a wholesome
No,
life,
listen to what you
man.
just said. You said you came
Come
home with
on,
a couple
Drew.
girls, but
I'm still
they
young.
think that the guys are all bad.
Exactly.
Well, I wonder where they got that idea
Ooh,
from.
no, I got the good girls. I got the good girls. There were some girls that still want to have family and stuff like that, but the rest were like, no, like, and a lot of conversations ended. We'd be talking and talking, and they're like, "Do you like Trump?" And I'm like, "Yeah." "Oh, you evil, you racist." And I was just like,
No
"Oh my
way.
goodness."
No, that's you don't answer that
can't be
question.
Bro, you're talking to
No,
girls about
Yeah.
politics that you're trying to bring home.
No, they brought it up.
You
They
lost
brought
if
it up.
you're
That's
giving them
ChatGPT.
if you're giving them straightforward answers. You lost in the beginning. All right. You're not supposed to actually answer
I
the
didn't-
whole thing with a comprehensive thought.
Damn.
No, I'm not gonna. Nah. It
These
was
guys be
good.
Bro,
trying to
who
It was just
matches? Who
A
hurt
weird.
girl
you, bro?
asks you like,
Matches,
"What's the craziest
matches,
time you've ever had sex?" or something
matches.
like
Who
that. You're
hurt you,
not supposed
bro?
to remember for 6 months.
Matches. Who
Right.
hurt you?
No,
Let's
nothing.
talk
What
about it.
hurt me
Oh
is that
no,
they don't use
actually,
cash there.
honestly, I
The
just
whole
spent
country runs
the
on
last.
credit cards. They don't use
I
cash
just
no
spent.
more. That's scary.
point to the spot on
I
the
just
teddy
spent the
bear.
last 2 hours. Let me know when you're done.
Ooh, spicy.
Wow, you
I'm
guys are
done.
fucking spicy. Sorry.
I can't see why you guys have girl issues at all. It's crazy.
No, girl issues. It's different. Women here in America, they're easy to approach, easy to talk to, and if you disagree, they still continue talking to you, and they're like it's like a hit or a miss right away, and it was just different. In America, it's different. Girls are easy going. You can talk to them, but besides that, I had a great time with family, and crypto was doing good, and it was just weird.
Wait,
You can't pay with cash
wait,
anymore.
wait. Okay, forget it. I'm not touching that. I'm leaving that alone. All right, so crypto.
To answer Drew's question from like 3 minutes ago, real quick. Yeah, I
Go
just spent the
ahead,
last
bro.
3 hours letting a girl cry on my shoulders at a bar, so that I could like get so annoyed I'm just leave because I'm not spending my night there.
Sure,
3
bro.
hours. That
Why'd
was
you do
that's
that
a real.
though? You
Yeah.
trying to get that sympathy sex?
No, I was sitting there and I'm like, what the hell am I even trying to get? I'm not trying to have sex with her. I came out to like have a beer with her for a half an
And now
hour.
I'm depressed and shit. Sitting at the
Now
bar
I'm
crying
sitting
into my
here.
beer.
The restaurant's closing. I'm feeling crappy about myself. She's telling me I need to get up and get motivated, and I'm sitting here saying to myself, I was gonna fill out resumes and do my LinkedIn shit. I don't need to be sitting here with you.
Damn.
Well,
Funny.
Did you?
So you can't be honest with them. You got to make it a mystery. It's got to be fun. And if you're not having fun, what are you doing?
You don't have to be dishonest. You can be vague and mysterious without being dishonest. In fact, that's the whole part of the mystery.
Hey, nobody said lie. Nobody said lie. You have to be fun.
Hold on, $10.
Just get
Let me get
rich.
my notebook.
That's the best way. Just get
So
rich.
she was
Get
trying
really
to cry
rich.
on your shoulders, or is that what I heard?
I guess I wanted her to cry on my shoulders, but she was just kind of crying.
That's good. That means she feels close to you. That she can let her feelings out. You know?
Nah,
So
she'd have
that's
probably
one step.
cried. She'd have probably cried on anybody's shoulder that sat in that
Yeah,
stool.
let's let him feel. Let him feel good.
I'd have wanted out too, honestly. That's a lot.
She probably called 3 other guys, and I was the idiot that showed up.
Yeah, that's how it starts, man. But then she's gonna realize you are the guy that shows up.
I mean, if you didn't
There
want to
you
have
go.
sex with her, it's not even
But you
sunk
had
cost.
it sounded like you said you had a time limit on her too. You said I only wanted to spend 30 minutes with her.
I love this. I love when the girls
Oh,
get
yeah,
into a
dude.
conversation. I'm just gonna sit back and eat some popcorn.
Yeah. I was just gonna go out,
Go
spend a
ahead,
few
Dbloc,
minutes,
pop a beer.
have a quick beer, eat something, and go home. And that just never happened.
What'd you? Oh, you didn't eat anything at all?
No. I didn't drink because I was just like, it's gonna be ridiculous. If I drink, I'm never gonna make it home.
Right.
Well,
So
hey,
you
good
left
thing.
after 10 minutes and didn't spend the 30 minutes, or
I have to get better about just getting up and leaving and making them want more.
Wait,
I
so
heard that.
no, that's many
Hey,
questions, but
good for you though.
Honestly, I'm
Good for
doing a
you.
bunch of speed dates later this month, so it was all practice. I was practicing dealing with other people's shit and stuff.
okay, all right, there you go. I
Glass
was
half
just
full guy.
trying to get to the bottom of like the why. Like it just wasn't. Yeah. Okay. Practice. Let's go with that.
Let's go ETH.
so had the
Take this
chemistry
one.
been a little different, matches, you would have stayed and had a good time. Is that?
No, I'm learning my lesson. You leave while the time is good.
Mm-hmm.
So, what I was told by Swedish guys, because I had a couple of friends with
Like
me, and
selling
they
into
were
strength.
Oh, you have some Swedish friends.
no. So what they told me, apparently, in Sweden, you got to read this book, The Game, called by Neil Strauss, and apparently that works for Swedish women.
I've heard that name.
I've read that book.
I wrote that book.
Name.
That's actually true. I've read that book.
These-
Yeah,
these-
no,
these
everything
things-
you said was accurate.
These
They
things have.
said if you can pull a girl in Sweden, you can pull a girl everywhere. I mean, I had no problems with girls in America, but in Sweden, it was weird, man. It was. I don't know.
Until someone goes on TikTok and says, "Yeah, everyone knows about this book," and all these people are all men are toxic for this reason, right? They keep following. I don't know. The pickup artist stuff. I think the knowledge is useful, but the to practice it is questionable at times. But I think knowledge is power. Right? Better to know and not use it than to, just use it and assume it's just going to work like that, right? Blindly. But if it works for you and you're fine with it, then who am I to
No,
talk?
I never used that book. I never need to use any kind of book.
I agree with
I
them
don't know.
knowing it and not using it.
He never learned to read.
Reading.
It was in Sweden, right? It was in Sweden.
Only thing you need to read is charts. That's it.
Yeah, it was in Sweden, but it's a different kind of women though. They're very
Alright,
spoiled.
so-
And they don't need men. The idea is like we don't need men.
They're
Why would
very
we need men?
independent. They're not spoiled. They're independent.
That doesn't sound much different from here. No, I'm just kidding. But like,
No,
he's
but
not-
like they're not family people. They think that you could just sell your children to kindergarten and men, and I don't know. I'm old fashioned. I'm a traditional
wait,
man.
what?
What? They're selling children? What?
No.
Yeah,
They're
repeat
sending
that.
children to
Bro, maybe we should
to
stop before we
kindergarten.
offend another 3 or 4 countries here.
Yeah,
Sorry.
maybe we're.
I'm
about
glad
to
you had a
get
good trip, bro.
again.
Sounds like a
Man, I
bang up
always get
family
in trouble,
vacation.
man.
You're not
I'm
in
not
you're not in
trying to get
trouble.
in
I'm
trouble.
stopping you from getting in trouble.
Yeah, it's all good, man.
Welcome back though.
So I got a question.
Uh-oh.
Do you?
Crazy Train. Crazy Train. How was that book, man? Was it any good or did it completely suck?
It
I was
worked
what?
when I had my hair.
Those things you can't learn in books. Those things like that just have to go with the flow, man.
I
It's like the
just
birds and the bees. That's the
Bro,
whole
just
thing.
be
It's like the
yourself.
magic.
Dude,
Yeah, the
Listen, you
magic
know
of it
the
just
the
flows.
amazing thing about women is that they'll let you know if you're worth having or not. Just be yourself.
no,
You'll
I
find
just
somebody that
I
wants you.
always wondered if because I never read a book or read any books like that. So it's like I'm just wondering if there's actual substance to it at all. Like, you
I
know what I
think
mean?
like Joe, yeah,
Like
like
was it
Joe
even a
said,
good read or was it really shitty? Like I just wonder how
I
it
I
is because I've
personally
never
did
read it.
not read that book, but the guys
it's
that were with
I
me,
did, I
my
did. It's
sweet,
like Joe
my
said.
Swedish friends, and they were amazing. They were just sorry. Let me speak my.
Were you
I'm
talking
brushing my
with your
teeth.
mouth full to the girls in
No,
Sweden?
no, I'm washing my teeth. So here's the thing: they were amazing. They were pulling them right and left, and they were sending them home, and they were players, not like American players. So that was just like, oh, I must read that book, but I don't really think I need to because I don't like the quantity. I like the quality. They're
It
more
was
like a quantity.
it was like Joe said. The book was it was more
Got it
about
down
like
bad.
the substance, not using it, but like understanding it.
Yeah, because in the end, psychology is psychology, right? It does tend to have a level of consistency to it, but you know,
Go
people are.
read 7 trading books and sit in front of the charts and tell me how successful you're gonna be.
Yeah.
You got to get out and trade,
So,
bro.
like,
That's it.
More
Get out and
successful than
trade
you
and
are
learn
now.
from your losses.
Exactly.
And know that
I
the
like that.
market's not out to get you. Sometimes it's you.
So this shit, was it like articulate and intellectual or was it like just random? What did it seem like?
And it's a bunch of bullshit. That's what it is.
Just read the book.
Sorry.
Yeah, read the book or look at a
I mean,
YouTube channel
why?
or
But why am I
YouTube.
gonna waste
All right,
time
here's
with
an
all
idea. The
this
next time that you're with a girl that you trust, ask her what's wrong with you.
That's gonna be pretty hard. I'm fascinated.
I don't know if she has that much time.
Nah, I mean, I'm not even being funny. I'm being real loud. Like sometimes you have girlfriends, you know, and you go to your girlfriend and be like, okay, be real with me. What's the deal? I came up to you in a bar
They'll tell you why they're not dating you. He's not lying.
and then go
And they
fix
will
that.
break your heart. Your favorite stuff, they will just rip it apart in front of you and be like, well, and you're going to learn a lot about yourself.
It makes you a man. You must be torn first. Let them rip you and tear you down. But yo, some positions are pumping right now. I don't know about you guys, but things are looking green, if you know what I mean.
I'm happy with my
Ethereum is my kind of. Ethereum is like my kind of lady. Let's go, ETH. Come on.
It feels like ETH is just giving a free ride to all-time high right here. At this point.
all-time high. We're on our way to all-time highs and price discovery.
Take
Dbloc.
me.
Yeah, what's going on?
The FOMO is going to set in soon, and we'll be on our way to to a breakout high, and then we'll dump.
Talking about books, seriously, for trading, what kind of book would you suggest?
Encyclopedia of Chart Patterns by Bukowski. And then if you want to get into some psychology sort of stuff, you can get in like trading into the zone, trading on tilt. But
So how much is psychology versus charting?
all of it. It's all of it.
So what's more important, charting or psychology, or
Psychology.
both? Really?
Psychology is the most important thing when it comes to trading. The
So
patterns
what
created
chart
by
you suggest for
psychology.
that?
I mean,
The
that's the
chart's important because it tells you what type of psychology you're using.
Look, I'm not calling you guys all dummies, but I think the one book you guys all need to read is Financial Risk Management for Dummies. I'll leave it at that.
There's also Reminiscence of a Stock Operator.
like I was saying, it's important because everything is based off psychology. Your patterns are drawn by psychology.
Could you
Right.
please repeat that name again one more time? For the book?
He said Bukowski's chart patterns.
No, he's talking about the
Encyclopedia of
psychology one.
Patterns by Bukowski. There's actually 3 variations of it. Only one of them has the 3 peaks in Dome House.
And Financial Risk Management for Dummies is the second book you need to read. Oh, you
True.
dummies out there.
If that's even a real book and not something you made up, then it's definitely not something you've ever read.
You want to get you want to get probably one of the second or the third edition because it has more information, more data they've gone through. But there is different charts in the first book.
Yeah, and the other one he mentioned was about psychology was Trading in the Zone by Mark Douglas.
But 3 peaks in Dome House. Amazing that it's not in all of the books. But that was the pattern we saw on Bitcoin.
Just remember, if you're ADHD'd out of your nut, there's always audiobook options. Have it on in the background.
We're getting some big
For
sounds.
those,
Yeah, I do audiobooks at triple speed. It's the best.
I can't do
I
that.
haven't found that one in audiobook.
Usually can find a lot of them on YouTube, which is nice.
Dude, I need more screens so I can have more charts.
Look at my chart.
Well, do the screens you have give you more money?
You really?
We broke 40.
Yes,
I
we
mean,
did, Joe. Yes, we did, Joe. Dirt.
Let's
We're
go.
coming out of the dirt. We've been
Let's
in the dirt, and now we're
Let's
making it. We planted the seed, we watered it, and now it's finally seeing a little bit of sunlight. Everyone that's in their ICO position is finally a little bit in profit.
We
Cool
lost
dirt
that
go.
uptrend on Bitcoin. We're about to clear through these liquidations now. If we lose this 800, then we're going for
We
that
just dumped on
CME gap
ADA.
finally.
Okay.
Ugh.
But yeah, I agree on the psychology thing wholeheartedly. I think it's kind of just the bedrock of all of it. Not just even reading charts, it's like narratives and rotations and
The
all
best
of
thing
it.
I've ever done for my trading is even before I started trading, and that was my psych major. I've put my psych major to work more in trading than ever in any other time or any other place.
Yeah,
I think my Twitter hustle helps a lot with trading for me, at least. Trying to like sleuth around in Twitter, what's hot, what's not.
The honest truth is that it's
Oh,
not
boy.
even everybody else's psychology you have to worry about. That's important, obviously, but your psychology is what's going to make the difference. I could give everybody in here 100% success rate strategy, and half of you will get rich and the other half will be broke. It has nothing to do with the strategy at all. It has to do with the trader. I used to have a saying that said, don't fix the strategy, fix the trader.
Oof. Going, boys.
We pushing.
Ada just took a nasty couple candles down.
Man, I don't know about ADA, but I wouldn't touch it with a 10-foot pole.
Guys, bottom line is dominance is falling when Bitcoin is falling right now. I'm jumping with joy. He's going into alts. That's all that matters. Or it's going into stables. It's the only other reason dominance would fall, right? But either way, dominance is falling, Bitcoin's falling. Jumping with joy.
The reason it's bullish for alts, even if it goes into stables, is because the only reason it'd be going into stables is for positioning. People, if they're gonna
159s.
de-risk, they just sit it in Bitcoin. They won't sit it in stables to buy the dip on Bitcoin. They'll just sit it in Bitcoin.
People like I wish I had listened to you a long time ago. Don't touch alts until we're in the 50s. But what I'm
It
proud of is
sounded
that
like
we're
a
over
dumb
4
thing to do
trillion.
when we were sitting at 60 something, because you're like, well, you're gonna miss the bottoms, you're gonna miss the bull. Did we really? If you didn't buy any
point was
alts until
proven.
now, and you just sat until Bitcoin, and you waited until we hit 59, and you started picking up alts now, did you really miss out on anything? In Bitcoin value, not USD
And
value.
it took
In Bitcoin
months,
value.
and it took months for it to get through it. It stuck up in the mid 60s for months, dude. It was a rough scenario. And you could have just stuck with Bitcoin, keeps in a row.
I mean, even some alts, right? I mean, it hit the bottom, like the dollar valuation bottoms, like a couple of times as well.
It came back to them too, like.
Yeah.
Like every
Yeah, but
time
we
it
had
would put in a new low on its BTC pair, it would hit its USD bottom again.
but we had some runners during that time too, though. As long as like if you were lucky enough to get some of those
That's
runners,
the question, right? That's the thing. So like, look, so you got Bitcoin, and we'll keep it simple. We won't even go to like all the coins that there are, but so you have Bitcoin, right? And then you have alts.
I guess most of the runners
It
weren't
just
that
dropped
higher
10 of them,
cap,
right?
except for
So
Doge.
you've got alts. If you're going with a Bitcoin strategy, then you've typically got like 100% of your bag in Bitcoin. Maybe you've got some money on the side, right? But you're all in Bitcoin. If you're playing with alts, you've got 5% here, 5% here, 5% here, 10% here, 15% here, 5% here, 20% here, 5%, 5%, 5%, whatever. Even though maybe 4 or 5 of them will outperform Bitcoin, that's only taking 35% of your portfolio with it. The rest of your portfolio is sitting down here losing against Bitcoin, right? While in this scenario, 100% of your portfolio is moving. So when you get a 10% move, that's 10% on your portfolio, not 10% on a position. And when you're up 50%, that's your entire port that's up 50%. So unless you're a ninja sniper and you are just god body when it comes to picking alts, and you picked these 4 alts and you weren't holding anything else and all your money was here, then yeah, you can say screw Bitcoin. But if you look at your portfolio and that didn't happen, then you got to be real with yourself, you know? Super chat. Appreciate you, Venus. You retracted your super chat, but I appreciate the super chat. That's a first.
I'm not gonna lie, I got lucky with some of them though, like Voxel and Moodang and.
But only a few, Drew. We screwed up on a ton of them. That's the whole principle of it.
I really, I haven't really,
A quarter
I didn't
of them
get,
did
I haven't
well.
got
The other
hit, man.
3/4 ate the bucket, didn't they?
I
They
haven't.
honestly
No,
did.
no. I only do 2, 3 positions at a time.
Or if we had kept it just simply in Bitcoin, we would have simply done way better. That's the whole
No,
principle.
not me. Oh, you mean like it depends? Not from like as after Bitcoin already reached 100K and up? No, I wouldn't have done better. But before, yeah.
Yeah, but instead of like going crazy with all the different alts that we were attempting and crazy stuff, if you
No,
just
it
stuck
was
with
for me. It
Bitcoin,
was so no. For me, after Bitcoin hit 100K, it's so good that I experimented with some of these lower cap ones that it was worth it.
Right, but then again, look at it. Once Bitcoin hit
All right, Joe,
100K,
we're not going to
where
sit
were all
here
those?
and grill into people about what their decisions were. He
No,
just
what
said
I'm
that he
saying
made a
is
good
it makes a
decision.
lot of sense. So I
And
wish I had waited till Bitcoin had hit 100,000 before I had really made any sort of sense on which ones made sense that
Yeah,
I'd
that's what.
attempt to go in.
Yeah,
So
to me, it made sense after 100K. Like before 100K, it really didn't make that much sense. But after that, I was like, all right, let me look at these other ones.
That super chat was something about IPOs or ICOs. I don't know what it was.
yeah, if you want to,
Something about
Venus, if you want to
thoughts.
re-ask the question, but something happened. It either glitched out
Or the feds took it
I don't know
down.
what happened there.
Maybe it was a good
market maker
question.
jumped in. So as we come down and we break 119.1, then we're putting in the larger M pattern that will take us down to CME gap here. right? Which would be from here to there, there. The smaller M all but played out. I'm gonna move it just because it's too cluttered on the chart and it looks like shit, but I'll leave the measured move there just so we know.
So Joe, I was looking back, and actually what's crazy is this pump is the only one I've been hit at. Last 7 swings I've took, all have been positive.
Okay, there we go. Super chat. You people participate in it. Yeah, I mean, so the Circle IPO I got in, and that did well, obviously. Some of these treasury companies that have been coming out. And what's the IPO? Bullish is coming out now. I know a couple of guys are playing with Bullish. I decided not to play with Bullish, not because I think there's anything wrong with the project, but I've just got different plans for the money. A lot of research. IPOs during the last half of the bull market are really sketchy because there's a lot of money grabs, right? So I would make sure that you just research the project really well, make sure there's an actual team there. Same thing in crypto, right? We're gonna get projects that come out that are absolute bullshit, and it's just a money grab because they know that the money's flowing now. Everybody's looking for things to buy, and they're gonna give it to you. Rule of thumb for me, unless I have any sort of like real hardcore conviction from fundamentals that the IPO is going to be successful, I tend to wait for the IPO to launch and then retrace, and then I buy the retraces. That's just what I've found like the safest way to sort of do it. Same thing with new coin launches and shit like that, right? Something gets launched on exchange, instead of buying it on the day it launches, wait for the sell off and then buy the dip.
What does IPO stand for?
Initial product offering. It's like a new launch of a coin, of a stock. ICOs in crypto are like the crypto version of an IPO. Public offering, sorry. The product.
Yeah, it's public. But yeah, very nice.
And where do you buy those?
On your broker, right? Like if you're in Robinhood, they'll announce, like they were announcing the Bullish IPO, they announced the Circle IPO. You just got to sort of line up for them. But like I said, you have to be careful because a lot of these things sell off on launch unless they've got like really good fundamentals behind them.
Similar to a crypto going or going for the first time on an exchange, and the early investors have already got their sights on taking some profit.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, IPOs for people who get involved in businesses, them going public is usually an exit. Right? That's where all the hard work that they've put in, that's where it pays off.
So they're hoping on new investors buying the story in a way.
Yeah, because they get paid in shares, right? So once you go public, you get a bunch of shares, and that's how you know how much money you've made. And then depending on how good the launch is, that's how much money you get to. Like Coinbase, right? Coinbase IPO was disastrous. And it's funny because if you go back and you look at some of the Coinbase employees before IPO launched, it's like a meme now that gets passed around, but they were buying new cars, they were going on vacations, like the signs were there, right? And as soon as they IPO'd, they just sold off, right? Everybody sold off
So
their
they're not a
shares.
good investment, generally speaking.
What happened?
So IPOs is not a good investment. You would.
It depends.
stay
It depends on the company. Like I said, if it comes in very strong, like the Circle IPO did amazing. But if you held it for too long, then you gave back those gains.
Duolingo was amazing too.
It also has to do with a lot like how the market is performing overall. So typically, like most IPOs recently, since the market's been generally in an uptrend, they've been coming out pretty strong.
Yeah, IPOs are how legacy speculates, right? So that's like how they degen. I remember in 2020 when the vibe was all the SPACs, all the special acquisition companies. Oh my God, these things were like 2-3xing overnight for no reason.
So out of top 10 cryptos, was it Dogecoin and what was the other one that have not pumped yet? Cardano, right?
ATH
what
had
do
a
you-
bit of a pump, but it hasn't had, its recovery hasn't been as strong as everything else. ETH is just sucking up all the energy out of the room right now.
That's good though, right? You
Yeah.
want ETH to.
Yeah. ETH has to take its lead, right, for all the other cryptos to then follow suit.
Dbloc, why do you think Tron is stuck in there so strong? Why do you think TRN is like really
Asia.
doing its thing? Straight up.
Yeah, just the transactions. Only Americans don't like Tron.
No, just we never really hear it. We never really talk about it. But
Yeah, we
it's, I mean,
don't.
it's
Because
sucker's been sitting up there in top 15, top 10 for a while.
I don't like Tron because of BitTorrent. I lost quite a bit of in beginning, like 3 years ago, I think, something like that. And something about BitTorrent, and Tron was involved with BitTorrent, right? BitTorrent token.
Hold on, give me 1 second, guys.
You talking about BitTorrent?
Yeah, there was a token called BitTorrent, and
Mhm.
Tron was involved with the guy. This I forgot his name.
Justin Sun? No.
Yeah. And I remember a few years ago I was invested, and they did something where they made a new coin or something like that, and I lost quite a bit. And after that, I just don't like anything has to do with Justin Sun. And he's the guy. Justin Sun is the guy that bought that banana, right? That painting, and he ate it, or was that real?
Oh, I'm trying to remember that.
I think he was the guy that bought that
Yes.
painting that
Yeah, for a
the
lot of
art,
money, and then destroyed it.
and he just ate that banana, something like that.
It was auctioned for $5 million. He bought it and then ate it right there and
Yeah.
then.
That's a flex.
Mhm.
That is a flex.
Yeah. Just watch me flush this money down the toilet.
And everybody was like, "Oh my God, oh my God." I'd have been like, "Shit, the banana was 5. If you wait 30 minutes, I could get you some of it back for 2."
Dbloc. Oh Lord.
Pretty good.
The deal.
Oh.
I was at Art Basel when that banana became a thing.
Yeah, how did it
And that's
become a
all
thing?
anybody was talking about. It's just one of the artists that was there, right? Artists come to present at Art Basel, and dude just had a banana duct taped to the wall, and all these people with
Literally.
too much money just standing in
6
front of it
point.
saying, "Oh, the commentary on society," and it's a banana on a wall, and he got you guys.
He didn't even
6.2
duct tape
million.
the banana. He sold
Well,
them
the
a
thing is,
banana they picked up in the gas station for like $1.30.
but it's not. It wasn't that simple though. He hired the critics to sit there. He created the whole thing. It was
Yeah,
performance art
it
at
was
the
an
end of the
event.
day.
It was like performance art, exactly. Yeah.
Yeah.
It was like, yeah, exactly. Bro, that shit was wild. You guys remember I showed you the video when I went to Art Basel and they had that ATM. So they had an ATM, and above the ATM was a scoreboard. And if you took money out of the ATM, it put the balance of your account up on the scoreboard, and it kept the leaderboard of who had the most money and shit. It was insane. Like, that's how much money was in the room. And people were just standing around the leaderboard clapping and shit.
Where was that
Imagine, Imagine
was
you go like,
at
"Go
Art
ahead,
Basel.
honey. Go ahead, honey. Use that ATM real quick."
Nah. See, the way my bank account is set up right now, they don't even take my card there. Like,
You guys, people here in Aspen, they purposely, when they like take something out of the ATM, they leave their receipt there so it shows like balance, and they're just like purposely leave it like sitting there in the machine. It says like 18.5 million. It's just like you asshole.
I'm
You know
gonna
what I mean? It's just
find
like a little
I'm gonna
receipt
find that
sticking out
video
there.
for
It's just
y'all
like, oh, you.
because I have it saved somewhere. I'm gonna find that video for y'all.
Yeah.
They do, and it says like a 10 because some of our there's like one of our ATMs here. It allows people to take up to $10,000 out in one ATM transaction. So it literally shoots out like a 10,000 stack with like this little bill wrapped around it. There's only a few. There's like one in a couple in Beverly Hills, a couple down in Miami.
Yeah, but they don't do it on purpose. They're just lazy to throw away the
It's right
receipt.
at the base of our gondola, and these people at that one, they really do. They purposefully leave it where it shows like their account balance, and it just shoots out. Normally, you can just hit no for receipt. People like purposely hit yes, and they leave it, and it shoots it out, and they're just like, and they walk away with their 10 stack. It's like you.
Yeah.
It's a good way to get
That's
Homie the
that's
Clown
a
bop you
new
over the head
level
and
of
take your money.
secrecy.
Homie the Clown, don't play that.
I'll dress up like a
Bar of
tree
soap
and
and a
jump
spell
out in the
kit.
middle of the slope. Be like, he
know
hit
what
a
I'm saying?
tree. We seen it. That tree ran its pockets and ran off into the woods.
And you dropped your wallet. You know what I mean? Like you dropped your key in the it's like you down in Miami. You guys go swimming. Oh, I dropped my wallet type thing with your key fob on there. Like,
It's
oh, I
really
just
not that safe to just be walking away from an ATM and leaving your receipt there for the next person to follow you back to your.
it's one of the it's not it's I'm telling you, it's one of those weird things, and they walk over and they spend that
You know what,
10
Joe?
stack on
I
dinner.
think they saw what a handsome man you were, and they were just trying to hit on you.
No, it's a weird thing, right? It's right at the base of our gondola. It's one of the one places that actually put out like more than like $300 out of an ATM. This thing puts out 10 stacks, you guys. So if you get like $500 or need $300, it just shoots out hundreds. Anything over $100 and like 100, 200, 300, it just shoots out 100 stacks. Puts you
But I mean,
10 Gs.
but to be real though,
It's insane around ground.
dollars are for peasants anyways. Who uses cash anymore? Only peasants.
That's what I'm trying to say, darn it. It's a weird thingy, but that was ATMs. How many
Silly
ATMs are there?
peasants using cash. How dare they?
Rappers.
They can't be traced. We want to be able to trace these peasants.
And people on
TikTok
sites.
We shall give them Bitcoin, and then we shall trace them.
Bunch of tradesmen who like doing cash in hand.
Let them eat cake.
Bro, if you go down the street here, what's parked on like the street, like in our regular parking spaces, is ridiculous. I don't even know what to explain it as. In summertime, it's out of control here. Like it's like Ferrari, this thing, Rover. It's just like any Beverly Hills thing, but
It's a
most
beautiful
people are
thing,
pretty
man.
normal here. They're pretty. There's no paparazzi allowed here too, so people can't take pictures. So a lot of people are
Oh,
able to
really?
feel comfortable just
You
walking
want
and
to make
driving
some money, Joe? You can take a picture anywhere you want in Aspen as long as you're in public property.
I just walk next to people. I could care less. I'm just saying that's why people feel comfortable doing what they do here, because there is no paparazzi allowed in our county,
But if,
Pitkin County.
but if anyone tries to tell you, as long as you say you're doing it for personal reasons, no one can tell you not to take a picture in Aspen.
It's a big difference in Beverly Hills. Beverly Hills, everybody can take a picture wherever they want and do the thing. There's a different level of uncomfortability going on a sidewalk. People go to our grocery store. People ride the bus here. Whole different scenario.
I think you just gave me a great idea, Joe. I think I'm going to go around Aspen. Next time I go skiing in Colorado, I'm going to go visit you, and then I'm going to go around Aspen with a camera, like one of those big cameras with a monopod, like very intimidating. I'm just going to get in people's faces with it.
No, they'll
And
have a blast. They'll be like, yo,
I'm like,
take a picture. And they'll be like, yo, you'll have a
they're
Get
going
a
to
movie
think I'm
of you two guys
paparazzi.
on a movie of you two guys on a little motorcycle like Dumb and Dumber buzzing around town.
Let's do it. I'm ready.
I'll put him on his own
Oh.
snowmobile to be ripping around, cuz. Promise. It's a whole different story than what you're imagining.
I'm a few
get
hours
my-
away. I'll be over there.
I'll get myself some nice lawsuits over there.
He's the best, cuz. Hey, you
I'm
just
like-
walk across the street and the Range Rover bongs you and like 10 million in your pocket, cuz.
They'll be like, "What are you doing? Filming the bank? Are you casing us? Do you want to rob us?"
And they
They'll be
just
calling
shoot
the
you a check.
cops,
Here,
huh?
how much do you want? And they shoot you a check out the window and shoot it out and roll the window up and right away. And it's like 10 mil. There you go, cuz.
First they'll come out and say you can't film, and then you say, "Oh yeah, go ahead, call the police on me." Well, you know, who's going to tell me I can't film? And then the police are going to come and educate them. And you know, if they harass me, it's a lawsuit.
You really got to come out and see and visit this place. Beautiful area.
I don't know, Joe. If I come visit and I hang out with you, they're going to look at you different when I leave. They're going to be like, "He's that guy that brought that guy that sued everyone."
We all represent ourselves in this world, Drew.
You should be getting ready for some price action here.
On those? What are you talking about,
Bitcoin.
BJ?
Bitcoin.
I'm gonna duck off and do some research real quick. Be careful if we lose that 800 at 19, 119. The only thing holding us up from the CME gap at this point. I'm gonna go jump in a Twitter
orders?
swamp. I'll be back.
Any bigger orders down there, Dbloc? You know how you always like have that little thing where you can see bigger sets kind of sitting out there. Can you zoom out on that thingy?
He said he'll be right back.
Okay, bye. My bad. Any larger target areas in the CME or halfway through it. These are things I got to research and figure out myself and work on it. My charts. Dig deeper.
All right, so the 5-minute or the 30-minute 5 EMA is right up above 119,450. And then above that angular, on top of that is 119,497. Then you have the descending curve coming down over the top. So this little spot here is a big time spot. And underneath is the 50 MA, and below that 50 MA is the 200 MA. So, and they're ascending in nature. So the bulk of your fast moving averages is above 119,425. So that's what makes coming over the top of the descending resistance line here important. And then you have the second one coming down from the top and like a little twist. So this area is pivotal. And notice how across that pink line again, there that keeps hitting us in the face. But this is the distance between 119.6 and the daily open at 120, 145.
It says EMA is that again? 50 and what?
13's on top of the 50 EMA, and then the 5's underneath that. And last week's low is right underneath here. The price is above that. So this little spot is a decision-making spot right here on the 30-minute. Because the pivot point is on this black line right here at 119,573. So the pivot point is just a little bit above the 30-minute 50 EMA, you see? and now their price is trying to elbow up, but it can be caught under this arc. And then it gets under this arc at 119.207, can fall down to here because the 200 EMA is underneath.
BJ,
Yes.
do you think there's any difference now that some of this dominance is really kind of shifting down into the 50s and the ETH is kind of soaking up some of this potential? So instead of a lot of the regular recognition that we have in the regular Bitcoin structures, do you think it might start tugging in a little bit different directions, and that's why we kind of have dominance flowing the other way? But also,
So I have a theory that
are they the same expectations, I guess is what I'm asking. Can we just, do we expect them the same way, or can we expect a little bit weirder, different patterns coming through Bitcoin?
a little bit different, and there's a few reasons for that. And number one, you have a ton of flows coming in for crypto in general, versus all or none. For
Yeah,
instance,
that's what I'm kind of saying. That's what I'm trying to get to. It's like it's
and
hard to
this is
say.
why
There's a lot of
you'll
hard to
notice
say
a
with who.
few days ago, maybe a week and a half ago, I don't know how long it's been, I put out a thought that Bitcoin is not necessarily a it can be an all
BJ, it's like a sponge. A
a
sponge can
rising
only
tide
get so
lifts all
filled.
boats
It's, yeah,
situation.
rising tide or a sponge that's
Yes,
almost so full, and then once we still have liquid still coming into the vessel, it's like, well, this sponge is full. What does it overflow into next? It can soak up so much, and we squash and squish, and you know what I'm trying to say. So I'm just looking at the spongeability of what we see in the market structure right now, and we expect it to overflow into. And it's showing itself. Ethereum it needs to lead the way. It needs to poke itself up and out of it's like a big well that needs to come up and get a huge breath from its deep depths,
Lane
across
said it's
a lot of
not
things
sponge
across.
worthy.
Yeah, kind of like a sponge worthy, but you know what I mean? It's a weird thing.
Just make sure when you ask BJ a question, you gotta give her a little time to cook too.
I
'Cause
apologize. Jump in there as well if I'm
a little
wasting your
hard
time.
to keep your, to keep a train of
Yeah, I
thought.
understand. I've talked with BJ for years. I apologize. But again, if you'd like to jump in
It's
there
too
too. We're
late.
wasting BJ's time. I
Apologize.
apologize.
It's too late to apologize.
I was just trying to say I think things are a little bit changing in the structure of the Bitcoin thing and what we're going to see coming in with liquidity, especially as dominance is changing. That's all I'm trying to say. Didn't mean to interrupt. PJ, love you.
I love you too, Joe. But you go at it two different ways. First of all, you have a thought that you want across, so get that thought across. Put your theory out. You asked me for an opinion, then I started to give it, and then you went back to giving your thought. So
I just jumped back in on your opinion based on what you were
we're
strategizing across,
not
so I
going to argue.
apologize.
We're not going to argue here because there's no point in that.
That's
But
having a conversation, so that
yes,
I
having a
apologize.
conversation. You're right.
As other people said, I was interrupting and becoming
No, you weren't, but every time I tried to
Joe.
start my thought, here's the thing. I have a little bit of an issue, because you and I are similar in that we both had some trauma, right, to our brains there, and so I have a difficult time sometimes processing and getting out my thoughts. So if I'm stifled in it over and over again, it just gets lost. So because I had some medical issues, so it's not as easy for me as it used to be.
BJ, I
And
always
so
interrupt you.
that's why I get
Keep
a little
going right now.
frustrated sometimes, because there's something I want to say, and if I don't get it out, it goes in the ether.
And a lot of times I help you with the way I interrupt.
Yes, you
Sometimes I'm
do.
always like, so that's why I apologize for when people interpret it
It's too
incorrectly.
late to
But
apologize.
that's not what I'm always saying.
Okay, Drew.
Exactly, like Drew says. There's no need to even apologize. I love you guys.
No need to apologize. All right, so let's just watch this for right now. But there, there is a possibility, and I am working on some more information to put out regarding these 401ks and all that, because listen, this is a game changer. I don't think we can really fathom the amount of an earthquake this really is for crypto. It's huge, huge. Okay, and it may not be a quick turnaround as far as what we feel in the momentum, but it's going to be a long-lasting type deal. But you also have to remember that it takes a long time for these major companies to on-ramp or their policies for their 401k offerings, right? So even though this executive order has been signed, we may not feel a difference, but we also might understand that there might be less volatility overall in Bitcoin. And that is something I think we need to explore as traders, because I think there is going to be a little bit of a difference in the amount of movement that we might see in the future in the price of Bitcoin. So you might want to think about, fast moving type coins, slow moving type projects, that kind of thing, and diversify your what you look at. And the other thing is because the United States pension system, it operates kind of like on 3 tiers. You have government pensions, you have managed plans, and now when individuals can trade within their own 401k plans and not have them be as conservatively managed as they used to be, this can open up another area of change. So we have to look into all these, outcomes that we might not be ready for.
I agree 100%. Things can switch up at the drop of a dime.
Yep.
I think in 2026, things are going to happen pretty quickly too.
So, at one time, the only funds that could be involved in a pension were government funds that were considered safe. And, a cryptocurrency to be added in some of these plans, if they're volatile and risky, they may not be as well taken. I think that's why this is a big deal, because if Bitcoin is considered to be more stable than and part of these plans, and many millions of people are going to be involved in it, then we aren't going to be able to see that volatility be a little bit more so risk averse or more conservative than used to be.
Yeah, it's possible it could stabilize. I mean,
That's what I
if
mean.
a lot of currencies are going to try to bounce their pairs off of Bitcoin, especially digital currencies and government issued currencies, and what else can they? I mean, they don't want to do gold, they don't want to do fiat, so they're going to have to pick something. I don't think they're going to want to do an algorithmic stable coin. We saw what happened to Luna,
That's right.
Terra Luna. So they're going to, number one is Bitcoin. So it's either going to be Bitcoin or Ethereum, in my opinion. It might
Yeah.
actually be a combination of the two, which could get very interesting.
I think that it's going to come. I think that the reason we're seeing such a stock market push, and I mean, I know this is like longer term, but it's because we know that these P/E ratios, like the profit equity ratios of these companies, are getting too far out of hand. And if we actually valued these companies based off what their P/E is, then they wouldn't be valued at these prices that they're valued at. So whenever as like, you know, the S&P hits an all-time high today, as it continues to go, whenever the prices of these stocks begin to fall, that money's going to have to be stabilized somewhere, and it's going to go to risk on assets. I mean, it's the same thing that we thought would happen a year ago, basically, and now it's a year out.
All right, Drew, when you
It's
said
how I see
Ethereum,
it.
what did Ethereum pass today or the other day? Did it
$1 billion of spot inflow.
Well, I mean, didn't it pass? What was the major company you said it passed like today, like with its total market cap? Like Ethereum pushed up past something in the major S&P.
I don't think that was me.
Somebody said it earlier today, like Ethereum's total market cap pushed up above, like
it's up there.
It's up there. It's getting there. But it's one of these things that it's like I think a lot of things across the world are considering it, and it's not just the company, it's something completely different. It's
Like I
not
was
just
saying,
being held, it's weird.
like I was saying, even in 2020, JP Morgan themselves were running Ethereum nodes in space to do machine-to-machine transactions so they don't have to rely on planet Earth. That's how hardcore Ethereum is.
As Vitalik's giggling in his basement somewhere.
I think it was bigger than Visa or MasterCard or something you were talking about.
Yep, looks like Pump Fund, they're doing buybacks again.
What's that mean? Are you gonna sell them back?
Oh no, man, I'm fully allocated right now. I'm deep in this, man. I told you 1 cent is where I'm starting to shave. Like I'm not touching. I might do a few risky scalps on the way up, but that's my target, man. Around 1 cent area.
I mean, if you were trying to do any of those sacrifice things, or if you're giving, how they're like kind
Well,
of giving out coins, and if you're
be careful with those. There's
participating.
not be careful.
No, I don't
There's
touch
nothing
any of
official.
that.
There's no sacrifices with Pump Fund tokens or anything like that.
I just remember how, I'm saying how they're like kind of doing this
Oh yeah,
buyback
like
all the
loan
time.
protocols and things. That's if the people that are issuing coins on Pump.Fund, that generates some fees. Those fees are going back into the buybacks basically automatically. They have an automated system. You could see it on fees.pump.fund, and that's basically one of the mechanisms of the buybacks. So it's just creating buy pressure and supply shock.
That's what I'm saying. I don't know if you attempted any buyback or were part of it from a while ago or something. You know what I mean?
Oh, no, not
No,
this
you touched
protocol.
it as
Nah.
soon as that sucker hit
Yeah,
Coinbase.
it's
What?
first second it got on Coinbase, I bought it.
We're doing all right. We're getting there. We're poking above water, coming out for some air.
This is above ICO price though. Everybody that bought ICO is 0.004. So right now, technically anybody that bought ICO, they could get out and profit if they want to.
Either way, I think a lot of coins have potential. A lot of them were hurting across the structure this far. See what it does in the next few months. See what a lot of coins do. All depends on how much money pours into the market, this structure. By the end of this thing, that's what we should all do. It's like betting on a coin jar, or like how many marbles are in that jar. We all should like put in a number of our market cap to like 2 decimals, like 8.92 billion or trillion, I mean. And everybody puts in the thing, and like whoever gets closest, I don't know, I think it'd be a fun thing to do. Everybody puts in their one guesstimate of what we think the total market cap is going to make it to.
Like a charity raffle.
Yeah, kind of one of those things, you know what I mean? We all put $5 in it type thing, and half it goes to Dbloc and half it goes to one winner that was closest. No, you know what I mean? Like, I don't know, it goes to the channel and you can do stuff with it. Guarantee hundreds and hundreds of people would do it. $5.
I said
Closest,
charity, man, like a good cause, like charity.
or
Man.
even
D-Block's a good cause, but
like 3 decimal places instead of just being 2 decimal places. 3 decimal places to be the closest.
All right, here we go.
That BJ would be the
You
closest.
think this is actually going to do it?
Do I think so? Yes.
I kind of feel like it's a fake out personally.
Well,
I appreciate. I'm glad that I hear your confidence. Don't get me wrong.
BJ, there's major vectors already starting in it.
Go ahead,
Okay.
BJ. Go ahead. Go ahead.
No, it's okay. I got another thing. Going back to this idea of so I think what I heard the question being, did we see outflows from Bitcoin to Ether, right? That's the question. Are we shifting from people, taking their profits or whatever and moving them over to Ethereum? I don't think so. I think
market.
Right. I think that you have to, in order to measure that, you need to look at trading volume. And I don't believe that the trading volume changed significantly enough for us to determine that there was a shift from Bitcoin to Ethereum. I think what you saw was an increase in volume on Ethereum's buys, but it wasn't shifted from Bitcoin.
But you could have high volume though and still, not have the market cap, per se. Like even if one has the higher volume, doesn't really equate it to have a higher market cap or gain any of that market share, right?
Right. But the premium from spot to futures, let's see, that would be the other thing we would need to check, right? And what was the difference in that premium?
I've never checked that.
I don't hope they're expensive, but they all get wrecked. On futures. I was kidding, but everybody goes
So
to spot one day.
let's take a look at that. If you can look at the annualized, like how much was the difference between spot and futures over the course of an annualized version. Maybe that would be a question we would ask. That would be what we would need to look at.
I mean, to me, the easiest way is just pulling up like coin market cap and just looking at Ethereum's dominance and then Bitcoin's dominance in relation.
And then futures to spot trading per day and all kinds of different volumes based on each other. I don't know. There's a lot of things we look at. Yeah, and coin market cap really shows a lot.
I guess what I'm saying is, aren't the flows into Ethereum caused by new versus a shift? That's the point I'm trying to make.
Oh yeah. No, totally. I was saying that I thought because you said something like the volume, if it has more volume, then it has more of the, market, or it's getting whatever the, the inflows. And there can be volume just back and forth without, Bitcoin coming over to Ethereum. If Ethereum's just trading, Ethereum USDT or Ethereum USDC back and forth, it can still have that volume.
Right. But I think a lot of traders were thinking that on the 8th, when Ethereum had its run, while Bitcoin remained fairly inactive in relation.
Yeah.
We're thinking that Bitcoin's topping. I mean, I heard that Bitcoin's topping and Ethereum's running.
Yeah.
But that really, to me, isn't the situation. The situation to me is that we're finding more and more excitement or inflows into Ethereum, and at the same time, we're also finding inflows into Bitcoin. So the rising tide, Bitcoin
rises all
yes,
ships.
correct.
Yeah, let's check this
You
out.
know what? You mind if I chime in for a quick
Yeah,
second?
go ahead.
I got a thought on that. I think they see that
there's that multiplier that we kind of saw with Bitcoin last year. I think it's pretty much on Ethereum right now, and that's what like all these institutions are eyeing. They know it, they see it, and they're acknowledging it because I don't think we've like seen in the last couple weeks like them being able to buy 1 billion, 2 billion, three, like they've literally been pumping like I think altogether around $10 billion into ETH, just trying to eat up as much of the uh tokens in circulation as possible. Like BMNR. I'm sorry to say name drops, but they're really opening up and went from 4.5 billion offering to now they're talking about 24.5 billion, if I'm not wrong. So like they're massive, and they're aggressively buying ETH.
Yeah,
And
three
what
people asked me about ETH. Three out of the five people asked
Hold on,
me,
let that guy
should I
finish,
buy
man.
ETH? Well, I'm trying to say, well,
I
Ethereum
think institutions just like have
people are
their eye
asking
on
me
it, and they're
randomly.
just
But Joe, let the
Even the
gentleman
they
land
know
his
scientists
what's
are
gonna
plane.
happen.
Joe, let the gentleman land his plane, and then you could take off with your plane.
Word. But yeah, man, I think it's a little bit more than that. I think they're kind of everybody's eyes has been on Bitcoin because we're pretty much at that part of the cycle. But um, we kind of forgot that, hey, you know what? Ethereum's just as volatile, and if not a little bit more. And the numbers, like the math ain't mathing right now. Like it has to. There's no way with all these billions of dollars that are flowing in at the moment, and I think it was like 17 billion last week or something like that. That ETH is gonna stay at 4 or 5,000. You know what I mean? I have a feeling that what happened to Bitcoin earlier this year is gonna happen to ETH in the next couple weeks to
Let's
months,
go.
and then like
That's what every
it'll simply just
person said to me, and they thought that
eh,
Ethereum,
yeah.
and that's why they were happy to buy into Ethereum, and that's why I thought it was really weird
But
because three out of
look,
these five
I
people
ain't even
asked,
gonna lie.
and
I've
they
been in
said
since like 1800, so like I've just been
Mhm.
watching it pop the fuck off.
they all had
Nice.
this expectation of like 8,000. They're all like, it's gonna double from here. Ethereum's
I
finally
don't think
broken
it's gonna
over, and
be.
they were
But
happy to buy
Ethereum's
it
going
in.
to quadruple. Ethereum's going to go
they,
from here to 12 to 15 to
I
16,000.
just never had any of them
yeah,
ask
I
me
don't.
about
I
Ethereum
I know
until
I'm
it
still gonna
triggered
say
over
follow
this
the
mark.
4 year
So I was,
cycle.
Hold on, we got
You know
two
what I
people
mean?
talking at the same time. Lost on Crypto and Joe. One of you guys have each other's muted or anything?
no,
You lost.
I was
Hold
just
on,
really
Joe.
just trying to
One
find
sec,
this
Joe.
price
Hold on, one
track.
sec. Joe, 1 sec. Do one of you guys have each other muted? Can you guys hear each other? It's Lost on Crypto. Can you hear Joe talking?
Talk.
Yeah, Joe, say something.
Can you hear me?
Did you hear him?
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
So yeah,
It was really low.
you guys got to pay more attention to your headphones, and so you guys don't talk over each other. Also, go ahead.
And make sure about language too.
Yeah.
Excuse me. Thanks.
It was just really weird. Is all I'm trying to say is that a couple people asked me about buying Ethereum now that it's finally like breached up and over, but I like I gave them ideologies about buying it when it was well below $2,000 like a year or two ago. Now that they're the ones poking back at me like, I'm happy to buy it. Should I buy it now that it's up above here? And that's why it's just this weird. I scratched the side of my head. Why didn't you buy it back then when you asked me the first time, kind of thing? But you're more than happy to buy it up here now. And it's looking like it's going across the board because people recognize things and
It's
they just
just
feel
human
confident.
psychology, brother.
Yeah, it's
Yeah,
like
That's how
that.
it works.
Yeah, it's like that meme.
It's the cycle.
It's that meme. You see everyone lined up at Doge for like, no one's in the line for Doge at 5 cents, but everyone's at line for Doge at 20 cents. One of those memes.
Or 40 cents or 50 cents.
It's just the weird questions you're not expecting, but then they're like common between a few people in just like 2 days, and you're like, wait a second. It's like, where are you guys even getting this ideology or information from? I'm just wondering what they're seeing on their phones or devices, or friends are saying, or what avenues they're gaining this stuff from, because it's nothing that I saw that said, oh, go buy Ethereum now at, you know, over 4. But I'm just wondering which
I mean,
avenues
think about
people
it.
like that are.
BlackRock is buying shitloads. So, You
Dude,
know,
they
the
did
word
that
gets
thing
around.
plus the price action on the chart.
Off the bag.
I think it's just the narrative. I think it's ETH is the narrative this time around because it's the platform for the stable coins and for like all these banks to jump in.
It's his second one in command. People still feel like, all right, $4,000. It's like a legitimate, like I can afford that, or I can get like one quarter of one, or a whole one, or two. You know what I mean? It's much
Well,
more like equatable to somebody's keeping it real instead of pennies or cents for a coin. You know, it's they see much more of an investment format in it.
I'll be right back. I took a little scalp on pump. I'll be right back.
you might be right. I think it's just also like a form to like price people out to a certain degree because you want to pump something that's cheap, but you don't want it to be too cheap where everybody can jump on the train. You know what I mean? Like I definitely think that it's like a little bit of icing out the public as a whole because you don't hear anybody talking like I don't hear a lot of people like talking about ETH. You know what I mean? It's mainly been like Bitcoins ready to go, like Solana. But I mean, ETH has started to gain a lot of friction. Like mainstream is what I'm starting to see. But
Yep.
like I said, it's the narrative. Everybody's pushing it in the right like this specific moment.
I apologize for interrupting you earlier too. I super apologize. I do it all the time. But that's what I'm saying. It's just surprising how people are paying much more attention to things once they're like ripping out there and big guys that got in. BlackRock got in that sucker all the way through the thousands up to the 2000s, and now they're just kind of slowly letting out the chime
That was
out
who was
to the herd.
suppressing
You know,
price.
of course, it was like they scared people out. Blah blah blah. Bitcoin was just tearing up through the clouds, and everybody else was left in the dust, ETH, and everything below. But now they're all just going back, going, "Man, I coulda, shoulda, woulda." But now I'll jump in. It's just weird.
Yeah, it's okay.
You gotta have retail to enter the market for liquidity to go up, market cap to go up. Gotta sell them to somebody at some point. At least give incentive for them to tell their neighbors about it and get their friends into it as well. When bull markets start up and people buy into a coin and it just keeps going up, they just have this euphoric feeling from the day they enter. They feel like they've got it figured out, you know? So I think it's gonna happen in the next few months here. Coming up to almost for Santa Claus. Let's
Yeah,
say
but I feel like
Halloween. At least even
I
Thanksgiving.
feel like they. Wow. I feel like we've kind of diversified into stocks now because I feel like they've been using stocks to like rotate in and out. Because I've been telling you, I've been watching like either the stock market's pumping or crypto's pumping. It's like one or the other. It's a funny little.
We're getting
Yeah,
towards
I
the
think it's
top. That's the
been.
thing is we just got to realize when and how far we're going to climb up and when things transfer from one platforms to others and from stock markets into cryptos and into bonds and other things. There's all kinds of stuff we got to just keep our eyes out for. That's why it's super helpful having all of us here watching instead of it just out by ourselves. You know what I mean? I feel like since dominance is finally down in 59s, I feel like one of my tooth fell out, and I feel like I'm waiting for the tooth fairy to come tonight. Like I'm all excited like a little kid. Like down in 59s, I'm missing a tooth. Is the tooth fairy coming? You know what I mean? I don't mind. I still feel like a little kid waiting for like, hopefully some of these coins to put $1 under the pillow. What sucks is that all these coins have knocked all my teeth out. BJ, we bouncing at the bottom of that 50 there. When you had that volume looking chart thing as you were kind of peeling to the left there, what was that volume chart with those little guys? Yeah, right there. What's that one? See how you're kind of scanning that? AAVP.
That's a nice one because it floats along your different time frames.
Yeah, but you kind of like highlighted it behind there. I was just curious what it actually meant. I was like, where are you seeing from that one, BJ?
Yeah,
Yeah,
and
right there.
then I have this one over here. So we've come under the 50 MA, 50 EMA, and this group of EMAs here, and then right below here we've got the 200 MA, and below the 200 MA is the 200 EMA from here.
Yep, it's got to hold above that low point right there, BJ. Yep, yep. And then that black line right there, boom, right there, that 30 minute is on. Hopefully it comes down and makes a decision by that 30 minute vertical black line. Yeah, right there. Yep, that one. Yep. That's the horizontal when you're sliding it, but that vertical rate right there, that 30 minute. Hopefully it comes down in between those two reds by that 30 minute and makes his decision from there. BJ, when you were cycling through those last couple ones, there was dots in between that average. You know, like when you're kind of cycling through, there was a bunch of random dots, pretty close to like exactly where you're chowing through. I don't know if they're moving average dots, but before they were like kind of like flat dots, but they were you kind of were cycling through, but I wasn't sure what those ones were. I never really see, not those stable ones. Those are ones that are consistent. Right before that, you were kind of fluctuating through, and I saw almost moving average dots.
What color did you see?
They were black dots, I think.
All right, just a minute.
You know the ones I'm talking about? Yeah, kind of getting into those, and you're kind of cycling through, and as you kind of came across, there's all kinds of little ones that appeared. I just hadn't seen them yet before, and I'm sure it was something new you were looking at, or something you found. I don't like those ones. I don't know. It was just a little bit different. No worries, BJ. I was just these could be the dots. Drew, what'd you do? Did you tap at 41? A little bit? BJ, how's your garden doing? How'd all your veggies and stuff come out so far? Is everything looking good this year?
Oh, Joe. So the deer destroyed our beans.
Oh, no.
And, and we got 1 ear of corn.
Did you put up some sort of fence next year, I guess?
Yeah, we'll be putting up something.
Oh, BJ.
Because the
I
deer
got
just
1
had
ear
their
of
way
corn.
with our beans.
Oh, the bean.
We got
Oh,
1
I'm
ear of
sorry.
corn, yeah. One measly ear of corn.
Did they get it when you guys were gone too?
Yeah.
Oh, fence, BJ.
Yeah.
We always make a good since I was like born. We always had a little fence around a little gate, so like little guys don't get in there, big guys don't get in there, all kinds of stuff.
But we did get a lot of potatoes and some tomatoes, and I mean, so it was still good. But
They got most of your good stuff, BJ.
they got all the beans. They really love those beans, let me tell you. So I know now why my father-in-law planted the garden way down the hill towards the road. It's probably because the deer wouldn't go down that far.
Yeah, they stay away from roads.
Yeah.
Grandpas are smart like that.
Yeah. All right, so let's see what we do here. We got just a little bit of room left, and then we're gonna lose.
Bounce off that bottom black line. If not, lose stability. Come down to the next areas.
So this is a 3 minute. We'll go down to the 1 minute, see if we got some. Oh, starting right on there. Starting. It doesn't look too strong, but we'll see.
Here at DBC 17.5, 17.6 for a quick wick. There's a lot of liquidity, a lot of liquidations down there still for a bunch of longs that were placed. Either way, dominance, it just keeps it real. Still holding down at 59. You do your thing, Bitcoin.
Right, that was our first sign right there.
BJ, we went up and back up and visited a couple weeks ago. Do they make maple syrup up that way? They have a bunch of maple trees.
Yes. Trying to remember what the.
You know, I mean, it's just one of those things I never kind of asked. I know there's a bunch of lakes and there's all kinds of water. There's all
Yeah,
those
but
trees would do so well up there. Do they make cider up in that area?
apple cider is a lot to do with Michigan, and let me double check. It's been a while since I've.
Cider is one thing, but what about syrup? Do they make maple syrup over there?
Yeah, maple syrup in northern Minnesota.
Yeah, so I was thinking, like, do they have a bunch of good maple trees up there that a bunch of people are making decent amounts of syrup with? Or if you've ever seen them, if you're at a farm.
Yeah. I grew up with and everything. Of course, you always kind of revert back to it, but I don't think I've lost my accent. I don't know. Maybe it's diminished somewhat because my students used to tease me so much. Of course, they called soda soda, and where I was from, it was pop. Could be, yeah.
Hey, PJ, do you ever chart ETH at all?
Yes, do you want to see the ETH chart? Sure.
Yeah, I'd like to check that out.
For ETH, we got a 48.94 target here. And that would be this one right there, 5209, and then my target over here, 5400. 5400 gives rise to then this next line up there between up There to 76.69. And then here's the 83. That's from here. Here's your 12, 469 right there. It's actually a little higher than that. It's 13.5 to 14.6 right there. And then the top of that range is, I think, there's 20. This is 25. And there's 35. And then up here is 50. But 12,469 would be your midpoint. And so there's that triangle that forms like from here over here. So that's when I said earlier about 16, that's where you get the 16 from. See, there's the 14, and then up here to this line, it would be between 14 and 17. 16.8 there. And so there's a major line right here, 786. Okay, so let's see. That's on the 5-minute. So here's our pivot bow tie right there. Here's 11. Yeah, so 16 is, that looks like it's pretty decent. Yeah, so that would probably be 2027, something like that. Let me see if I can narrow it down. So if I'm on this 864-minute, again, that's like a daily. Here's our stretch. Look here. We're at the top of its range. It's amazing. It's beautiful. Look at that. Oh. You see this? This is a whale. Yeah, here's the pivot. That's beautiful.
What's that white line it's sitting right above?
This?
No, the straight line. Yeah, that one.
This one?
No, the one you were just on.
The ascending?
Yeah, right there. Yeah.
Okay, I'll show you.
Because I had the same thing charted out for it to bounce off of that 620.
It's the ascending angular resistance on this time frame, the 864.
Oh, nice. Okay.
Yep, that's beautiful. So if that is ascending, okay, so that means here, you got above it there. Okay, so what number is this? That's on the, okay, so then if I fly that through, it hits it here. So here's our next resistance on an angle, which would be the green right there, and that's the break right there. Go ahead. What is it? Okay, it closes twice a day. It closes at 8 p.m. Same with the daily, and it has the other candle at 10:24 in the morning. And this is extremely significant for me in the charting. This in the 69-minute is extremely important to watch. It was when we were, Vlad and I spent a lot of time dealing with these numbers, the 62, the 49, or the 69, the 42, at the 70, 77 minute, and the 96. And we found that there's a lot of correlation because of the markets and when they open and close. And this 1024 minute candle is extremely important and valuable. So, and it's not, obviously it's not something well known, but I use it all the time. Okay. So I have to remember now, you have to, let's see, you divide that 864 minutes. That's a little more complex, but you just have to divide it by the minutes and divide that by an hour, and you it's a multiple that works with the fibs and with the with calculus for right. I've been saying this for 2 or 3 years, Joe. You know, I've been, yeah. All right. So, and then the other one is a 42. Okay, and it if you notice, there's a time when the 69 minute and the 42 minute close at the same time in the day. So if you run your see how this 342, 424. See, and see, here's the other thing. 424 in the morning. So that's 420, right? And then the 864 is I'm trying to remember now how we calculated all that. But we notice that it gives it. No, I just know that I've been kind of I've been slyly saying all the time, watch these time frames. That's okay. That's right. I kind of keep it a little bit of a secret. So now that I'm blasting it out through YouTube, that's really not a good thing because they'll switch up the algorithm on me now. Okay, so those of you that are watching or listening, put this in your mental note because it's important. Look at this 42 minute, and then now watch the 69 day. I'll show you. Yes. No, you're not. Look here. Oh, isn't that beautiful? Holy crap. Yes. Look at my snowflake. Look at the curve. Oh, Lord have mercy. Y'all getting when I talk about the 420 69 playground, I'm not just being funny. All right, so look here. 50, here's the targets. 48, 56, and then 53.89. I mean, if this doesn't make you excited, I don't know. Look at this. Isn't that beautiful? Look at this. Look at this. It's a perfect chart. It's a freaking perfect chart. Mhm. Look at it. Look at the. Here's the. Look at how perfect. Boom, boom. Here. Oh my gosh. Look at my snowflake. Ay, ay, ay. All right, so that's 71, 72.22. I bet this is 77. Hmm. Mm-hmm. It's, eh, it's, yeah. Mm. 48.93, 48.93, and then right up here is the 50, what's this one? 53, 54.31. All right, let's try to hone in on the dates. So, candle. This is gorgeous. I'm just saying, it's beautiful. Look at how perfect. Look at this. I'm telling you what. I'm writing a book. Here you go.
Do you have another line that's somewhere around 682? 4,682?
4,682. Here's 4,698. 4,673. Yeah, it's right. That's at this corner.
Yeah, because I'm seeing
Oh,
if we can reclaim
4673.
that. Then I see the 856. If we can reclaim the 682.
$48, $56, and then $49.94. I'm just amazed. Look at how this candle fits in this box, and look at how perfectly this snowflake is. I did not draw this. I did not draw this with this time frame in mind. Look at how these candles fit in the arc like a perfect masterpiece. That that is this is something to behold. I anyway, 40 this this is not to be dismissed. When is this candle starting the next October 4th? October 4th. Um, October 4th. Where's Sinlos? Sinlos, are you on? Do you remember when I told you October 1st, 2023 is going to be a date to remember? Well, this October 4th. And look here. What's that?
Folsom Prison Blues, Johnny Cash. We got it.
Yeah.
We got it.
Oh, now we're going to look at the 42. Oh my gosh. So that's October. The next candle there's October 3rd. Or did I say 3rd or 4th? What is it? It's the 4th, October 4th. Now let's look at the 42. Okay, so this one is September 10th. September 10th. Right here. That 6,070. What number did you ask me for me a minute ago? 6,000 something?
682. Oh no, yeah, I didn't say 6,000. I
So
was just looking for
46.
yeah, 46 or 4,682.
4,600.
But I'm just looking at the next 3 days.
Okay, so 3 day. $49. So yeah, that's the corner right here. This is the ascending on this 3 day at 46.81.92. That
Oh
our
man,
numbers match
that's
like
crazy.
perfect. Yeah, that's
Yeah,
crazy.
I really like your charts because anytime I ever get on here, your lines land with my pivot points a lot.
That's awesome. I mean, that's crazy. We're within hundredths of a point. So that this line right here, this is my measured line here, this one, the white dots. So that is at 52.96.14, and then the horizontal is 5,400. And it's not often that I get a round number like that. That's not just like I normally, put if it's 38.65 or 64.88, but this is 5,400. It's kind of crazy. 5,400.24. Now over here, yeah. Okay, so I want you to look at this. Here, over there, just underneath that curve is 53.69. And over the top is probably, let's see, what is that? Right there. 54.52. 55.87. Okay, so what's this point right there? 58.58. That's just underneath that arc. So the 618 comes up here. So let's measure that right there. What's that line? 6,056.10. Put a horizontal there. So the thing we have to be careful about though here is that the structure on the 3 day is below price, right? So we need to see here. So wherever this, if this pushes up to between here and here, so that number needs to be 5830, and then the next here is 5069. Okay, yeah, you didn't hear me say. Okay, then 5,158. So this candle needs to open up over this line that we were just talking about here, and not come underneath this yellow line. So because look here is your on the 3-day, here's the 50 EMA down here at 29.51, and the 5 EMAs here at 41.74, right about there. 42. So 39.45 would be a number I would keep, because now that is this angle is the important on this one. Yeah, the 17. But I don't know if a candle is going to come all the way back down and out here, because this is our, what is this, 13. This is the 864 13 EMA. This yellow line, that's the support line right there. That's the 13 EMA on the 864 ascending. And remember that other line was the 864 ascending resistance line. So that was, let's look at that again. Just a second, I'll go back to it. All right, so where was that white line? That was this one. Okay, so this makes this triangle right here. Boom, boom, boom. All right, so we got our daily open 5 EMA, last week's high. There's the 13 EMA. So that number is what? $42.42, and then above there, that $42.65. So if I go like this, that should give us our descending angle right there. Okay.
Do you got another line at 14.5 or 4.562?
14,000?
No, just 4,562.
Okay, just a minute.
Because I got 2 points as critical bounce points. It's the 620, and then if we fall through that, I see 4,562.
Okay, so you said 4,000. What was the first number? I'm sorry.
If we don't hold this 4,620, then I see 4,562 as like a critical bounce point. But I didn't mean to interrupt you if I.
No, you didn't. It's fine. I'm good. Good. I'm just trying to get right here would be this 4,002, 4,210, and then it would be right there. 4,279. It's this number here. 4,459. would be. What, 43, 14, 67. Right there. Thursday the 14th, and at 10:24 a.m. 10:24. Okay, so that's when this candle closes, or this candle closes. That's the time. And look at here's the tip. So by Thursday, here's the 50 MA right up here. It's on top of the 50 EMA. So it's sitting right there at 38.29.99. So I have 38.65, and that's that right there. Then the next one is here. That comes out at this point. So that's Wednesday the 13th. That's tomorrow, right? 10:24 a.m. Then if I go straight up from there, it gives me this point, and it gives me this point. So again, that 33, or 43, 46, and then that tip right there. That's 44.54, 44.52. That match with what you're seeing? 44.52.
Yeah, that's about what I was thinking.
Okay, so let's put a candle or a target there. Yeah, 40, like right here. And that, because there's the support angle that way. All right, so now let's see. Oh, that makes sense, doesn't it? Yeah. Okay, so here's when is this 864? So this closes 1024 or opens a new candle, and we're below this profile. So there's the gap from here to there. So that's 46.24 to about 44.49, and then you fall under that angle there. And look here, I had this daily for Thursday. So we could see a bit of a retrace then along here. But this, I'm going to pull this up because I think you got support right here. Two lines, this line and this line. Ascending. 46.35 to, what would that be? 45.70. Does that make, yeah, 45, like 45.67.
Yeah, my
Because,
exact number was 45.62, but anywhere in that window I feel comfortable. But
yep,
I'm happy your line's lining up.
yeah, I think it does for sure. So we go
So you're
right.
you're
Go ahead.
expecting Ethereum to go down then, not go up the next couple days? I just kind of caught the tail end here. I'd take the call.
No, what we're trying to find where the support would be and where if it starts breaking down, then where's probable for,
Yep,
yeah,
I see it. I see it holding this 4,620, but if it falls below that and can't hold it, then I see 4,562 as critical bounce.
yes, that matches up exactly.
So you guys are talking about if it comes down, is there any positive spin on it going up, or does it look like it's going to be down for the next couple days?
Well, let's see. If if the midline is at 37.92 and we don't push forward, this doesn't have, it's just beginning its ascending push right here. Right.
I just didn't know if you already covered that or not, if you already had an answer
We
for
hadn't.
if it was going up.
Nope.
Okay.
You haven't missed
Sorry.
it. We're just trying to get it kind of plotted out here.
Gotcha. All right, thank you.
Yep. All right, so if this is here, this can, I think, look here is the turn up right there from here to here. So let's push this EMA out and you get it to here at 41.94, 4200. So the arc is still upward from here, this support here to this one. This one's extending. So I can see Friday the 15th. Friday the 15th is the end of this. Friday the 15th. So we have to go, I have to draw a vertical right there and right here. Right here. Because see this is going to end. That covers from here to here. And so now the question will be for this one, this arc. This is our transition between this this arc and this one. So if our candles are going to come out over the top here, and the fan down this way. So, all right, so this is here, then we go this way. You have to come up over this number. So that number is 51.91 to 54, 51.91. We have to put this on like this, and we're right here. All right, so the tip of this 864 is right at the edge of this fib resistance. I always forget how to say it. The fib speed resistant arc. That's and so this, the head is here, price is here. Price has got to go continue to ascend at this line, and then here's their fan down. So you see what happens when you expand and then you contract. See how it these lines come underneath it as you move. See how it gathers together in the center, and then you bloom out. But this is the this is the thing. You see, you can push this up, but if you see this how do I describe it? This floor from here to here is either going to rise over the top and get to the next level. See, I can't squish this any further. It's either going to expand up and out. You see how this blooms up? Right? Yeah. I'm not describing that very well, I don't think, but I'm trying to. So you see how this is smaller down here, these rings, it's like the core, okay? And then as you expand, see how they take from this side and they push it out, right? Push it out over the top. So like here's the butt over here, and now the head of it is meeting the rear end over there, and so the rear end's got to get across this this arc from this side, and here's your center bloom, right? This is the floor being pushed up, if that makes sense. So again, you got a core underneath here, and then here's the support from underneath, right? There's the 800. That's the 800 on this time frame. It dig down all the way down here, and now it's moving upward because now it's coming across the chart from this side, from this corner or this point, through the center, and now there it is over here. So you have a rise, and now this 800 is meeting again, only this time it's here and it's going up from this point on the ring, from there to there. See, so this will be a rise like this. This 800 is going to go this way. And so the support moves upward. So like you can take this, see how this is a pivot here to here, and then here's your tip. So as I scrunch this together, and then I could extend that out. See how that comes through the arms of the snowflake in the center, from there to there, and there to there. So that's a 200 EMA, that white line. This side. And so when those moving averages on the time frame come up and they surpass where they fell from, they dig down and then they swing up around the other side. And it's the length of time that it takes to swing up that is the important thing. So are we going to swing up and have these moving averages come up over in support of the forward moving, smaller, faster moving, right? So now where's the 5 EMAs here? The 13 is underneath. And the 50 is down below. These are lined up in the right order. And then underneath that is the 200 and the 50 MA. So let's find them for sure. Here. Okay, so that's a 50 MA, 38.27. So now underneath that is the 50 EMA. And so if the forward moving is like this, that 50 EMA is going to cross underneath that 50 MA, and it's going to be, this is faster than the 50 MA. That's a slower moving, the way you calculate that, right? So that'll cross from underneath and eventually come up to this line here. When will that be? That'll be probably, so I used to be able to measure that from this point to this point. Took how long? That took from 8 p.m. to from 8 p.m. on what day? The 11th to 8 p.m. on the 12th. So where's 8 p.m. on there's 10:24 a.m. is right there. And then 8 p.m. So this right is going to go from here to here. Let me put that line there and make sure. So I can take that from here to here. Okay, so you can kind of see that line will go there, but it's also ahead of that. So I make another line. I gotta color that blue, so I don't forget it. And then I'm gonna name it. This is 864, 864 minute, 864 minute, 50. Okay, so then I have to do this. Let's clone it. Okay, so that gives me my top line, and look at how that matches with the midline on the Bollinger Band right there. So we can assume that our 50 EMA is going to be above this line by Thursday. So now if we have a pullback to the 50 on this time frame, but what we're going to do now is go to the lower time frames. So let's look at the 6 hour. Now we want to see what it's in relation to these lines. Remember I said this would be like our top line motion on there, and this would be like the bottom line, like on the ascent on the 864. Okay, then we said this was a descending angular. I didn't get a chance to write that down, but I think I was on that time frame, wasn't I? 864 minute descent. Okay, so that's that, and I'll make that bigger. Okay, so that's big. Now, here is the 6 hour, and its 50 EMA is here along this line. So the structure, the top of the band is here on this horizontal, which is $4,090. I'm going to do that and do this. So now I'm going to make a vertical line right here because that is at the edge and it matches up with these arrows. Oh, it's not on the edge. This is the edge, but so yeah, so here's the 50 EMA. So I'm going to make this right here. And I need to do a crossbar is what I need to do. Okay, so I'm going to put this crossbar right there. 50 right here. Okay, so this, I'm going to call this my 6 hour. 6 hour. 6. And that would be the TV is loud. That's the 50 EMA line, we'll say 50. Okay, so now then I need a vertical there. So cross that's underneath the tip, and that 50 is right there. So that makes this little triangle right there. Okay. Now the way this is pointed up on the 6 hour does, let's see, here, way up here. Look at that stretch. Ooh boy. Okay. So we're looking at, pretty extended on the 6 hour, right? So 43.38, that kind of matches with the, here's the ascending, here's the descending. So these are now support lines here. And then you have a drop from the 5 EMA to the 13. That's that 4,400 level. Then the 50 is down here. And then, so this creates your gap, right? Gap area from here to here is a gap. So that is from 43.91 down to, actually all the way down to that 50. That's a gap area right there. If you lose the 13 on the 6 hour. So when is that? I'm showing that at Saturday, August 16th at 8 a.m. here. So we're going to do that. We're going to put this price label here. EMA, 50 EMA right there. I'm going to turn that one blue just for, so we can remember. And then I'm going to say that's the 6 hour 50 EMA. Okay, now we'll take it. So this was our descending angular from the 864. So that makes this triangle right there. And we said we need to watch this 50. So 4403 is our, like, hang on to our hat because we might have a drop. So let's put a mark right there. Price label here. And then we're gonna, that's the 13 E 6 hour. And with that, what is that color? That kind of salmon color. That looks too much like red. There we go. Okay, so that's that one. Boom. So I'm gonna draw that line from there to there. So this is the angular, that would be important right there. So I'm gonna do this and right that. And what do you know? Yep. Okay, so that will be our 13 EMA. See how that works. I'm gonna color that. Salmon color this. Okay, and we're gonna make it a little bit brighter so we can look at it easier when we're looking. All right, so now let's see this. That brings me up to here. Bull track right there. Look at that. Show me that again. Where was that? One. Where was that? That one, right? This rooftop. Look at that. Okay, so this is a key line right there. That one. 77. That matches that. What day is that? Monday, 18th of August. Wow. Okay, so let's color that something bright that we can see different than anything else. Green. Let's do that. Maybe that'll show up good. Okay, yeah, this bull track line. Okay, and then this one is what? The 800 EMA on the 5-minute. Okay. All right. 800 EMA 5-minute. Look at we're over that. Oh boy. Okay. I like it. 800 EMA on the 5-minute. So now let's go to the 5-minute. Look at that. Here's 800 EMA down here. So it'll probably come and test that line. So that's that 4403, 4440. I bet that's it right there. Look at all that matches. So okay, right here. So let's do that. So you would lose the pivot point. Here's the pivot. So we have to mark that down. Where's my stupid line? Okay, this one. Okay, so that would be the angle. And that makes sense. This one. Vertical. Here it is. Okay, so that's a 5-minute. 5-minute. And that gives me Wednesday the 13th at 10:20. So 10:20. Now let's go back to that 10:20, 864, because that 10:24 minute candle. All All right, so if that is the volume profile here, and then we have this structure, right? This is coming up from the bottom, gives me this number. Here's the pivot point. Those it's that. So we see a curvature. I don't. I see lateral. Let's see. Yep, this line right there. So if we fall underneath, if price falls underneath this angle, this is our key angle right here. This is our support, potential support. Okay, so that's potential 8. Okay, then this would also be the second. So here's between here and here. So that number, or this opens when here's the candle. So if we tonight, if we start getting underneath this angle, that'll be our hint that we're going to go this way and test that. This here support one lies underneath. What is that? 43.27. 43.27. Look at how that matches right there. And here's your liquidity box. And we said this was our 864 descending angular right here. So therefore, that comes out from there to there. And then hits this point at 39.21. And on the other side is 4,046. And then you go up. 4,046. And was that right on that cross? Yeah, we said 4,042 was the 6 hour 50. Okay, so now let's look at the 30-minute. Okay, and look here. Here's the path of the 30-minute, and it would be testing its 50 right on that line. Right there. If we lose this support here, then you got to break to this line. And that right there is 4,577. And you have a gap. So that be right there, 4,566. And then you don't want to lose this this line, and that because here's the 200 down here. So that meets on that. So what time is that? 10 a.m. So it looks like we have a pullback in coming. If we cannot stay above this angular here, because this is the potential, this was the potential support line on that 10:24 a.m. candle, the 864, and then you've got the bow tie. So here's the bow tie from this point. It hugs these from this to this. You see, this to this, and then here's where you have the break. So then you go across and check that out. There's that right there, and there is that bottom line, which meets this one on the low side, and then it meets that time limit here and this. So let's go across. And so by Thursday, if we start a downtrend on Thursday, we could see this area. Because is tomorrow or is today Wednesday already? Yeah, see, Wednesday already. Now that seems like a big dip. Let's see our movement. to the 50 on the 30. So we're trying to maintain the 30-minute structure and not lose it. But now the good thing is that that daily open is above the 50 EMA. The 50 EMA is going to push through here. So we could get a rise now.
It's hanging
Yes.
on that
Yeah.
line we pointed out earlier, pretty good.
Yes, it is. So if we can get a rise up here to 47.70 and then we at least to here 48.40 through the night, then then all of this is going to go upwards. And so I'm going to put a curve this way because this is our arc that we have to maintain. So let's do this. Arc be this way. Right, I think I got that right. I think I did get that right. All right. So that gives us our visual. I can't lose this bottom under that pivot point. Okay, so then I do this. Yeah, that gives us that edge, doesn't it? Perfect. All right, let's see. All right, so this would be our that one would be a little more yellow. It doesn't really matter with the color. We can see it. But okay. That helps a little more. Alright, so now I'm gonna do this again one more. Look at that. Okay. Boom. That takes us out to this